Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 246 to 275. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 246. Please Sleep Forever. This book only writes about the HP world, not the mysterious world. Upon hearing Harley's words, the seven lights fell silent simultaneously, and the atmosphere solidified for a moment. After a while, Green Light Serapis coughed and replied with a serious expression, "Your Highness, as we mentioned before, the first is awakening. And the only one who can stop him is you, our esteemed Highness." Harley tilted her head slightly, her eyes unblinking, waiting quietly for the seven lights to provide a reasonable explanation. "My meaning is, only you now have the hope of becoming the fourth pillar, and only the fourth pillar can curb the first's complete awakening." "Me?" Harley's voice rose slightly. "Exactly, Your Highness." Red Light El Moria nodded emphatically, "Because you are the variable, the only variable. We mentioned earlier that the second pillar, the Great Lord of Mysteries, fell without any resistance and was directly occupied by the first. This is because the Great Lord of Mysteries secretly tried to control the City of Calamity and the River of Eternal Darkness, which correspond to the two Beander characteristics of the fourth pillar. But he did not master any of the five sequence pathways corresponding to the fourth pillar. So this risky move caused the Lord of Mysteries to be unable to suppress his instinct to aggregate Beander characteristics, directly falling into madness, and finally being occupied by the first without any resistance. And the four founders of Hogwarts were the last earthly angel-level powerhouses. They jointly passed through a door. Seeing Harley open her mouth to ask a question, Orange Light Hilarion raised a hand to stop her. "Your Highness, please let Red Light finish. We will address the issue of this door later." They wanted to access the City of Calamity and become the fourth pillar, thereby suppressing the first's awakening. Unfortunately, they also failed. After all, these angels were the knowledge instructor of the Perfectionist pathway, the Sage of the Hermit pathway, the Wisdom Angel of the White Tower pathway, and the Blasphemer Elder of the Hanged Man pathway. Their pathways did not belong to the fourth pillar, which is truly regrettable. Saying this, Orange Light Hilarion sighed and shook her head. Harley took great pains to match these pathways with their sequence 9 names, and combined with ancient records of the four founders, she mapped out their approximate pathways. Gryffindor was likely the knowledge instructor of the Perfectionist pathway, loving to teach students, and also possessing decent close combat abilities derived from archaeologist. Ravenclaw was the Wisdom Angel of the White Tower pathway, herself very fond of reading and full of wisdom. Hufflepuff was the Sage of the Hermit pathway. Although she was content with the world and unknown, she was full of tolerance and possessed great wisdom. Slytherin was the Blasphemer Elder of the Hanged Man pathway, which allowed him to have his own unique understanding of dark arts, and at the same time, split off his evil thoughts to prevent himself from being affected by them. And from their failure, we also summarized a truth. Red Light El Moria took over, his expression appearing somewhat sad. "We are all children of the first, everything comes from the first, so it is impossible to directly resist the first." Harley nodded silently, she could understand this feeling of powerlessness. "So what's special about me? Why can I become the fourth pillar and resist the first?" "Your Highness, we must emphasize one point. We are not resisting the first, but suppressing his awakening." Indigo Light Jesus stressed again, "This point is truly very important. This is also why the third pillar and other old ones are entrenched on the planet but dare not approach. Because even if they come to this planet, they cannot attack the first, let alone use the City of Calamity to create the fourth pillar. Instead, they might just happen to run into the first's awakening, causing themselves to be the first to fall. Furthermore, Your Highness, your uniqueness is also evident to all. From the time you appeared, your strength at the time of appearance, to the pathway you took, everything is very special. After the last joint resistance of the four earthly angels from Hogwarts, the first is one step closer to revival. More importantly, he retrieved the light key, the Beander characteristic corresponding to the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the most important uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 giant snake Beander characteristics of the Fate pathway. This made Fate favor him. In the nearly 1,000 years since, no one has walked the path of a sequence pathway. Your Highness, Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts has the strength and status of a demigod, but he does not have a clear pathway, so he cannot even touch the angel level. But Your Highness, you are different. You are walking the path of a pathway, and you have chosen the yin attribute included in the fourth pillar, which is the witch pathway, and you are only one step away from becoming an angel. After becoming an angel, you can try to access the City of Calamity through a special ritual, and finally become the old one corresponding to the calamity dual pathway, and possess the river of eternal darkness. Moreover, the time of your return is 1,000 years after the fall of the first pillar and the second pillar, and now the first's consciousness has reached the final stage of awakening. He will wake up in less than 30 years. And during this period, he will be unable to deal with anything from the outside world, unless someone directly attacks him. This is also why we say that the time of your appearance is very special. Harley coughed softly. I generally understand, which means you hope I can become the fourth pillar to stop the first. I noticed a key question that you haven't mentioned before. What exactly is the fourth pillar, and why is it so crucial? Not become the fourth pillar, Your Highness, our wording was a bit inappropriate, Purple Light Street. Germain suddenly seemed a bit flustered and quickly explained. Your Highness, the complete form of the fourth pillar cannot appear, because when it appears, it will take over all the authority of the time unifier and the root of calamity. But this will cause the fourth pillar and the entire universe, including us, to perish and restart. So we only hope that you can become the calamity of destruction, the root of calamity, accommodating both the witch and red priest pathways and the city of calamity. At the same time, you can choose to possess the river of eternal darkness corresponding to eternal darkness, singularity of all things, and time unifier, as well as the corresponding materials for the three pathways of darkness, death, and twilight giant. Thus possessing part of the symbolism of the fourth pillar, but not truly being the fourth pillar. The 13 pathways included in the first pillar, second pillar, and fourth pillar are the pathways the first must possess upon revival. Especially the fourth pillar. As long as the pathways and Beander characteristics corresponding to the fourth pillar cannot be reclaimed by him, he will absolutely not be able to revive. This is also why we say that you are the hope. Harley fell completely silent. She only wanted to live a good life in this world, to see if there was a chance to become an earthly angel, and even better if she could become Sequence Zero. Now, suddenly being told so much, although she could accept it, she was still quite bewildered inside. I understand. Harley interlaced her fingers, propping up her chin. Earlier you said that the four founders of Hogwarts wanted to access the City of Calamity through a door. So where is that door? In the British Ministry of Magic. Red Light El Moria immediately said, the British Ministry of Magic has a specialized department called the Department of Mysteries. And in a research section under this department, the Death Chamber, there is a unique door. That door has been corrupted and can connect to the City of Calamity. However, for unknown reasons, the power of the City of Calamity has not actively permeated out of the door. Now there are not many high-sequence Beander characteristics left in the outside world. High-level Beander characteristics have all entered their corresponding Beander characteristics. But now the first has fallen into the deepest slumber before awakening, so you can obtain the Beander characteristics of the next two sequences, as well as the uniqueness required for Sequence Zero, through the City of Calamity. Harley nodded, though she didn't fully believe it in her heart. But no matter what, she definitely had to investigate that door in the Department of Mysteries. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Yellow Light Winnington scratched his white hair. During this process, the outer gods will certainly do their best to cover for you. In fact, when you created those gloves, the Child of Chaos had already turned his gaze towards you. After all, the Beander characteristics you brought back broke the law of conservation of Beander characteristics, and he couldn't ignore such a situation. It is precisely because they noticed your uniqueness that the outer gods don't even dare to corrupt you, for fear that the plan to suppress the first will go wrong and lead to failure. After discussing the general plan, Harley suddenly asked, Orange Light Hilarion, I think I must have met your counterpart in this world before. Of course, I once gave you a hint through your divination class Professor Trelawney. Orange Light Hilarion coughed. The power from the spirit world that you perceived was the revelation I gave her. And the star charts observed by the centaurs also had my guidance. Not only that, I think I must have also met Purple Light Street. Germain. Saying this, Harley looked at the old man sitting at the very edge. About 2 years ago, the ancient ghost I encountered at Sir Nicholas's death day party was you, wasn't it? Respected Purple Light Street. Germain. Purple Light Street. Germain chuckled and nodded. Yes, but what I said at the time was all true. I merely played a cameo as that poor child. That child reached the Sequence 1 level in the spectator pathway, but unfortunately, his Beander characteristics were taken by the Angel King of his own pathway. Of course, his soul was also extinguished along with it, and he failed to form a spirit world creature. Harley's doubts were also resolved. High sequence powerhouses of the same pathway indeed had an overwhelming advantage over low sequences. Within the same pathway, especially the three pathways occupied by the second pillar and the spectator pathway possessed by the first pillar, which are bizarre pathways relying on intellect for combat. Unless one was a pig, a high sequence fighting a low sequence was simply a crushing victory. What you can do, I can also do, and I'm stronger than you. What you can't do, I can also do, and it's roughly in the same domain. Everyone plays with tactics and brains, so who is inferior to whom? Conversely, for low sequences of the witch pathway, low sequences of the red priest pathway, or the entire warrior pathway, the chances of a low sequence defeating a high sequence would be greater. After all, they are all melee professions, and the possibility of accidents is greater. So that senior's loss was not unjust. After a long conversation with the Seven Lights, Harley stood up, preparing to leave. Red Light El Moria waved his hand, and Gryffindor's common room automatically disappeared. May your highness's martial fortune be prosperous. The Seven Lights responded with gentle attitudes simultaneously. Harley left the spirit world without looking back, in the Dursleys' home, in Harley's room. Harley emerged from the mirror and then sat heavily on the bed. The clone, who was reading a book, transformed into a ray of light, turning back into a wand, and simultaneously merged into Harley's body. Damn it, I just wanted to go to the spirit world to see if there were any good materials and explore a bit. How did such a big fuss come about? After a heavy sigh, Harley lay down on the bed, rubbing her temples, and began to ponder. Although I don't know if what the Seven Lights of the spirit world said is true or false, from the information they revealed combined with the evidence I've collected, at least the wizarding world was indeed the predecessor of a sequence pathway world. The first, pillars, old ones, outer gods, giving me endless trouble. I just want to be a witch and have the church spread globally. Finally, Harley sat up and recalled the rituals for the remaining few sequences of the witch pathway. Disaster, disaster, still disaster. Where am I going to find disaster? Harley was a bit annoyed and accidentally knocked over the frozen crown on her bedside table. Before entering the spirit world, Harley had taken out this crown to prevent any accidents. For this, she had even sent Hedwig to deliver a letter to Hermione, fearing that a certain little snowy owl, who had finished digesting the spectator potion and just become a mind reader, would be too confident and end up being tempted and controlled by the crown. Harley was first stunned, then her eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget Senior Riddle? I can use the Backland Great Smog to achieve certain goals without dirtying my own hands, so I don't become too evil and get eliminated by the river crab god beast. Then I can also make good use of Senior Riddle, he kills people, and I reap the benefits. Harley sat up and began to calculate carefully. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Senior Riddle is still half dead in the Albanian forest. I need to make Senior Riddle powerful again, gather the Death Eaters, but also keep him under my control. Several figures slowly emerged in Harley's mind. One figure was a small man, imprisoned in Azkaban, who could turn into a rat. Another was an elegant middle-aged gentleman, holding a long cane and wearing a refined suit. The last was a short, stout man, that competent politician, the current minister for magic, thanks to Zhuwei Yanhu, Shuiji Hua Mandal Lin, and Chao Ke Li Xian Hun Dun, for their generous donations. These two chapters are a bit boring, but I have to fill in the plot holes I dug earlier and answer many readers' previous questions, such as why there are Beander characteristics in this world, and why the fallen mother goddess controls Mr. Door but doesn't want to come to this world. Also, rest assured, this is essentially an HP fanfiction, and it won't turn into a mysteries world later on. Chapter 247 Peter Pettigrew's Prison Escape. On a small island in the cold waters of the North Sea. Here lies Britain's most feared place, the legendary Advanced Academy for Dark Wizards, the Death Eater Cadre Training Class, Azkaban Prison. A stone building, 50 meters tall, stands here, with no windows on its exterior walls, only a few 3-meter-high doors at the bottom, each guarded by 2 Dementors. The walls are imbued with strong magic and many ancient runes, preventing prisoners from escaping. However, the upper levels of the prison are for minor offenses, housing prisoners who stole and sold second-hand cauldrons, smuggled forbidden items, or illegally kept magical creatures. Even at its fullest, only 1/20th of the cells here would be occupied. After all, before its discovery, this place was a research institute built by the Wizarding Council to study Dementors, so the upper levels were originally rooms for researchers and members of the Wizarding Council. The truly heinous criminals, such as powerful dark wizards or important Death Eater members, were all held in the underground of Azkaban. Deeper in Azkaban's underground, there is a circle of circular cells. The cells are incredibly filthy, each containing only a toilet, a stone slab bed covered with straw, and 2 empty bowls. 2 steel rings hang from the ceiling, suspending chains that are attached to the prisoners, severely restricting their movement. The prisoners in the cells are all emaciated middle-aged and elderly men and women. They are disheveled, covered in dust from who knows how long without washing, and their fingernails are long enough to be daggers. These prisoners are all in handcuffs and leg irons, and only one person is held in each cell, seemingly to prevent them from cooperating and breaking free. However, the physical condition of the prisoner in one of the cells appears to be much better. Of course, his mental state, by contrast, is very poor, almost on the verge of collapse. Peter Pettigrew was curled up on the stone slab bed without a blanket, to avoid the chains pressing against his body. Presumably to prevent him from transforming into an animagus and escaping, Peter Pettigrew had more chains on him than other prisoners, and these chains were inscribed with unique ancient runes. These were good things left behind by the Wizarding Council, magical items specifically designed for masters of transfiguration. Of course, even without the restraints, Peter Pettigrew had no desire to get out of bed. After all, this level of the prison housed many of his former colleagues. Peter Pettigrew still couldn't forget the frenzied attitude of the Death Eaters around him on his first day in Azkaban, as if they wanted to tear him apart. After all, Bellatrix Lestrange knew Peter Pettigrew's true identity. Originally, as Lord Voldemort's important aide and most fanatical follower, Bellatrix would not reveal the list of Death Eaters, nor would she tell anyone else. What if someone changed their mind during their harsh prison life, no longer loyal to their master, and then exchanged the list for freedom? So she didn't even tell her colleagues the truth that Sirius was not a Death Eater, to avoid any inconsistencies in their testimonies. But when she saw Peter Pettigrew being sent to prison, covered in layers of magical chains, she immediately realized that Peter Pettigrew had been exposed. So she simply told her colleagues the truth of what happened that year. Thus, Peter Pettigrew's days of suffering began. Most Death Eaters believed that Peter Pettigrew was meddling, leaking the Potter family's address to their master, causing them to suffer here. After all, in the Death Eaters' perception, all of this was Dumbledore's trap. How could that little girl named Harley Potter possibly threaten the Great Dark Lord? Newspapers occasionally reached the prison, so Harley's true gender was known. Few knew the prophecy. So Peter Pettigrew endured daily curses and threats, living a miserable life. He now deeply regretted why he had joined Lord Voldemort, why he had leaked the Potter family's address, and why he hadn't just fled Hogwarts and gone far away. In the silent days and nights, regret gradually twisted and mutated, turning into loathing and fear. Peter Pettigrew dared not loathe Lord Voldemort, for the Dark Lord would truly kill and cruelly torture him. He only loathed his former friends. Why did they force him to join the Order of the Phoenix, and then not protect him after he joined? He loathed Dumbledore, who claimed to be the most powerful wizard, yet couldn't protect anyone. He loathed that damned Harley Potter. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. But recalling the immense power of these people, Peter Pettigrew again felt deep fear in his own powerlessness. He was just a humble mouse that couldn't see the sun, and didn't deserve to see the sun. What right did he have to be their enemy? What Peter Pettigrew didn't know was that within his flesh and blood, gray and dark green light was spreading. Invisible patterns, like a witch's, had appeared on his heart. Just as Peter Pettigrew began to numb himself with fantasies, imagining he had gained his master's attention and power, his mind suddenly went blank, as if something was taking root and gradually growing. When Peter Pettigrew came to his senses, the chains on him had lost their magical luster and had all fallen to the ground. Peter Pettigrew was instantly overjoyed. He could transform into an animagus. He had a chance to escape. Peter Pettigrew instantly turned into a mouse and squeezed through the gaps between the bars. Peter Pettigrew's cell, like the others, had no shortened gaps between the bars. Besides the magic to make the iron bars sturdier, no other unknown magic had been applied. After all, Ministry of Magic officials believed that iron locks were enough to restrain Peter Pettigrew and prevent him from transforming into his animagus form, so they didn't make too many arrangements. Moreover, they didn't want to stay here for even a second longer, as most high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials were pure-blood nobles, so why would they linger here? This allowed Peter Pettigrew to easily reach the corridor outside and transform back into human form. What should I do? Oh, right, I need to escape. I need to find my master. Only my master can save me. Peter Pettigrew stood bewildered in the corridor, trying to sort out the memories in his mind. He felt that he was probably a bit muddled from sleeping earlier, and also affected by the Dementors, which made his mind a bit sluggish. However, he quickly sorted out his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the surrounding cells, upon seeing Peter Pettigrew turn into a mouse, squeeze through the bars, and then escape, the prisoners went wild. They were indeed loyal to their Dark Lord, but that didn't mean they were happy to suffer here. Not only were the people on this level too evil, but they also had strong wills, with little joy to be siphoned. So the Dementors also chose to be lazy, only stationing themselves here when the Aurors were on patrol. But this was also an immense torment that would greatly affect the wizards. Almost all the prisoners rushed to the bars, screaming madly. "Peter Pettigrew, you bastard, get me out." Rodolphus Lestrange, a particularly vicious Death Eater, roared. "Dead mouse, if you dare not let me out, I will kill you." And Death Eaters like Augustus Rookwood, who had worked in the Department of Mysteries and were more intelligent, changed their tone of voice. "Respected Peter, please, you must let me out, only by cooperating can we escape Azkaban." However, they all had one thing in common: they were screaming desperately, as if wanting to tear their throats. Previously, Sirius, as a traitor, had no evidence to show his special status among the Death Eaters, so he was held in a cell at the very edge, closest to the stairs. This meant that when Sirius escaped Azkaban, no one even noticed until the Aurors were on patrol. Now, Peter Pettigrew was held in a central cell, no one ignored his escape, and no one was willing to miss this precious opportunity. However, Bellatrix roared, "All of you, shut up. Do you want to attract the Ministry of Magic scum and those Dementors from above?" At the same time, several more intelligent prisoners immediately reacted and, cooperating with Bellatrix, stopped their colleagues' frantic actions. After the room fell completely silent, Bellatrix stared intently at Peter Pettigrew, finally saying in a hoarse voice, "Let us out, Peter Pettigrew. We can create chaos for you, making it easier for you to escape Azkaban." "No, I can't." Peter Pettigrew was filled with fear when facing Bellatrix, the cold-blooded witch, and was almost about to agree to her demand. But after a moment of daze, Peter Pettigrew instinctively refused Bellatrix. Looking at the crazy woman in front of him, with her curly hair, muddy face, and emaciated body, and the man-eating glint in her eyes, Peter Pettigrew quickly said, respected Bellatrix Lestrange. I don't mean I don't want to let you out, it's just that I don't have the ability to destroy these bars." Bellatrix frowned and cursed, "Useless." Peter Pettigrew quickly cringed and knelt before the bars, respectfully saying, "Lestrange, please don't worry. Once I'm out of Azkaban, I'll immediately go find Malfoy and together we'll search for the Dark Lord, so he can regain his strength." "Idiot. Is your brain filled with dog feces?" Bellatrix was furious, but she lowered her voice and cursed. "Malfoy is a turncoat, and my sister is a weak person with no opinions. If he wanted to help the Dark Lord, he had over 10 years. But he did nothing. In this situation, you still want to find him." Peter Pettigrew's face showed bitterness, he wouldn't dare seek the terrifying Dark Lord alone. But then his mind went blank, and he subconsciously said, "Then I'll go directly to the forest in Albania to find the Dark Lord. It's always been rumored in the black market that the Dark Lord is hiding there." "Idiot, hurry up." Bellatrix spat a thick phlegm onto the ground beside her. "We'll stay quiet and cover for you." Peter Pettigrew nodded, transformed into a rat, and quickly scurried up the stairs. Watching his disappearing figure, the Death Eaters could only silently pray, hoping the Dark Lord would bless Peter Pettigrew and ensure his success. But when Peter Pettigrew arrived at the prison gate, he suddenly found himself in a predicament. After Sirius Black's escape, the Ministry of Magic warned the Dementors guarding the gate, telling them not to be lazy anymore. So, these Dementors, who usually went upstairs to sneak food, were now all staying at the gate, diligently on duty. Peter Pettigrew anxiously paced a few times, then seemed to remember something and chose to return to the stairwell, hiding. Although the weather in the North Sea was fine today, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen on the island. After all, the island was heavily enchanted, and apart from a small area specifically designated as the main entrance, no other places could be passed through. An invisible magic also shrouded the sky, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, leaving the area dim and gray. A small team of Aurors was bored, staying in the house specially prepared for them at the entrance. They were noble Ministry of Magic employees, how could they stay with criminals and Dementors? Moreover, that place was full of criminals, and they only earned a few galleons a month. Why risk their lives? Patrolling twice a day was enough to satisfy their consciences. At this moment, 2 people were playing wizard chess, 2 others were giving advice from behind, and the rest were reading newspapers or books. An Auror suddenly complained, "Merlin's pants, when can we rotate shifts and leave this place?" "What are you thinking, Rooks?" An Auror playing wizard chess replied without looking up. "We've only been here a week, we still have at least 3 more weeks to guard this place." "Damn it. Don't touch my pieces." The Auror called Rooks looked at the clock on the wall, threw the Daily Prophet onto the table, and stood up, wand in hand. "Captain, it's time for patrol." An Auror who had been sound asleep on the sofa was startled awake. He grumbled as he rolled over and sat up, "Damn it, I hate patrols the most." "Who doesn't?" Someone loudly replied, "I wish I could strangle those Dementors." After a while, the Aurors lazily assembled. The oar captain waved his hand, telling them to continue their patrol, while he himself continued to nap there under the guise of guarding the island's main gate. The oars grumbled as they entered the castle, assigning their afternoon patrol floors based on the results of their card games at noon. An oar named Olister was assigned to the lowest level of the prison. He was very reluctant about this but could only accept the outcome of the bet. Olister sauntered down the stairs, proudly looking at the prisoners, occasionally insulting them. This was his only enjoyment during patrols. When he reached the stairwell between the second to last and the very last prison levels, Olister stopped, took a deep breath, and then dared to go down. As he walked, he mumbled, "Below the lowest prison level, there are still stairs, but they are magically sealed, and I don't know what's inside." He was still talking to himself when he suddenly felt a pain in his head and fainted. Peter Pettigrew's figure then emerged behind him. He had just remembered that he seemed to have learned a powerful illusion spell from a dark arts book. This illusion was not transfiguration, but it could achieve the same visual effect as transfiguration. Thus, a complete escape plan emerged. He would, in rat form, evade Olister, knock him out, and take his wand. Subsequently, Peter Pettigrew waved the unfamiliar wand and recited a string of spells. His physique did not change, but when he used the galleon carried by the oarer as a mirror to observe his reflection, the image reflected was Olister's face. Peter Pettigrew was confident he could evade all the oarers, but to be safe, it was better to cast the spell beforehand. Then Peter Pettigrew quickly scavenged all of Olister's personal belongings and changed into his clothes. Subsequently, Peter Pettigrew went up the stairs, carefully avoiding the patrolling oarers. There were many staircases here, so relying on the keen sense of smell that being a rat gave him, Peter Pettigrew successfully reached the main gate. He composed himself and strode forward. The Dementors at the gate did not suspect anything and opened the gate for him directly. After leaving the interior of the prison, Peter Pettigrew quickly rushed towards the house, preparing to find the portkey that could get him out of there. However, when he opened the door, he suddenly found a sleeping oarer still lying on the sofa. At this moment, the oarer captain was awakened by the old, creaky door. He was still rubbing his eyes, while angrily cursing, "Which bastard? You're back so soon, Olister. Stupefy." A red light flashed across the air, sending the oarer captain back onto the sofa. Peter Pettigrew quickly rushed over and searched all the items on him. Immediately after, Peter Pettigrew began to quickly rummage through the house. After about 15 minutes, shouts echoed from downstairs, "Captain, we're back." "Holy crap, Captain." And at this moment, Peter Pettigrew's heart swelled with joy. He had found the pass to leave Azkaban, an emergency portkey to get out of here. Although Azkaban was located in the North Sea, only a special ship could reach it. This ship sailed only once a month to resupply the island. However, the oarers had emergency departure methods, and the portkey in Peter Pettigrew's hand had no set activation time. As soon as it was taken out of its box and held, the portkey would activate after 1 minute. Peter Pettigrew grabbed the portkey and pricked up his ears, listening to the noisy sounds downstairs. These oarers had probably woken their captain and realized that someone was trying to escape. Now they were rushing upstairs, while some went to rescue their teammates, preventing them from being mistaken for escapees and having their souls devoured by Dementors. "Fools, goodbye." Peter Pettigrew laughed recklessly, his figure distorted and vanished from the place. He appeared in a room at the Ministry of Magic, and as soon as he appeared, alarms blared outside the door. After all, when someone used this portkey, it meant an extremely urgent situation had arisen at Azkaban. But Peter Pettigrew quickly pressed himself against the wall and transformed into a rat. As the oarers stationed outside the door rushed in, he silently slipped out along the corner of the wall, evading the panicked crowd, and arrived at the room where apparition was possible. The door to this room had not yet closed, and there were still a few Ministry of Magic employees preparing to leave. Peter Pettigrew did not hesitate, rushed over, and transformed back into human form in plain sight. "He's Peter Pettigrew, catch him." One employee reacted instantly, but before he could finish speaking, Peter Pettigrew vanished into thin air. Thanks to Zhuwei Yanhu for the generous reward. Chapter 248 Useless knowledge increases again. On the second floor of the Dursleys' house, in Harley's bedroom. After Peter Pettigrew escaped, Harley finally breathed a sigh of relief. After returning from the spirit world, that very night, she had planned to use Lord Voldemort to rally the pure blood families and initiate the Second Wizarding War. This way, she could naturally place the pure blood families in opposition to ordinary wizards, and legitimately use them to complete a series of upcoming rituals. After all, she would also be fulfilling their wishes. Didn't those pure blood families willing to follow Lord Voldemort not want to attend the same school as Muggle wizards? She could send them back to the first, so they wouldn't have to attend the same school as ordinary wizards, or even breathe the same air under the same sky. Harley felt she was truly benevolent, granting them their wishes. And her control over Lord Voldemort's actions had 3 key points: Peter Pettigrew, Lucius Malfoy, and Cornelius Fudge. Peter Pettigrew's identity was legitimate. He could help Lord Voldemort regain his body, giving him a very reasonable excuse for his return. And her power had already infiltrated his body, making his control effortless. Lucius Malfoy, as the head of the House of Malfoy, was also very important. According to the compilation of various fragmented messages, Lucius always hid behind the scenes. Even after Lord Voldemort's return, there was a high probability that he would lose Lord Voldemort's trust due to his fence-sitting nature and his actions in losing the Horcrux. But as the head of an important pure-blood family, he would certainly be able to learn some of Lord Voldemort's faction's movements. Moreover, his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, was the sister of Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the most important Death Eaters, and also one of the few wizards who could offer advice to Bellatrix. As for Bellatrix's status, after learning about the scene in Azkaban through Peter Pettigrew, Harley would never question it. The power of pillow talk and kinship is strong, as members of the Demonist sect have proven countless times. By using Dobby to manipulate Malfoy, Lord Voldemort's actions would be completely transparent to her, and she could even control them to a certain extent. As for Fudge, he was a typical politician, a politician consumed by greed. When such a person was her teammate, he would definitely be a hindrance. She would rather kill him. But if Fudge was not her teammate, she could use him even better to achieve certain goals. For example, using Fudge as a minor antagonist, by enticing him with benefits to make irrational decisions, thereby rallying the ordinary populace of the wizarding world to her side. The plan seemed easy, but its implementation was extremely difficult and carried many risks. Not a single step could go wrong. But Harley had returned to being a demigod, and she also controlled a demigod-level spectator pathway sealed artifact, with Hedwig constantly growing stronger by her side. So she was very confident. After making her plans, the next day, Harley used the curse power she had left behind to manipulate Peter Pettigrew into escaping from prison. Of course, the escape itself was not that difficult. With the Ministry of Magic's practices, Harley could have him escape 10 times in 10 periods. The crux of the problem was how to control Peter Pettigrew to escape without any gaps in his memory. Based on some of Lord Voldemort's past that Professor Dumbledore had revealed to her at the end of last semester, plus Senior Riddle's memory modification of Lockhart in her second year. Harley knew that Lord Voldemort was a master of memory manipulation. If she used the power that had permeated Peter Pettigrew to manipulate him into escaping, or used the curse to modify his memory to a limited extent, Lord Voldemort would definitely spot the problem. Witches are not masters of memory manipulation, spectators are. And among the glasses in Harley's hand, the only related ability was psychological suggestion. Harley could only choose to settle for the next best thing, transmitting the power of the sealed artifact little by little through the curse she had left in Peter Pettigrew, constantly issuing corresponding suggestions. After completing this delicate work, even a demigod-level Harley felt exhausted. She threw the glasses onto the bedside table and lazily lay on the bed, her body completely relaxing. Hedwig. Harley's voice was slightly raised. Come here, be my pillow for a while. Hedwig, who was reading today's freshly delivered The Daily Prophet on the table, reluctantly looked up and mumbled something. Then she flapped her wings and flew over, diving between the 2 mountains. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being petted, she had to be good to herself, at least choosing a more comfortable landing spot. Harley casually hugged her, stroking the soft feathers of the little snowy owl, enjoying the pleasure of her fingers sinking into them, enveloped by the feathers, a look of intoxication on her face. Are you done, Sister Harley? Hedwig rubbed her head against Harley's neck. I still have to read the newspaper. Somehow, Harley inexplicably thought of those animal trainers. The spectator pathway owls they raised also seemed to particularly enjoy reading newspapers. Good heavens, Harley felt she had discovered some useless knowledge. Go on, hurry and read your newspaper. Harley finally reluctantly moved her hand away. Any interesting news? Yes, Hedwig flapped her wings and landed in front of the newspaper, skillfully flipping a page with her claw, while responding. Rita said in the newspaper that Professor Dumbledore seems to have gone to Beauxbatons, and several other magic school principals went with him. But Rita didn't speak ill of Professor Dumbledore. She seems to have been thoroughly scared by your warning. Of course, she's a smart person after all. Harley rolled over and waved, and even a fool knows to cherish their own life. A spider silk wrapped around a dueling notebook Professor Flitwick had given her flew over, and the notebook landed steadily in Harley's hand. Harley began to read the notebook with great interest. So annoying, I still have to stay here for at least another week. Harley turned a page in the notebook, while dedicating a small part of her mind to chatting with Hedwig. Professor insists that I still have a charms from my mother, and this charms needs to be replenished with the power of love, and it will last until I'm 17. Please, I'm already an 18-year-old beautiful girl. This charms is probably useless by now. Hedwig didn't answer Harley's words, as she couldn't, after all, go against her conscience to flatter a beautiful girl who was 18 years and several thousand months old. Seeing Hedwig didn't respond, Harley didn't care. Forget it, I'll just leave a clone here and quietly go to Diagon Alley. Contrary to Harley's expectations, the boring life ended very quickly. The headline of that day's The Daily Prophet Evening Edition published a brand new piece of news. Peter Pettigrew successfully escapes, flees Azkaban. The article used extremely sharp words to criticize the Ministry of Magic's inaction. Moreover, the author seemed to have anticipated that the Ministry of Magic would want to blame Dumbledore, and preemptively pointed out that the Ministry of Magic's own defenses had no loopholes. After the author's interview with an unnamed Ministry of Magic official, we can learn a very astonishing piece of news. In fact, that vicious and cunning Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew, completely escaped Azkaban by exploiting the Ministry of Magic's own carelessness. The Ministry of Magic only used 2 magically enchanted chains and believed that Peter Pettigrew could not become an animagus. As a result, Peter Pettigrew easily escaped from his cell, stunned in horror, and stole his wand. Finally, he used a portkey provided by the Ministry of Magic to Aurors for emergencies to escape Azkaban. The author believes that this is entirely a malicious incident caused by the Ministry of Magic's laziness. And we have reason to suspect that the innocent Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban a year ago was also due to the Ministry of Magic's negligence. And after Sirius Black's escape, the Ministry of Magic did not strive for improvement, did not change its attitude, but merely buried its head in the sand by hiring masters to repair the so-called defensive magic loopholes. Looking at the article's sharp words, Harley glanced at the byline. Rita Skeeter, as expected. Only she, with her beetle animagus form, could obtain so much secret information. Sister Harley, this Rita's grasp of psychology is so strong. Hedwig, perched on Harley's shoulder, exclaimed in admiration. Her understanding of human nature is truly accurate. She easily stirred up anxiety and panic among ordinary wizards. I didn't feel this way when I read those ordinary articles, but now that I see her writing such articles satirizing the Ministry of Magic, I've noticed it. Of course, after all, she's a journalist who makes a living from this, it's quite normal. Harley said blandly, flipping the newspaper to the next page. All right, the Ministry of Magic will launch a new round of Nocturne Alley cleanup operations, and representatives from several pure blood families have spoken, pledging full cooperation with the Ministry of Magic's actions. Very good. She had originally planned to use her trip to Diagon Alley to take the opportunity to check out Nocturne Alley for good things. It seems her plan would have to be postponed again, and this time it was an event she personally created that postponed it. Harley didn't want to read any further and gave the newspaper to Hedwig. Harley herself rolled over, kicked her little foot hard, and sent her shoes flying off. The moment the shoes landed, the floor was covered in ice, emitting chilling cold air. Hedwig was startled and flapped her wings, flying to the windowsill. Then she remembered that, having drunk the potion, she no longer feared such ordinary cold. So Hedwig landed back on the ice, her claws moving gently on the ice, enjoying the cool sensation. I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me, wake me up in 2 hours. Harley said, with a slight flick of her hand. Strong but non-sticky spider silk formed an eye mask, blocking out the light for Harley. Hedwig let out a soft chirp and then immersed herself in the strange tales of the newspaper again. 2 hours later, Harley was nudged awake by Hedwig's head. The eye mask automatically dissipated, and Harley threw off the covers and sat up. The ice in the room automatically dispersed into magic, and the window was also opened. It was almost 6 o'clock, and a warm evening breeze blew in from outside the window, dispelling the lingering cold in the room. Harley stretched, looking at the golden-red clouds filling the sky outside the window, and suddenly felt that such a life seemed very beautiful. The Dursleys' house felt this was the most comfortable summer vacation they had ever had. Harley only came down for one meal at noon each day, other than that, she never appeared outside her room. This undoubtedly relieved them, as they didn't have to see an evil witch wandering around in front of them. Every time he saw Harley lying in the living room reading those moving magic books, or creating ice or fire, Uncle Vernon's face would turn purple. And Aunt Petunia, despite being very envious, would try her best to hide in the kitchen to work, unwilling to come out. Not having to witness this scene this year was truly wonderful for them. If Dudley didn't need to lose weight because he was too fat, they would have considered this life perfect. But their good mood only lasted until Monday morning of the second week. That morning, Professor Dumbledore knocked on the door again. When Uncle Vernon opened the door, his first reaction was that this old man definitely had some problems. Was he too idle? Always running to his house. Think about it, Hogwarts was the only magic school in Britain. So what was its principal equivalent to? Uncle Vernon couldn't come up with a corresponding Muggle position, but his status in the wizarding world was definitely higher than the principal of Cambridge's status in Britain. Of course, in Uncle Vernon's heart, any newly appointed professor at Cambridge would have a social status that far surpassed Dumbledore's. But this didn't prevent Dumbledore from being a high-status lunatic and a big fool in the wizarding world. What evil intentions did such a fellow have, constantly running to his house to visit an underage little wizards? Uncle Vernon thought of what he considered the most reasonable reason with horror. This old man had taken a liking to Dudley. Dudley's muscles were so strong, his physique powerful, he must perfectly fit the preferences of wizards in fairy tales. This evil old wizard definitely wanted to secretly take Dudley away for evil magic experiments. So Dumbledore watched in astonishment as he said he was looking for Harley, while Uncle Vernon shouted, "I won't hand over my lovely son to you," and took a double-barreled shotgun from the wall. A moment later, although he didn't know what had happened, Dumbledore still chose to wave his hand. The barrels of the shotgun instantly twisted, pointing towards the ceiling. Uncle Vernon shivered violently, but bravely turned the gun around, gripped the barrel, and transformed the gun into a large baseball bat. "Mr. Dursley, I don't know what you're thinking, what you believe I'm here for," Professor Dumbledore said calmly, "but I don't think waving a shotgun at an old man like me is good behavior." Chapter 249. Gaunt's House. Read the author's words, explanation of some readers' criticism of the previous chapter. At this moment, Uncle Vernon had completely transformed into a man enraged. Who cares if this is a good behavior? Tell me, you, the principal of a magic school, come to our house almost every holiday. What on earth are you scheming? Are you trying to use our boy for magic experiments? Ha, I knew it, the evil wizard has finally shown his true colors. A flicker of obvious bewilderment crossed Professor Dumbledore's face, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The two stared at each other. Uncle Vernon, despite his trembling legs, still clung tightly to the gun barrel, wishing he could somehow dislodge it and knock Professor Dumbledore out the door. After a while, Professor Dumbledore finally reacted, clearing his throat twice. "Mr. Dursley, you might have some misunderstanding." After a long period of friendly communication, Uncle Vernon, with his repaired shotgun, ducked into the kitchen, dragging Dudley, who was greedily sneaking bites of his grapefruit. However, Dudley's physique was like a small mountain, and Uncle Vernon failed to pull him on his first attempt. Dudley looked up at his father in annoyance, only to see his father's furious face, his purplish complexion not yet fully recovered, and a double-barreled shotgun still in his hand. He instantly shivered in fear and quickly followed, not forgetting to stuff the unfinished grapefruit into his pocket before leaving. "Harley," Uncle Vernon yelled in an unfriendly voice before entering the kitchen, "your principal is here." After a moment, the upstairs door opened. Harley quickly stuffed the black robe and veil she wore when going to Diagon Alley into her pocket, then jogged down the stairs. Although she had received a letter from Professor Dumbledore 3 days ago, saying he would take her to find a Horcrux. But Harley had thought Professor Dumbledore would come at 9 in the morning, as usual. However, Professor Dumbledore arrived a bit earlier today, at 8 o'clock. During this time, Harley often went to Diagon Alley to purchase materials or browse second-hand bookstores, only returning home for her afternoon nap. So she was also accustomed to having her breakfast and dinner at shops in Diagon Alley. This morning, Harley was eating a sandwich when she felt the magic mirror she had left at home give a warning. Only then did she realize that Professor Dumbledore had arrived, and she rushed back in a hurry. "Good morning, Professor." Harley walked into the living room, saw Professor Dumbledore sitting alone on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, and raised her hand to greet him. "Good morning, Harley." Professor Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Nice weather today, isn't it?" "Yes, the weather is indeed nice." Harley replied, "Professor, you're here very early today. After all, we're about to undertake something big. I was too excited to sleep." Professor Dumbledore waved his hand, and 2 glass cups and a small kettle appeared before him. He poured himself a cup of yellow honey water and raised it to Harley. "Would you like a cup? It's just water and honey, much better than butterbeer and pumpkin juice." "Of course, I prefer mead with extra honey. But before an operation, it's probably not suitable to drink alcohol." Harley glanced at the liquid. It was so viscous, the ratio of water to honey probably reached 1 to 1. She immediately shook her head. No, Professor, I've already had breakfast. That's a pity then, you won't get to enjoy such a delicacy. Professor Dumbledore took a large, enjoyable sip of honey water, his face filled with an expression of intoxication. You must be ready, aren't you? As the letter said, I've discovered a location where Lord Voldemort hid a Horcrux. So I want to take you with me for some on-site teaching. Thank you for your care, Professor. Harley curtsied slightly. I am ready and can depart at any time. In that case, we won't waste any more time. Professor Dumbledore stood up from the sofa, the unfinished honey water in his hand and the kettle on the table vanishing into thin air. He looked at the clock on the wall. Shall we leave now? Okay, Professor. Harley nodded. The sun was high in the sky, shining down on the earth below. A country road was lined with tall, tangled hedgerows, and above them was the clear, azure sky of summer. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing specks of light on the ground, swaying with the rhythm of the breeze. Two figures suddenly appeared on this path. Harley slightly composed herself from the nauseating sensation and asked Professor Dumbledore. Professor, can you teach me apparition? Sighed along. Apparition is really too uncomfortable. But you are not old enough. Professor Dumbledore spread his hands. The Ministry of Magic has enacted laws that only wizards approaching 17 years of age are eligible to learn apparition, and only after turning 17 can they obtain the relevant license, allowing them to take legal responsibility for their actions. Just like another big thing I did this summer, some parts of it were not entirely satisfactory. This is also because only adults can fully bear legal responsibility. We all know there are geniuses in this world, but underage geniuses cannot bear legal responsibility, can they? Harley didn't respond directly, she just planned to go find Sirius to learn. Sirius was always lawless and certainly wouldn't mind teaching her apparition. Harley casually changed the subject. So, Professor, at least you can tell me what big event involving underage wizards you did this summer. Oh, I can't tell you that, we need to maintain a bit of mystery. Professor Dumbledore shook his head, a smile on his face. Harley pouted, but she hadn't expected to get an answer anyway. She looked at the wooden signpost in front of her, which had 2 arrows. Great Hangleton, 5 miles. Little Hangleton, 1 mile. The location of the Gaunt family home. Harley immediately matched this with the memory of the Ministry of Magic employee named Ogden here. Professor, did you connect Lord Voldemort's original name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, to Gaunt, searched for relevant memories, and found traces of magic here? Professor Dumbledore nodded. Very keen intuition, Harley. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Harley clasped her hands behind her back, falling slightly behind Professor Dumbledore. The two chatted as they walked along the road and soon arrived at a valley. A village nestled between 2 steep valleys, with a towering church and a large cemetery clearly visible. On the hillside across the valley, there was a large but somewhat dilapidated mansion, surrounded by vast green lawns. Little Hangleton, where Tom's poor father lived, Professor Dumbledore said softly. Professor, I'm really curious. Harley said mischievously, weighing the feasibility of her plan in her mind. What would the Death Eaters react if they were told that Lord Voldemort's father was a Muggle? Probably not much use. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. You can never wake a group of people pretending to be asleep. Pure-blood families don't actually care whether Tom is truly the Slytherin pure-blood descendant he claims to be, they only care about what Tom can give them. As a result, they didn't realize that Tom's words possessed such powerful seductive power, attracting many pure-blood little wizards and successfully brainwashing them. This is also why the pure-blood families are firmly tied to Tom's faction. Because the older generation is bound by interests, and the younger generation is willing to follow from the bottom of their hearts. Harley couldn't help but let out a sigh. The two continued to chat about various topics, and led by Professor Dumbledore, instead of heading towards Little Hangleton, they turned right onto a narrower path. The quality of this road was poor, the path was winding, bumpy, full of loose stones, and led into a small, dark patch of woods. Professor Dumbledore gently waved his wand, but the outer trees remained motionless. Interesting, Professor Dumbledore said softly, it seems Tom put some thought into this place. Harley, I think we should be more vigilant. After all, Tom's strength is not bad, he has advanced certain magic to unprecedented heights. Both of them drew their wands, and Harley's ponytail, which had been tied with spider silk, automatically fell loose, black flames flowing over it. The two walked slowly along the edge of the forest. There was a house to the side. This house was identical to the one in Ogden's memory, its walls were covered in moss, and many roof tiles had fallen off. The window sills were filthy, and the windows were blurry. However, the dense nettles around the house had disappeared, revealing bare ground. On the wooden door of the house, there was a doorknob of unknown material, a doorknob made from a dead snake. Professor Dumbledore stopped, scrutinizing the snake nailed to the door, not pushing it open rashly. Harley also stopped, observing the cottage, feeling the malice and cursed aura emanating from it. A very strong curse, Harley murmured. No wonder, Professor, you believe Lord Voldemort has advanced certain magic to unprecedented heights. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore nodded. Tom has always been very fond of dark arts, and curses are one of his favorites. The lethality of these curses is probably no weaker than the Avada Kedavra curse. Harley drew her wand and pointed it at the door, green light gathering in her eyes. A moment later, Harley lowered her wand and said softly, Professor, I think Lord Voldemort also needs to check on his Horcrux occasionally. Just like that cave, he set up defenses to guard the Horcrux, but still left a small boat for himself to come and check on it. So there should be a mechanism to open the door here, for example. Parseltongue. A very reasonable analysis, Harley. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Tom is very fond of possessing commemorative items and placing locks on them that only he can open. He has always believed himself to be the last heir of Slytherin, and that only Slytherin bloodline can inherit Parseltongue. So this is indeed the closest to the correct answer. Harley looked at the doorknob and said softly in a hissing, Parseltongue, open. The dead snake nailed to the door suddenly came to life, its curse fluctuations retracting, transforming into abundant magic. It abruptly stretched out, pulling open the door of the cottage. Professor Dumbledore, wand in hand, first tapped the ground where he stood, leaving some magic as a fallback, and then cautiously stepped inside. Harley followed closely, a path of ice spreading across the ground, forming two ice pillars that jammed the door shut. The room was pitch black, and the darkness was very thick, just like the cave. Professor Dumbledore quickly cast a Lumos charm, but the light could not penetrate the darkness. However, with the limited light, they were still able to make out the surroundings. The layout here was very similar to the one in Ogden's memory, with only a few objects having moved positions. From the outside, the cottage appeared very dirty, but inside it was spotless, as if its owner had just left. Tom prides himself on his Slytherin bloodline, and this is the last residence of a legitimate Slytherin heir. Professor Dumbledore said softly, as if explaining to Harley, and also as if sighing. With his personality, he would indeed protect this place, protect the former residence of a Slytherin heir. Let's search here, Harley, but be very careful not to touch anything. The two began to split up, and the small living room was quickly searched. But there was nothing here, not even items with curses attached. Harley quickly finished her search and turned to look at Professor Dumbledore, only to find the old man squatting with interest in front of a door. Harley recalled that the door seemed to lead to Old Gaunt's bedroom. I think I've found it. Professor Dumbledore said softly, this door has a trace left by Tom. Professor Dumbledore looked at the door, then beckoned, Harley, you'll have to work hard again. It seems Tom imitated the structure of the Chamber of Secrets, putting two doors here. What a nasty taste. Harley walked over and felt carefully, only then realizing the malice hidden deep within the door. Lord Voldemort's grasp of wizard psychology was also very strong. The door at the entrance was filled with a relatively obvious curse, which even a magic master could feel. But that was only the overt defense. If someone broke the curse outside and then didn't feel any curses inside, there was a high probability they would relax their guard. If no special items were found in the living room and the open kitchen, the unknown visitor would instinctively push open the only closed door. And at this point, the curse hidden deep within the door would activate, delivering a fatal blow to the intruder. What a genius child, it would be even better if he hadn't gone down this crooked path. Professor Dumbledore shook his head, sighing again. Thanks to Jue Yanhu for the reward. P.S. The author's notes have a word limit, so please start reading from here. In the chapter written yesterday, some friends criticized that Harley's action of guiding Peter Pettigrew to resurrect Lord Voldemort would lead to the death of innocent wizards in the wizarding world, making her no different from Lord Voldemort. Here, the author wants to make a clarification. First of all, the author certainly would not write such a story that goes against normal human values. From earlier, it can be seen that the author tried to write about a positively portrayed witch, so even the rituals used for advancing to Demoness of Despair involved enemies, such as the rampaging pirates, and not like the Demoness sect's Demoness of Despair, which caused disasters like the Backland Great Smog. Moreover, in the protagonist's eyes, the future members of the wizarding world are her anchors, so she will try her best to avoid the death of such innocents. Therefore, the situations raised by some readers, such as ordinary wizards dying because of Harley, are situations the author has ways to circumvent. Below, I will talk about the author's conception, which is not a spoiler. The original work has already mentioned the means of resurrection, which include the flesh of a servant and the blood of an enemy. First, the blood of an enemy, Harley's will certainly not be used here. But Harley can manipulate Peter Pettigrew to fake it and add some special ingredients to the blood. As for the flesh of a servant, Peter Pettigrew will still be chosen, and there is a lot of room for manipulation here too. Coupled with Lord Voldemort's fragile and problematic soul, it is also convenient to plant suggestions, hinting for him to lie low or develop plans in other directions, so he won't cause mass killings only to be wiped out by Harley. Some readers might ask, why didn't I say this yesterday? This is because Harley temporarily doesn't know what method Lord Voldemort will use to resurrect, so writing this part would cause problems. I can only state it now in the author's notes. Chapter 250, Crazy Strong Man, Weak Old Man. Once Harley opened the door again with Parseltongue, the two cautiously stepped inside. This was no longer the small room, but a vast hall transformed by the undetectable extension charm. 7 towering stone pillars formed a circle, with the door to the outside world placed where the 8th pillar should have been. Numerous torches hung from the ceiling, initially motionless. But the moment the two stepped into the hall, the torches suddenly pulsed with magic, and eerie green flames ignited one after another. In the center of the circular hall was a high, round altar, crafted entirely from gold and adorned with emeralds, with a series of steps on the side directly facing the door. The emeralds, like those on the Slytherin locket, were fashioned into snake-shaped S. Harley couldn't help but wonder how much wealth Lord Voldemort had plundered from Death Eaters and Muggles to create such a lavish altar. At the very center of the altar, a crystal pillar stood erect. The middle of the crystal pillar emitted a brilliant green glow, and at its very top, a transparent crystal box was placed. Through the box, a gold ring inlaid with a black gem could be clearly seen. On that black gem, the Peverell family crest was exceptionally clear, seemingly repolished by magic. How extravagant, Harley mused softly. Lord Voldemort's Horcrux here is treated completely differently from the Slytherin locket. However, she received no response from Professor Dumbledore. At the same time, she suddenly noticed that Professor Dumbledore's breathing in front of her had become very pronounced and increasingly rapid. Harley cautiously took a step to the side, tilting her head to look at Professor Dumbledore. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore was staring intently at the black gem ring atop the altar, his usual calm smile gone from his face. In its place was an indescribable fanaticism and joy. He was laughing uninhibitedly, his face filled with the smile of someone about to achieve a life's goal. But he was also crying, tears streamed from Professor Dumbledore's eyes, dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. The Resurrection Stone, it's really the Resurrection Stone. Professor Dumbledore seemed unable to control himself, reaching out his hand, grasping at something in the void. Wait for me, Ariana, wait for me, I can revive you soon. Professor Dumbledore rushed forward with an agility that belied his age, not even checking for dangers ahead. Harley's expression instantly changed, her long hair and spider silk simultaneously extended, trying to pull the old man back, or at least stop him. At the same time, she shouted, "Professor, come back. There must be danger ahead." But Professor Dumbledore paid no heed, still striding swiftly. When the spider silken hair approached him, Professor Dumbledore directly drew his wand. Golden flames instantly erupted from his wand, encircling Professor Dumbledore. The spider silk was instantly incinerated to dust, and the hair dared not approach further. But this 1-second delay was enough. Harley, with an assassin's agility, appeared in front of Professor Dumbledore in an instant. "Move aside, Harley." Professor Dumbledore's voice was incredibly urgent, "Don't stop me." "Professor, we haven't studied that altar yet." Harley shook her head, refuting loudly. "There might be unknown risks on it. You can't approach it directly, you can't take such a risk. Besides, that's Lord Voldemort's Horcrux, Professor. I don't know the true nature of the Resurrection Stone you speak of, or if its effect is truly as its name suggests, and you can use it to revive someone. But Professor, please don't forget, we are here to find and destroy Horcruxes. That Resurrection Stone has likely been defiled by Lord Voldemort's soul and lost its efficacy." As she spoke, the black flames on Harley's hair began to flicker, seemingly ready to attack the Horcrux at any moment. But Professor Dumbledore was unmoved by Harley's warning, his gaze even sharpening slightly. "Impossible, there must still be a chance, there must. And I can use it first, it's not too late to destroy it after I've used it." "Professor." Harley's voice rose, "Lord Voldemort wouldn't possibly leave a Horcrux unguarded. Think of Sirius's brother Regulus. Think of your life, and your duty as Hogwarts principal. Harley, you don't understand, you're still young, you couldn't possibly understand." Professor Dumbledore's voice suddenly became less firm, even somewhat weak. To me, life is not important, and death is not terrifying. I will not fear Tom's curse. Whatever the cost, to me, it is well deserved, it is me atoning for the sins I have committed. And even if something happens to me, you can destroy the Horcrux for me. One of the Horcrux's banes is basilisk venom. Minerva has been deputy principal for a long time, she has enough experience to manage Hogwarts well. As for my death, that too is as it should be. I die a worthy death. Now please move aside, I have waited for this day for a very long time. Professor Dumbledore spoke very quickly, and his reasoning and logic remained clear. His slender wand was held in his hand, powerful magic brewing within it. It seems I must knock some sense into you, Professor Dumbledore. Harley suddenly smiled. Professor, you probably can't imagine how strong I am now. Child, I know you are very strong. Professor Dumbledore's voice suddenly became calm. I can detect every time you sneak into the restricted section. Phineas also told me that you spent the Easter holiday in the House of Black's library, reading and learning many powerful spells. But I want to tell you, the gap in strength between you and me cannot be closed overnight, it requires years of accumulation. Before he finished speaking, the golden red flames surrounding Professor Dumbledore suddenly erupted, forming a phoenix behind him. Last warning, Harley, move aside. Professor Dumbledore's eyes became firm again, his voice devoid of emotion. If you don't move, then I'll just have to stun you and then retrieve the ring. Then let's try it. Harley was smiling, but she was incredibly annoyed. Who was this Ariana the old man wanted to revive? His old lover. Otherwise, why would he be so obsessed, even losing his mind? Black flames and ice spears condensed and swirled behind Harley. At the same time, the ground rapidly froze, the ice pristine white, reflecting the light like a mirror. Professor Dumbledore did not respond, simply tapped his wand lightly. The phoenix instantly spat out a large ball of flames, which condensed into ropes in midair, attempting to bind Harley. At the same time, the fiery phoenix itself soared into the air, swooping towards the altar, trying to retrieve the ring from a distance. However, Harley took half a step forward, then merged into the mirror, disappearing. Simultaneously, a large amount of invisible spider silk spread through the air, rolling directly towards Professor Dumbledore. The black flames and ice spears that had been hovering behind Harley then shot towards the phoenix in midair, aiming to scatter it. Professor Dumbledore continued to walk forward without stopping, his wand tip emitting new golden red flames, keeping the spider silk at bay. But his casually conjured fiery phoenix was also frozen by the ice spears, then blasted into a shower of fireworks in midair by the black flames. A flash of light passed over the mirror, and Harley's figure emerged from a spot where a spark landed on the icy surface, black flames flowing around her. Professor Dumbledore pursed his lips, still silent, his wand continuing to move up and down. The hall was instantly filled with howling winds, and golden flames surged again. The two intertwined, the weather charm and Professor Dumbledore's unique flame magic perfectly combined, forming a fire tornado. However, the temperature of the flames themselves was not very high. Clearly, Professor Dumbledore had deliberately reduced their power. The fire tornado roared, moving rapidly towards Harley. Harley had no time to react before the fire tornado engulfed her, trapping her in its center like a prison. I'm very sorry, Harley, Professor Dumbledore said softly, I truly am sorry. Professor, you don't need to apologize, instead, I should be saying sorry. Harley's voice suddenly sounded from behind Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by a sharp scream. A ghostly blue halo instantly appeared from behind Professor Dumbledore, turning the old man into an ice sculpture. Of course, after returning to being a demigod, Harley's control over the ice world had significantly improved again. So she merely formed a layer of ice on Professor Dumbledore's exterior, the cold air would not invade the old man's body at all. The Harley that had been swallowed by the fire tornado earlier was merely an image Harley created using mirror illusion. Harley herself, using mirror travel, hid in the mirror space within the ice surface, and quickly arrived behind Professor Dumbledore, activating the ice world. Endless spider silk instantly wrapped the ice sculpture, black flames also spreading over it, causing the ice sculpture to completely melt within a minute. Professor Dumbledore was then wrapped into a giant cocoon, with only his head exposed. Professor, I'm very sorry, I cannot let you take this risk, Harley bowed slightly. Well done, Harley, Professor Dumbledore said with a hint of praise in his voice, you almost defeated me. I think no Auror in the Ministry of Magic could surpass you. Almost. Harley subconsciously questioned. Yes, almost, Professor Dumbledore said softly, why do you think people fear Lord Voldemort? They don't know that Lord Voldemort has Horcruxes and is immortal until they are destroyed. So, by common sense, Lord Voldemort is also a man, couldn't a large number of Aurors use the killing curse on him and still cause his death? So, Professor, why? Harley followed the old man's words with a question. Because whether it's me, or him, or some powerful wizard who once dominated Europe, our understanding in a certain field or several fields has almost reached the level of rules. Professor Dumbledore's voice became increasingly benevolent. For example, I have made achievements in the fields of life and transfiguration, while Lord Voldemort has his unique understanding in the field of death. Harley, let me give you a lesson today. Let me teach you why we are the top-tier wizards. As he spoke, golden red flames erupted from Professor Dumbledore with a roar, engulfing his figure. Within the flames, a golden red phoenix appeared, but Harley clearly realized that this was not Fawkes. This was Professor Dumbledore. Harley suddenly recalled that Halloween night, Professor Dumbledore's inquiry about her mythical creature form Patronus. He had solemnly warned her then that if she wanted to learn Animagus, she must be cautious. And Harley also remembered that Professor Dumbledore's Patronus was a phoenix. Child, move aside, please do not hinder me, Professor Dumbledore spoke, his voice still the same as when he was in human form. However, perhaps due to the phoenix's influence, Professor Dumbledore's voice carried a strange magnetism. Harley, however, did not retreat, still standing calmly in place. She carefully observed the phoenix before her. It was somewhat different from the mythical creature form obtained at Sequence 4 in the Sequence pathway. Ordinary people who directly face the mythical creature form of a Sequence pathway Beander will suffer severe mental pollution and damage. Of course, if one is lucky enough to endure it, they can also gain a certain amount of knowledge. Many cultists of evil gods, through prayer, accidentally communicated with evil gods, directly faced them, and without going mad themselves, ultimately gained power. But thinking about it, it made sense. Wizards themselves were products formed by an extremely stable combination of the Beander characteristics of more than a dozen Sequence pathways. Their upper limit was only the demigod level, so it was normal for the mythical creature form to be a bit weaker. Is this your trump card, Professor Dumbledore? Harley said softly, pulling out a pair of glasses from her pocket and gently putting them on. The numerous psychological suggestions Harley had planted in her mind took effect. Green light also flowed around her, and dense mysterious patterns and deep, eerie colors emerged. Harley's figure also vanished into thin air, replaced by a snake-tailed woman. Harley's black hair also turned into dark green snake hair, with a large amount of spider silk coiling around her body. Harley revealed her mythical creature form, the legendary Medusa. I'm very sorry, Professor. Harley's voice was clear and pleasant. Perhaps you still won't be able to pass this test. Chapter 251 Phoenix vs. Medusa, an old man's sad past. Although not many obvious changes in expression could be seen on the phoenix's face, Harley could still feel that Professor Dumbledore was a little surprised. Harley, I never expected you to grow to this extent, Professor Dumbledore said softly, his voice filled with emotion. Then, be careful. Golden red, low-temperature flames surged like a flood, sweeping towards Medusa. A smile played on Medusa's lips, and her tightly shut eyes instantly opened. Her eyes seemed to twinkle with stars, yet also gathered terrifying and evil magic. The shapeless golden red flames in midair instantly solidified and turned into hard stone. Then Harley clapped her hands sharply and let out an invisible, piercing scream, tilting her head back. The snake heads at the ends of her snake-like hair also lifted, opening their mouths wide towards the sky, and together emitted an invisible, piercing scream. A pale blue halo, much stronger than before, emerged from Medusa's body and rapidly spread. In an instant, the hall was covered in a world of ice and snow. The ground, walls, and pillars were covered with a thick layer of solid ice, and crystal clear, dreamlike snowflakes drifted in the sky. In many places on the floor, black and green lights flickered, seemingly resisting the ice and snow. But Harley's hands glowed with magic, and multiple, law of all things, were enacted under the blessing of demigod divinity, enhancing Harley's extraordinary abilities while weakening other magic around her. With the assistance of the law of all things, the frozen world sealed or destroyed these curses one by one. Harley didn't want to waste her strength, but the phoenix that Professor Dumbledore transformed into was small and floated in midair. However, the Medusa she had transformed into was very large, and it was possible to accidentally trigger a curse. For her own safety, Harley chose to fully expand the frozen world. On the circular altar, the transparent box on top of the stone pillar was instantly torn apart by several snowflakes, releasing evil magic to resist the snowflakes' destruction. But the snowflakes still covered the black gemstone ring unimpeded, and the black gemstone ring was quickly frozen. However, the soul contained within this Horcrux seemed to awaken, with wisps of black gas overflowing, and the outer layer of ice and snow turned a dead black. But it was ultimately a rootless source, and under the mighty power of a demigod, it was forced into silence. Neither Harley nor Professor Dumbledore paid attention to this scene, the two were still in a stalemate. Professor Dumbledore continuously radiated flames, but the temperature was not high, clearly to prevent any mishaps that might harm his student. And Harley also controlled the intensity of the frozen world, ensuring it would at most restrain Professor Dumbledore's movements and not truly harm the professor. Suddenly, flames erupted again, and at the same time, the phoenix vanished from midair. The white-haired old man reappeared, slowly descending back to his original spot. Seeing this, Harley also hastily retracted her mythical creature form. After transforming back into her witch form and landing, Harley adjusted her glasses with one hand, applying various self-suggestions to regulate her mental state, to prevent any signs of losing control. After adjusting her state, Harley was about to look up at Professor Dumbledore when she suddenly felt something was off. Only then did she remember that she hadn't taken off her glasses yet. Harley quickly pulled out the box, carefully took off her glasses, and put them away in the box. Then, Harley looked at Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore was slumped on the ground, his face full of exhaustion. His wand lay scattered beside him, and his clothes were soaked with melted ice water. "Professor, have you calmed down?" Harley asked softly, looking at Professor Dumbledore. Their battle could be described as very sudden. Professor Dumbledore suddenly lost his mind for some unknown reason, not even caring for his own life. And the end of this battle was also very inexplicable. It felt as if the old man had simply had enough, calmed down, and thus stopped fighting. Professor Dumbledore gave a wry smile and gently waved his wand. His soaked robes quickly dried and became neat again. "I'm sorry, Harley." Professor Dumbledore's expression was full of self-reproach. "I just lost my head. I'm very sorry, I made a mistake again. That ring's temptation was simply too great for me." All of a sudden, Professor Dumbledore's wrinkled face looked even older. "So Professor, why did you act that way earlier?" Harley asked curiously, her hand still resting on her wand. "What is the Resurrection Stone? Is it that black gemstone on Lord Voldemort's Horcrux ring? And who is Ariana? Your former lover? Or your beloved? Or your best friend? We can discuss that question later." Professor Dumbledore shook his head. "Right now, we should first get the Horcrux and then leave this unsafe place." "No, Professor, you must explain clearly," Harley said firmly. "Otherwise, I cannot confirm whether you have fully returned to normal." Professor Dumbledore gave another wry smile, still slumped weakly on the ground. "All right, then I'll tell the story. It might take a while, as it's a long one. First, let's talk about the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone is one of the legendary items known as the Deathly Hallows." As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore extended his wand and gently waved it in midair. A symbol appeared, a triangle with a circle embedded inside it, and a vertical line in the middle. The Elder Wand, Professor Dumbledore pointed to the vertical line. The Resurrection Stone, the circle within the triangle glowed. The Invisibility Cloak, the outermost triangular symbol changed color. "These three items combined are called the Deathly Hallows," Professor Dumbledore said with a slightly odd voice. "Legend says they are magical items created by death." Next, Professor Dumbledore quickly summarized the story from the 5th chapter of a book called The Tales of Beetle the Bard, The Tale of the Three Brothers. The more Harley listened, the stranger her expression became. According to Professor Dumbledore, the true origin of the Deathly Hallows was actually a fairy tale. Legend says the Peverell brothers crossed a river, thus earning death's superficial praise and receiving the Deathly Hallows. Is he serious? Professor Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Harley's expression. After summarizing the story, he concluded. The Elder Wand can make its wielder invincible. The Resurrection Stone allows its holder to revive the dead. The Invisibility Cloak, Professor Dumbledore paused, thought carefully, and then continued. This Invisibility Cloak is different from ordinary invisibility cloaks found in the market. Ordinary invisibility cloaks are merely strong disillusionment charms, or made from demiguise hair. Such invisibility cloaks become ineffective after a few years of use, but the invisibility cloak among the Deathly Hallows does not. It has been passed down from generation to generation, yet it has never lost its effectiveness. These powerful magical effects make one wonder if they truly are, as the legends say, made by Death himself. And if, after acquiring the Deathly Hallows, one can truly become the master of death, as the legend claims. Harley nodded, still with a skeptical expression. So Professor Dumbledore, is there any evidence that the Deathly Hallows truly exist? Professor Dumbledore fell silent. After a long hesitation, he shook the wand in his hand. The wand in my hand is the evidence, this is the legendary Elder Wand. After its first owner, Antioch Peverell, was murdered, the Elder Wand's trace has continuously appeared in various corners of history. Emmerich the Evil, Egbert the Egregious, Godalot, the author of the Evil Dark Arts book, Magic Most Evil, the famous wandmaker Grigorovich. Many villains with notorious reputations in history of magic or great wizards of immense fame have held this Elder Wand, but they lost it for various reasons. And now, the holder of the Elder Wand is I! Exclamation mark. Harley's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected Professor Dumbledore to possess such a powerful magical item. And she truly hadn't felt anything special about the so-called Elder Wand in Professor Dumbledore's hand. Isn't that shocking? Professor Dumbledore smiled. Please forgive this old man, I cannot tell you how I acquired this wand. However, as the holder of this wand, I can assure you that this Elder Wand is indeed as miraculous as the legend says. It possesses very powerful magic. The me with the Elder Wand and the me without the Elder Wand are practically two different people. If it weren't for that enemy back then. Alas, in short, there were many other factors involved in my acquisition of this wand. Professor Dumbledore seemed unwilling to elaborate, hastily changing the subject. Actually, the Potter family also possesses one of the Deathly Hallows. Do you remember? I gave you an invisibility cloak during Christmas of your first year. That was your father's relic, and also an heirloom of your Potter family. It is the legendary invisibility cloak. Ignotus Peverell had no grandsons, only one granddaughter, Iolanthe Peverell. And she, as the sole heir of Ignotus's line of the Peverell family, married into the Potter family, and the invisibility cloak became a treasure passed down through generations of the Potter family. When your parents were hiding from Tom's pursuit, they happened to lend this invisibility cloak to me for research, so it wasn't returned to you until your first year. Harley's shock became even more undeniable. So she also possessed a Deathly Hallows. That invisibility cloak, which she had locked at the bottom of her trunk for 2.5 years, actually had such an origin. 1 year in third year, 1 year in second year, half a year in first year, exactly 2.5 years. Of course, even with evidence, I don't really believe these are truly items made by death. Professor Dumbledore put his wand back into his pocket. I personally lean more towards the idea that these items were magical artifacts created by the Peverell brothers themselves. Their power was immense, and the items they created were naturally very precious, with extremely outstanding magical effects. To make their own magical items more famous, they chose to leverage the existence of death for publicity. Harley's face still maintained a shocked expression, but her memories drifted back 2.5 years. When she first received that invisibility cloak, she always felt something was off about it, and it seemed to have some negative effects when worn, so she didn't wear it but locked it at the bottom of her cabinet. Considering the vast amount of information Seven Lights had told her, Harley felt she should examine that invisibility cloak upon her return. I know the story of the Deathly Hallows, but it seems you are also very clear about whether the resurrection stone can truly bring a person back to life. Harley paused, looking deeply at Professor Dumbledore. Then why are you still so persistent, almost to the point of madness, Professor? Is it because of that Ariana? Who exactly is she? She is my sister, my biological sister. Professor Dumbledore sighed deeply. This involves another story. This time, his pace of speech was not as rapid as before. Instead, he slowly recounted Ariana's story, and also his own past. He started from Ariana being bullied and becoming the legendary Obscurial, and continued all the way to his encounter with Gellert Grindelwald. The two shared a common ideology, both hoping to force Muggles to submit to wizards, building a world where wizards were the upper echelon and Muggles the lower foundation. As he recounted the little details of his time with Gellert, his expression changed somewhat, becoming increasingly nostalgic. The more Harley listened, the more she felt something was off. Was he talking about his old friend? This should be about his old lover. And Grindelwald was that legendary dark wizard who swept across Europe. She hadn't expected him to have such a almost romantic friendship with the great white wizard Dumbledore. At that time, I had just graduated, and he had also been expelled from Durmstrang. The two of us made plans for a spontaneous trip, following in the footsteps of famous wizards in history of magic. At the same time, we also planned to search for the Deathly Hallows along the clues in history of magic. We believed that finding the Deathly Hallows would allow us to become true conquerors of death, signifying invincibility. We even had the awareness that many people would die along the way, but that this was a necessary price. All for the greater good. As he uttered these words, Professor Dumbledore's face was like a withered leaf, a yellowed wild grass, looking extremely pained. That was probably the happiest summer of my life. But my sister, Ariana, was neglected. She had always been looked after by Aberforth, but after the summer holidays, Aberforth had to go to school. So, Aberforth pointed his finger at me and told me that I had to stay and take care of Ariana. He was right, but I didn't realize it at the time. And Gellert also defended me, standing on my side. We had an argument and drew our wands. I don't know whose spell hit Ariana, and then, she died. Professor Dumbledore let out a sob, like a helpless old man, covering his eyes. Chapter 252 How can there be a vice principal who has served for 40 years in this world? Harley waved her wand, conjuring a handkerchief and summoning a cup of honey water. Professor, Harley said softly, handing him the cup and handkerchief. Dumbledore took the handkerchief, gently wiped his tears, then drank the honey water in one gulp. After a short rest, Professor Dumbledore stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. The cup and handkerchief had already vanished into thin air. Harley, who had been squatting with her legs hugged, also stood up. Harley, I imagine you can guess the rest of the story. Professor Dumbledore's voice trembled. You returned to teach at Hogwarts, living in regret, imprisoning yourself within Hogwarts as a cage. Harley thought for a moment and said with a slightly questioning tone. And Grindelwald established the wizard supremacists in Europe, launching a war that swept across Europe and even reached America, until you defeated him. Yes, that's exactly it, Professor Dumbledore nodded. From the day Ariana left, I learned to pass my days in guilt and extreme sorrow, and only when I became a professor at Hogwarts did my inner pain somewhat subside. And from then on, I began to reflect on my past, on my and Grindelwald's ideals. I started to waver, and eventually stood against him. Until finally, he and I dueled. He lost. The International Confederation of Wizards wanted to kill him directly, but I strongly opposed it, demanding that he be imprisoned in Nurmengard, the cage he himself built to confine his enemies. And I was the sole keeper of that cage. I don't know if you can understand, Harley, but this matter has become an obsession in my heart. I want to obtain the Resurrection Stone. No, I want to obtain all the Deathly Hallows. I want to become the Master of Death. I want to see my father, my mother, and Ariana. I made a mistake. I want to repent to them. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore was like a helpless child, his voice trembling constantly, exceptionally desolate. Harley stood silently, saying nothing. After a long time, Professor Dumbledore finally composed himself, but the smile on his face had vanished. Let's go, resting time is over, he said, drawing his Elder Wand again. Let's go get Tom's Horcrux first. Okay, Professor, Harley replied easily. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing, as Harley's previous, Frozen World, spell had covered almost the entire hall. Many curses that Lord Voldemort had meticulously designed and tried to conceal were directly triggered and had no effect whatsoever. Harley and Professor Dumbledore easily ascended the circular platform and stood before the ring. Looking at the ice block almost completely stained with deep black, Professor Dumbledore's expression was very solemn. A very wicked curse, he murmured. Indeed, Tom is truly a genius in certain aspects. I cannot discern the origin of this curse, nor can I think of a way to break it for now. I can only barely perceive its effects. I imagine an ordinary wizard would likely die instantly after being afflicted by this curse. Even a powerful wizard would not be able to endure it for long. Moreover, I fear this curse is not so easily removed. Even if one were to reluctantly use magic to drive it into a part of the body, it would still stubbornly spread and continuously weaken the wizard's magic and physical constitution. Harley nodded in agreement beside him, and she thought of more. This curse could weaken a wizard's magic and stamina, while the potion guarding the locket could contaminate a wizard's mind and soul. If this curse and that potion were combined, Harley strongly suspected that an ordinary demigod or a wizard of equivalent level might not even be able to cast an extraordinary ability or a single spell before falling into a near-death state. Even those exceptionally powerful demigods and wizards would likely fall into a severe state of weakness, perhaps even unable to activate their mythical creature form for a desperate fight. Since Lord Voldemort had already designed such a curse and potion, and could make them permanent mechanisms to guard his Horcrux. Did that mean Lord Voldemort had also designed more convenient, equally effective magic that could be used in battle? Harley's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. Indeed, one could not underestimate Lord Voldemort just because his soul was fragmented. He was only half mad, not completely insane, nor had he become stupid. After staring at the ring through the black ice for a long time, Professor Dumbledore forced himself to look away. Harley, Professor Dumbledore turned to look at the young girl beside him. I don't think I am qualified to carry this Horcrux. I am truly very afraid that I won't be able to resist putting it on, or even being swayed by Tom's soul fragment within it, thus falling under its control. I am terrified of this, afraid of making another irreparable mistake. You carry this Horcrux, but do not touch it with your hands, use spider silk or other objects to touch it. Harley nodded, and spider silk condensed behind her, easily suspending the Horcrux. Let's go, Harley. Professor Dumbledore turned to leave, but received no response. When he turned his head in confusion, he found Harley staring intently at the circular platform, studying it. After a while, Harley finally spoke. Professor, this hall is imbued with many spells we've never seen before. Don't you think it's a waste to leave such a treasure trove after only taking one Horcrux? Leaving aside the surrounding pillars, at least this pure gold, emerald-encrusted circular platform. I think the magic on it is very much worth studying. Professor Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he cautiously said, "Then, what do we do?" "Professor, listen to me," Harley smiled confidently, drawing her wand. Half an hour later, the two appeared in the headmaster's office. The old headmasters on the walls were bored, discussing a grand match. But upon seeing Harley appear, they immediately ceased their discussion in unspoken agreement. Several of the most boisterous headmasters, all from Gryffindor, even showed mischievous smiles. Harley didn't even glance at them, accustomed to their antics. According to Wizarding World custom, wizards always prefer to keep important matters secret, not telling others. Even something as significant as the sorting hat's sorting process has been kept secret for hundreds of years. New students who don't participate in the sorting ceremony would never know the exact procedure. So Harley knew asking would yield no results and simply didn't bother. The only two living people in the office sat on either side of the headmaster's desk, and the completely black-stained ice ball was tossed onto the table. Professor Dumbledore even placed a silver magical object beneath the ice ball. The bowl-shaped magical object emitted magical fluctuations, isolating the spread of the curse. As for the golden circular platform, which had been forcibly pried from the hall floor, and brought back, it had already been frozen and was now quietly resting in Harley's pocket, which had an undetectable extension charm cast on it. Professor Dumbledore pointed his wand at the ice ball, chanting a long spell. Harley also stared intently at the ice ball, and taking advantage of the fact that several strands of spider silk still wrapped around it, she carefully sensed the curse upon it. This curse was incredibly potent, greatly intriguing Harley, who intended to learn from Lord Voldemort. Although, given the current intensity of conflict in the wizarding world, such a high-level curse seemed difficult to employ. But Harley always remembered that she might not use it, but she couldn't not know it. Not using and not knowing were two different concepts. After about 15 minutes, Professor Dumbledore finally lowered his wand. His face was full of wonder. Although I've said it many times, I must repeat it again, there is such exquisite magic. After analyzing it for so long, I've discerned traces of at least 3 top-tier curses Fromschkrets of the darkest arts within it. Its extremely high lethality, its persistent adherence like maggots to bone that is difficult to remove, and the damage it leaves on the body even if reluctantly contained. In terms of compound curses, no one can surpass Tom. Harley silently retracted her spider silk. Dozens of the strands that had previously wrapped the ice ball had now turned completely black. These spider silks quietly broke, but they did not fall to the ground. Instead, they were wrapped by other pristine white spider silks and secretly hidden in Harley's pocket. Professor Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Harley's small movements, but instead pointed his wand at the ring. However, there is one point that is still very much worth celebrating. The curse left on the ring can only target one living creature. Once the curse is released, the curse within the ring completely disappears. It seems that even with Tom's skill, he cannot permanently fix a curse on this ring. With that, Professor Dumbledore chuckled twice. However, Harley quickly refuted Professor Dumbledore's statement. "Professor, I'm afraid you forgot about this golden circular platform," Harley said, pointing to her pocket. "Do you remember the cave where Lord Voldemort kept the Horcrux, Slytherin's locket? There, he chose a defense very similar to this one." When Harley finished her conjecture, Professor Dumbledore instinctively adjusted his half-moon spectacles. "You're right, Harley, it was indeed my oversight. And yes, Tom was once a very cautious child, it's impossible for him to make such an obvious mistake." The two then moved to Professor Dumbledore's private laboratory, specifically used for studying magic and alchemy, where they spent a long time researching the golden circular platform. Nicholas Flamel was also called by Professor Dumbledore via the two-way mirror to conduct research together through the mirror. He offered many valuable suggestions and, incidentally, gave Harley an on-the-spot lesson. Finally, Harley stayed at Hogwarts until evening, and also cadged a dinner. After dinner, Professor Dumbledore unceremoniously asked Harley to freeze the circular platform. "In a couple of days during the Quidditch World Cup, I want to take this good thing to Austria. I mean, to Europe, especially France. Professor Dumbledore said, stroking the frozen circular platform. I want Nicholas to get a close look at it too. It just so happens that there's still over a month until school starts, so I need to find something for us two old men to do. Before he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly came from the headmaster's office outside the laboratory. Albus, come back and sign. You are the principal of Hogwarts, and the match documents must have your signature. Professor Dumbledore's smile vanished. He scratched his head awkwardly, stomped his feet, and coughed twice. I only need to sign these few days. For the rest, Minerva can make all the decisions. Harley looked at him with disdain, a gaze that deeply wounded Professor Dumbledore. Don't look at me like that, Harley, I'm doing it to give Minerva experience. You know, there's no such thing as a deputy principal for 40 years. I mean, Minerva needs to be ready to be promoted at any time. Professor Dumbledore himself felt this excuse was too absurd and decisively changed the subject. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll have a house elf send you back to the Dursleys' house. But you won't need to stay there for too long. Sirius has lavishly bought all the tickets for the Quidditch World Cup knockout rounds. If you hadn't been in school during the qualifiers and group stages and couldn't go, he would have even bought those as well. I really hope the England national team can win a championship this year. I don't think so, a cold voice interrupted their conversation. The England national team making it to the finals would be enough for them to brag for a year. Want to win a championship? The Hogsmeade Quidditch team would be more reliable than them. Professor Dumbledore's movements instantly stiffened, then a smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence, Minerva. Professor Dumbledore knew that Professor McGonagall hadn't known if he was in the laboratory earlier. She had only left a message on the silver instruments on his desk, and most likely would have left the documents on the table and departed. That's why he had deliberately waited a few minutes earlier, wanting to wait for Professor McGonagall to leave the headmaster's office before signing, to avoid any mishaps. But now, why hadn't Professor McGonagall left? I thought you were busy with something, Albus, Professor McGonagall said with a cold smile. Turns out you were chatting with your favorite student. The last such student was Hagrid, and before that was Mr. Newt Scamander. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, you truly care for your students. So much so that all the work a principal should do is completely dumped on me. Chapter 253 Sirius, I seem to be in trouble again. Under Professor McGonagall's intimidating presence, Professor Dumbledore obediently sat in his seat, reading through all the documents one by one and signing his name. Harley, on the other hand, had long since escaped this terrifying place shrouded in Professor McGonagall's low pressure, having a house elf send her back to the Dursleys' house. After signing all the documents, Professor Dumbledore looked at the door Professor McGonagall had forcefully shut, and rubbed his temples hard. He leaned back, half lying in his chair, and suddenly gave two bitter laughs. Before thoroughly researching the golden disc, the Horcrux ring could not be destroyed, lest the important magic within it be damaged. So the ring was frozen along with the golden disc. And this also meant that Professor Dumbledore's plan had fallen through. He had originally planned to try to resurrect Ariana with the shattered resurrection stone after destroying the Horcrux. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten to ask Harley why she can turn into Medusa. Professor Dumbledore closed his eyes. Snake hair, snake body, eyes that can petrify my fire, the legendary Medusa, snake. Never mind, it's not important, and I wouldn't get an answer anyway. This child is far superior to Tom in every aspect, at least Tom wouldn't fight me for my life. That's enough. A smile suddenly appeared on Professor Dumbledore's face. This child understands love, has love, and is loved by others. Why should an old man like me overthink it? Thinking of this, Professor Dumbledore suddenly got an idea and summoned a large bottle of mead for himself. He was inexplicably in a good mood and decided to treat himself. Professor Dumbledore seemed to have forgotten that Professor McGonagall would be coming to him tomorrow morning to demand he deal with the documents. The old principals on the wall also chose not to remind him. One of them, who was on good terms with Professor Dumbledore, wanted to remind him, but was clapped over the mouth by two Gryffindors. Harley was sent to the Dursleys' house, front door by a house elf. Harley didn't bother knocking, she went around to the back of the house and lightly leapt to her room window. Hedwig was fast asleep on the windowsill. Harley's sudden leap startled her awake. Hedwig shrieked repeatedly in fright, only calming down after recognizing Harley, and then complained in a resentful voice. Harley, can you please not be so scary? Harley stuck out her tongue and made a face, giving the little snowy owl's head a good rub, then walked straight to the door to get ready to wash up. The Dursley family had already gone back to their respective rooms to sleep. Harley made no noise, quickly took care of her hygiene, and then returned to her room. I never thought Professor Dumbledore had such a past. Harley lay spread-eagled on the duvet, completely ungracefully. Her pajama top around her abdomen immediately sunk, clinging to her skin and no longer level with the fabric above. They were truly two young people with ideals, but it's a pity this is the wizarding world, and they were the villains. Harley shook her head and rolled over in bed. However, she didn't manage to roll over successfully at first, only able to lie on her side. Harley was momentarily stunned, suddenly remembering that her current physical age was almost 14. As expected of me, Harley sighed, choosing to sleep facing the ceiling. The next morning, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were not at all surprised when Harley appeared. After all, they were already used to Harley's elusive presence during the holidays. However, Harley didn't stay long. Soon, Sirius wrote her a letter, just as Professor Dumbledore had said he would. In the letter, he proudly boasted that he had gotten tickets for the Quidditch group stage and knockout rounds, and they were the best seats. Several tickets. Harley read the words in the letter. Wait, Professor Lupin doesn't want to go. He's worried about suddenly turning into a werewolf in public, and he also has other things to do, so he's not going to watch the match. That is indeed a problem. Even the human form restoration charm can only turn a werewolf back into human form, not suppress its transformation. Harley suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a paper on the human form restoration charm. This paper had already been published in an issue of Charms and Runes, and had caused quite a stir. However, Professor Flitwick told her that the Most Promising Newcomer award in the charms field still needed some time for approval. She would probably receive that award after school started. Conveniently, it could also legitimately add a large number of points to Gryffindor. Harley shook her head, putting the future award out of her mind, and continued reading Sirius's letter. I can invite a friend to go with me. Harley couldn't help but glance at the other pile of letters on the table, which were from classmates asking for homework. At the top of that pile, 3 letters bore the same name, Hermione Granger. I'll invite Hermione, she probably can't get tickets herself. Thinking of this, Harley immediately jumped out of bed and started writing a letter at her desk. On the 3rd day, Sirius knocked on the Dursleys' house door early in the morning. When Uncle Vernon, wearing his pajamas, opened the door, he instantly recoiled in fright, and once again instinctively grabbed the rifle from the wall. Clearly, his not yet fully awake brain hadn't immediately processed what was happening. He only remembered that the man standing at his doorstep was the murderer reported on TV who had killed 13 people, and that this murderer was also a wizard, as Harley called them. As for other information, including the Muggle government clearing Sirius's name, and other things Harley had said, it all flew out of his mind. Thus, the poor rifle suffered 2 undeserved injuries in a short time, one bending, one outright shattering. Uncle Vernon was even more terrified, shouting that there was a murderer wizard and telling Aunt Petunia, Dudley, and Harley to quickly escape through the kitchen window on the 1st floor, while rushing forward to engage Sirius in hand-to-hand combat. Sirius, however, swiftly petrified him and bound him with ropes, hanging him from the ceiling. After all, after Lily graduated, she had once shown the Marauders her family's hunting rifle. Sirius was still very afraid of this Muggle weapon, which could easily blow his head off and was essentially a Muggle version of the Avada Kedavra curse with infinite ammo. Moreover, Lily had shown them a single-barrel shotgun, while this one had 2 barrels. Although Sirius wasn't familiar with this thing, according to his logic and limited understanding of guns, 2 barrels must have more power than 1. So Sirius's reaction was extremely violent. The Petrificus Totalis and binding charms were cast almost instantly. If it weren't for Sirius hearing Uncle Vernon shouting for the people inside to run, that there was a murderer outside, and even mentioning Harley's name, he probably would have already aimed a jinx at Uncle Vernon's face. Now, with Sirius's not-so-bright mind, he finally understood what had happened. The Ministry of Magic had asked Muggles to help with his manhunt, so he had become a murderer in the Muggle world. Harley, who happened to hear Uncle Vernon's shouts, didn't even have time to put on her shoes, and rushed downstairs in her white socks, wand in hand. "Hi," Sirius greeted awkwardly. He realized that he seemed to have caused trouble again. 15 minutes later, Sirius sat awkwardly in the living room, head bowed obediently, listening to his goddaughter criticize him. Uncle Vernon sat fuming in the opposite chair, glaring at Sirius, tightly clutching the double-barreled shotgun Harley had just repaired. In those short 15 minutes, no matter how much Sirius explained and apologized, Uncle Vernon still didn't give him a good look. Especially when he remembered Harley's introduction of Sirius, Harley's father's good friend. Immediately, his old and new grudges with James Potter surged, and his face never brightened again. "All right, you're taking Harley Potter to see that quinine." "Quinine," It's Quidditch. Sirius couldn't help but look up to correct him, then quickly lowered his head under Harley's gaze. Yes, it's the damn Quidditch. Uncle Vernon said viciously. Anyway, if you want to go play your wizard tricks, then go. Just don't disturb our family's peaceful life. With that, Uncle Vernon glared at Sirius again, then quickly got up and left the living room. Harley sighed. Sirius, just sit here and don't move, wait for me. I'll go upstairs to get my luggage and be right back. Her demeanor reminded Sirius of Lily, of the scene where Lily alone lectured the four marauders. That ingrained timidity made Sirius shrink his neck and nod obediently, not even daring to touch the remote control on the table that he was curious about. Harley ignored her godfather, who had apparently become stupid from prison, and returned to her room. After a good while, Harley finished getting ready, changed into her outdoor clothes, and walked out carrying Hedwig's cage. As for the rest of her luggage, Harley had stuffed it all into her pockets. Let's go, Harley said to Sirius, and by the way, how do you plan to leave? I've arranged to go to the match with Hermione, so we need to go to the Muggle community first. Sirius smiled confidently, and said mysteriously, I left something good with Hagrid, and that's how I got here. Harley's eyebrows twitched slightly, a bad feeling rising. In a secluded alley near the Dursleys' house, Sirius proudly patted a motorcycle. Look, this is a motorcycle I carefully designed, with various spells attached, including flying and invisibility. When I was chasing that traitor, I didn't need this motorcycle anymore, so I gave it to Hagrid. But Hagrid wasn't used to riding this motorcycle either, and I also had a use for it, so he gave it back to me. Harley looked at the golden-red steel beast in front of her and silently sighed. Very good, this was very serious. My dear godfather, Harley said with a strained smile. I think you might have forgotten that there are some laws in the wizarding world that prohibit casually enchanting Muggle objects. While I imagine you probably don't care about that law, given your personality, I think there's a high probability you'll expose it. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. No, Harley, you're wrong. I've already consulted with the professional, Arthur, beforehand. There's a loophole in the Ministry of Magic's current laws. Enchanted Muggle objects are only illegal if discovered by Muggles. If discovered by the Ministry of Magic, but not by Muggles, it's not considered illegal. Harley looked at Sirius in some surprise, not expecting him to know to consult an authoritative person capable of finding legal loopholes. Wait, Fred and George had mentioned to her that Mr. Weasley was the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. And the laws in the wizarding world were formulated in a very interesting way, with members of each department creating laws for their own responsible areas. Harley suddenly felt the case was solved. It wasn't that Mr. Arthur Weasley was capable of finding legal loopholes, but that he personally set the laws, so he left the loopholes himself. Sirius was still chattering away, and he got on the motorcycle, ready to give Harley a demonstration. Watch closely, an invisibility cloak still needs to be worn, but my motorcycle here, you just get on it, press this button, and it becomes invisible. With that, Sirius pressed a red button. The motorcycle immediately let out a loud roar, startling several birds from the nearby trees. Hedwig, who was curiously watching the scene from her cage, shrieked several times in fright and looked at Harley imploringly, hoping Harley would let her out. Harley opened the cage door for Hedwig while looking at Sirius helplessly. Oh, how awful. Sirius scratched his head, the magic seems to have failed. He tilted his head, inspecting the motorcycle, but found nothing, and couldn't help but look distressed. He had even specially decorated the motorcycle, wanting to show off in front of his goddaughter, but this motorcycle had unexpectedly broken down. Harley sighed, pulled out her wand, and walked forward to gently tap Sirius. Sirius, along with the motorcycle, instantly disappeared, as if an eraser had simply removed him. This will do, Harley said, admiring her magic with satisfaction. I'll ride my own flying broomstick over. With that, Harley stuffed the owl cage into her pocket and pulled out her firebolt. She sat sideways on the firebolt, and Hedwig perched on Harley's shoulder. Without Harley making any visible movement, she simply vanished into thin air. Sirius opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say, finally angrily punching the motorcycle beneath him. Damn it! To break down at such a crucial moment. Chapter 254 Any evil will be brought to justice. Let's go, Godfather, Harley said flatly. Oh, right, you might not know the way. A red light shot out of the air, striking the spot where Sirius had been standing. Godfather, I think you can see me now. Keep up, don't fall behind. If the motorcycle breaks down halfway, just shout. With that, Harley shook her head helplessly, as if she were the godmother dealing with her troublesome godson. Harley lightly tapped the ground with her toe, and the broom quickly ascended. Sirius watched Harley's actions, his mouth agape. Finally, he angrily punched his motorcycle again. As a grand event held only once every 4 years, the Quidditch World Cup had always garnered attention from wizards almost all over the world. And Britain had been preparing for this World Cup for a full year. To build the Quidditch World Cup Stadium, the British Ministry of Magic deployed 500 staff members who worked for a year to construct a magical venue capable of accommodating 100,000 wizards. Many Aurors were reassigned because of this, which is why Dementors became the main force protecting Hogwarts. Only a small elite team of Aurors was running around Britain, searching for Sirius's whereabouts. After all, for Minister Fudge, protecting Hogwarts was a duty, and as long as no problems arose, it was fine. But successfully hosting the Quidditch World Cup was his political achievement. The relative importance of these two matters had already been decided on the scales in Minister Fudge's heart. Getting to the competition area was not an easy task, as many foreign wizards were expected to attend. For this, the British Ministry of Magic distributed a large number of portkeys worldwide and also established detailed rules, specifying when people who bought certain tickets should arrive. Of course, if one preferred not to use a portkey, apparition, muggle transportation, or simply riding a broomstick were also permitted. Outside the stadium, in the area specifically designated for broomstick landings, a large cloud of dust suddenly kicked up. But a gust of wind suddenly appeared, pushing the dust away and revealing the 3 people within. Harley and Hermione dismounted their broomsticks. Hermione withdrew the hand that had been clutching Harley earlier to prevent herself from falling. Sirius, however, did not immediately move. Instead, he drew his wand, pointed it at the motorcycle, and chanted spells for a long time. Finally, Sirius, having gained nothing, annoyedly punched his ride and muttered, "Why is this piece of junk acting up again? It must be a lack of maintenance. My magic shouldn't be failing." Hermione almost burst out laughing at Sirius's predicament. Earlier, Harley and Sirius had landed directly in front of Hermione's house and, taking advantage of no one being around, had immediately dispelled their disillusionment charm. This had startled Mrs. Granger, who had opened the door to get the mail. After all, Sirius had woken up early that day due to excitement, picking up Harley from the Dursleys' house at 6:30. When the two arrived at the Grangers' house, it was only 6:45 in the morning. Thus, Mrs. Granger, who had only recently woken up, witnessed the scene of 2 people in an owl appearing out of thin air before her eyes and almost screamed. Fortunately, she recognized Harley and remembered the letter Hermione had received the day before, stating that her best friend would pick her up today to watch the Wizards' Quidditch World Cup match. The two were welcomed inside by Mrs. Granger and stayed for breakfast. Hedwig also got a large plate of nuts. Originally, Mrs. Granger had been worried that Crookshanks would chase Hedwig, but the 2 pets got along very well. After all, for the last 3 months of the previous term, Hedwig had been staying in the Gryffindor common room and had long since become familiar with Crookshanks, the common room bully. It wasn't until 10 in the morning that Sirius continued their journey with Harley and Hermione. Sirius also wanted to show off his motorcycle to Hermione, but Hermione firmly refused to ride it, deeming it unsafe. "I'll ride Harley's broomstick instead, at least a guaranteed flying broom is safer," Hermione said, blushing. "By the way, Sirius, I suggest you get your motorcycle inspected. Its exhaust pipe looks severely aged. I don't know if this affects a magical motorcycle, but I should still remind you." As it turned out, Hermione's words were prophetic. Sirius's motorcycle began making strange noises and experiencing many problems halfway through the journey. This forced Sirius to constantly use various spells to keep the motorcycle running, barely making it to the Quidditch World Cup Stadium. "Godfather, I sincerely suggest you melt this thing down and remake it. It's probably too old-fashioned, and some parts are severely worn out." Harley offered the suggestion with a serious expression, receiving an eye roll from Sirius in return. "Never mind, this wretched motorcycle will be the death of me eventually." Sirius waved his wand in annoyance, sending the motorcycle back home. "Let's go, we'll register and then set up the tent." Ahead of the 3 was a desolate, fog-shrouded marshland. The layers of mist were actually various spells, protecting the area and preventing muggles from accidentally trespassing. 2 exhausted, grim-faced wizards stood at the forefront. One held a large gold watch, and the other held a thick roll of parchment and a quill. It was clear that both men were trying to dress like muggles, but the effect was not very good. The wizard with the gold watch wore a tweed suit but had thigh-high rubber boots on his feet. And his colleague, holding the parchment and quill, was only wearing a South American poncho and a pleated skirt on his lower half. Did they not take Muggle Studies class? Hermione whispered to Harley. Even if they didn't take that class, they could just walk down the street and see plenty of ordinary people and learn how to dress. Harley shrugged, indicating she knew nothing. Sirius walked up and greeted them. Good morning, Basil. The weather's lovely today, isn't it? Oh, the weather's lovely, Basil said, wearily raising the quill in his hand. But it would be even better if my mood matched the weather. What's wrong? Sirius asked curiously. You'll have to ask the idiot who made the schedule, Basil snorted. Tegley and my shifts are terrible. We're in charge of registration before the group stage, we're in charge of registration before the knockout stage, and before the finals in mid-August, we'll still be in charge of registration. We should be thankful the qualifying rounds aren't held in Britain, otherwise we'd have to register for those too. It was evident that Basil and Tegley were full of resentment, with no thoughts beyond the tiresome task of registering names. Sirius didn't ask further. He quickly got directions to his campsite from Basil and left. More people had already arrived, so he wouldn't bother the two poor men. As one of the first to buy tickets and with the best seats, Sirius's campsite was located in the center of the first field. The three walked through the deserted marshland, passing through many spells. After getting the specific location of his campsite and a map of the area from the Camp 1 administrator, a muggle named Roberts, Sirius, with his wealth, did not bother with a tent and walked directly to the campsite. We have a better tent, Sirius explained to Harley and Hermione as they walked. A treasured item I dug out of the Black family vault, absolutely luxurious, and I even changed its color to make it as Gryffindor appropriate as possible. When I went to get tickets from Ludo, I heard that Lucius Malfoy, that scoundrel who should be in Azkaban, has been here since the group stage and set up a tent that rivals a palace. Tisk, 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 acting like no one else has one. He should be glad it's not like before, I can't. Sirius suddenly stopped speaking, his face falling. He sighed. Alas, James and Lily can never watch Quidditch matches again. The Ministry of Magic is truly full of idiots, to let Peter Pettigrew escape. Harley's expression became a little unnatural, and she began to comfort Sirius. It's all right, Godfather, he will eventually be brought to justice. Actually, you don't need to comfort me, Harley. I actually think this is a good thing. Sirius frowned. At least they gave me a chance to kill that rat with my own hands. Why should he enjoy his old age in Azkaban? He should be killed by my own hands, and then go down to atone to James and Lily. ... After finding their campsite, Sirius waved his wand, and a luxurious tent automatically set itself up. The tent looked very luxurious from the outside. It was crimson and gold, with various decorations hanging outside in a lion motif. In particular, the tent was 3 stories high, just 1 story taller than the palace-like tent opposite. Not bad, Sirius said, admiring the tent with satisfaction. Exactly 1 story taller than the Malfoys, truly perfect. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. You can all pick whatever you want. I had originally invited the professors, but Professor Dumbledore is going to Austria for the holidays, and Professor McGonagall won't arrive for a few more days. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout don't like Quidditch matches. Tisk, 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 what a shame. Professor Slughorn got his own tickets, so he's not staying in our tent either. Professor Dumbledore went to Austria. Harley asked subconsciously. Yes, to Austria. Sirius nodded. Harley clicked her tongue. It seemed Professor Dumbledore had gone to see his old boyfriend again. If she remembered correctly, Nurmengard prison, where Grindelwald was imprisoned, was in Austria. Tisk, 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 lying to her that he was going to France. He's something else. After choosing their rooms, Harley and Hermione had just stepped out of the tent when they saw Minister Fudge chatting with Sirius. If you're wondering why Minister Fudge was here now, you should know that he took this World Cup very seriously. After all, the Ministry of Magic had sold 100,000 tickets. This wasn't just the income from 100,000 tickets. When these wizards came here, they would need to eat, drink, and seek entertainment, right? Ordinary wizards could make a small profit, while the Ministry of Magic could make a huge profit from the fees for allowing them to sell goods. There were also World Cup advertising fees, taxes from the goblin-run betting houses, and various other miscellaneous fees. Not to mention, if just 1% of the wizards stayed afterward to travel around the British wizarding world, wouldn't the local economy boom? Wouldn't political achievements come? Wouldn't his re-election be secured? Minister Fudge already saw galleons and his re-election as minister growing wings and flying towards him. What? You say these galleons belong to the Ministry of Magic, not Minister Fudge? Minister Fudge firmly stated that he had dedicated his life to the Ministry of Magic, and the Ministry of Magic was his home. Moreover, he could secure a stable re-election. Using some of his own family's assets was perfectly reasonable, right? So, in Minister Fudge's eyes, the Quidditch World Cup was a fat hen desperately laying golden eggs named political achievements and galleons. Naturally, he gave it 100,000% of his attention. Originally, this work should have been handled by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports. But the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports was Ludo Bagman, and the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation was his political rival, Barty Crouch. Ludo Bagman, as a beater who had spent half his life hitting bludgers and almost ended up in Azkaban, was always jovial and made people very uneasy. And Barty Crouch, he was his political rival. If he were to sabotage things on purpose, it would be disastrous. After all, if the Quidditch World Cup was messed up, ordinary wizards would only think it was his fault, and internationally, he would be seen as incompetent. Only during an internal Ministry of Magic reckoning would Barty Crouch be held accountable, but by then, it was uncertain if Minister Fudge would even still be in office. So, Minister Fudge gritted his teeth, reassigned 500 Ministry of Magic staff members, and had Aurors escort them throughout. With so many people and eyes, Barty Crouch couldn't easily pull any tricks. Minister Fudge also ordered the heads of each department to give problematic staff members time off, such as Bertha Jerkins from the Department of Magical Games and Sports, whom Ludo gave half a year off, to prevent her from causing trouble at a critical time. After Sirius's exoneration, Minister Fudge had originally wanted to simply remove Barty Crouch from his position entirely. However, his secretary, Dolores Umbridge, reminded Minister Fudge that as a key liaison for two major tournaments, without Barty Crouch, these two tournaments were very likely to run into problems. So Minister Fudge could only watch as Barty Crouch found support, and he himself, seizing the opportunity, nearly demoted Barty Crouch by one rank, making him the deputy head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. And Umbridge was directly parachuted in to become the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Minister Fudge's order to Umbridge was, after these two major tournaments conclude, seize any opportunity to directly remove Barty Crouch from his official position. Preferably, she should also find evidence of his corruption or other illegal activities, sending Barty Crouch to Azkaban to live out his old age. Minister Fudge felt he was truly a good person, having already considered Barty Crouch's retirement plan. In this era of rampant materialism, wizards as kind as himself were truly too few. Chapter 255. Swear to be sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. In short, Minister Fudge now regarded the Quidditch World Cup as his most important golden goose. He had been on site every day since before the group stages began, vowing not to miss a single match. This not only prevented accidents but also showcased his diligence and hard work to all the wizards attending the matches, and allowed him to network with high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials from various countries who came to the camp. Now, seeing such a unique tent erected across from old Malfoy's camp, Minister Fudge naturally had to inquire. He was absolutely only concerned about the safety of the World Cup, and definitely not looking to connect with wealthy families who could afford such luxurious tents. Thus, he and Sirius naturally struck up a conversation. Although Sirius wasn't particularly fond of Minister Fudge hadn't treated him too badly when he was in prison, occasionally giving him a newspaper for crossword puzzles during inspections. So Sirius also chatted briefly with Minister Fudge. Upon seeing Harley, Minister Fudge's eyes lit up. A significant reason he had chatted with Sirius for so long was to wait for Harley, Sirius's goddaughter. Haha, Harley, long time no see. Minister Fudge greeted, waving the green bowler hat in his hand. He walked over quickly, all smiles, as if he were Harley's kind elder. Many Ministry of Magic officials were also standing outside the tent. Harley vaguely remembered seeing them at her Order of Merlin investiture ceremony. These were all Minister Fudge's team, promoted from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. It seemed Minister Fudge had previously been leading a tour of the camp, enjoying the flattery of his trusted officials. After a brief chat, Minister Fudge even invited Harley and Hermione to join their group for a tour of the camp. However, Harley politely declined Minister Fudge's offer, stating that she didn't want to disturb the Minister for Magic's work. During the 2 days leading up to the group stages, Harley and Hermione, accompanied by Sirius, met many wizards. Many of them were Ministry of Magic officials, and it was clear that the First Wizarding War had depleted many adult wizards. That's why Sirius's peers were able to take office so quickly, and Amelia Bones, an alumna only a few grades above him, even became the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. However, Sirius was a bit regretful that Arthur, who had been very close to him and an even closer comrade during the First Wizarding War, hadn't come. He heard the Weasley family had only managed to get good tickets for the finals from Ludo, and that was because Arthur had done Ludo a small favor. "I should have bought more tickets back then to give to my dear old friend," Sirius said, shaking his head with great regret. Harley and Hermione exchanged glances but didn't speak. They both understood each other's meaning. Judging by Percy, George, and Fred's personalities and upbringing, the Weasley family probably wouldn't accept such tickets. However, Harley did receive letters from Fred and George. They sent their latest research results and wished Harley a good time. On the last day before the match, Ludo Bagman also came to visit. Sirius was very enthusiastic towards him. After all, their 3 tickets came from him. Ludo, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports and a former professional Quidditch player, was very interested in Harley and even invited her to play professionally for the Wimborne Wasps. However, Sirius flatly refused him on Harley's behalf. "Are you kidding?" Since Ludo retired, the Wimborne Wasps' performance had steadily declined, hitting rock bottom within 2 years. To date, the Wimborne Wasps had been at the very bottom of the league for 11 consecutive years. Wouldn't going there now be purely setting oneself up for failure? Even technical assistance shouldn't be provided like this. Moreover, Ludo basically wanted to invite any talented wizard he met, and he hadn't managed to invite anyone yet, which clearly indicated he was trying to trick people. Sirius, concerned for his goddaughter, gave Ludo no chance, refusing him directly and decisively. Ludo didn't mind his invitation failing once again. After all, although the Wimborne Wasps had a glorious history, winning 18 British League championships, and he himself had led them to a three-peat dynasty. But this team was truly a bottom feeder now, beyond help, struggling to even beat the already decaying Chudley Cannons. Ludo turned to Sirius. "Sirius, would you consider placing a bet on the match? Tonight is the group stage opening ceremony, followed by the England team versus the Transylvania team. How about it? Tempted? Want to place a small bet and earn some extra cash?" As he spoke, Ludo jingled his pocket, and the crisp sound of galleons clinking together could be heard. "No," Sirius shook his head decisively. "Harley is here, and I don't want to set a bad example for her." "It's fine, a small bet for fun." Ludo glanced at the 2 young witches across the table and said softly. He suddenly lowered his voice, looked around the tent to ensure no one else was present, and then whispered to Sirius. "Sirius, I'll let you in on a secret. The Transylvania team is just an amateur team. Think about their history. They were once ruled by the Hungarian Ministry of Magic, then became a refuge for Hungarian pure-blood families during the Turkish Ministry of Magic invasion. Later, due to the Treaty of Trianon, they became part of the Romanian Ministry of Magic. Even now, in the Muggle world, Transylvania is still part of Romania. Because of this, the Transylvania Ministry of Magic and the Romanian Ministry of Magic are still entangled in disputes. How could they have time to build a team? According to reliable sources from the British Ministry of Magic, they simply had the Quidditch teams from 16 northwestern counties play a match and sent the winning team directly. Their keeper is reportedly just a pub owner, and their seeker is an old man who cleans the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic has confirmed intelligence that the keeper's skill comes from stopping drunkards trying to skip out on their tabs, and the seeker was chosen because he's the fastest at finding trash in corners. And the England team. We've had 17 consecutive wins in recent training matches, qualifying as the top team in our group. It's just playing a bottom-tier team from the European region, isn't that a walk in the park? When we drew this team, Minister Fudge's mouth split into a grin, declaring we might even get a clean sheet in our first match. The England team's coach has even told the players to go easy, to play gently and not completely humiliate the other side, as it would look too bad. This is also why we specifically arranged for the British team to play first after tonight's opening ceremony. What a morale booster, a massacre. This. To be honest, Sirius was truly tempted. However, Harley stopped him. "Godfather, I think we should consider it before making a decision." Sirius immediately decided. "I'll listen to Harley, old friend, I need to think about it first." Ludo looked a bit disappointed, nodded, and said, "All right then, Sirius. If you change your mind, you can find me directly at the Ministry of Magic tent. You know, I'm responsible for commentary tonight, so I'll definitely be there." "Oh, and don't tell anyone what Minister Fudge said," Ludo cautioned. "Quite a few wizards from the Transylvania region have come, so don't be so arrogant. We need to maintain the British wizarding world's diplomatic relations." After Ludo left, Sirius looked at Harley with doting affection. "Harley, do you want to bet?" "Of course, I personally advise you not to participate in such activities, as it's not very good." "Harley, I think Sirius is right," Hermione hesitated, then also advised. My dad always says to never get involved in such activities. He personally said that he and gambling and drugs are irreconcilable. I'm not gambling, and this is just making money. Harley raised an eyebrow slightly. How can it be considered gambling if you're writing the answers with the solutions already provided? Writing the answers, with the solutions already provided. Hermione was a bit puzzled. Harley didn't answer, simply taking out a crystal ball and a magic mirror. Watching Hermione and Sirius's inquisitive gazes, Harley gently stroked the crystal ball, injecting magic into it. Although the witch pathway doesn't inherently grant divination abilities or provide bonuses for learning conventional divination, it does offer some advantages in magic mirror divination. However, when one's strength is sufficient and one's status is high enough, as a magic-leaning pathway with inherent spiritual strength, the conventional divination of witches also has a considerable success rate. Moreover, this Quidditch World Cup, prepared by ordinary wizards, could not possibly have anti-divination spells strong enough to counter the divination of a demigod-level being. As Harley injected her magic and began communicating with the spirit world, images appeared on the crystal ball. Hiss! Harley suddenly gasped. Wow! After Ludo's intense bragging, she had thought the England team was a sure win. Good thing she hadn't believed that guy. Such an unexpected score. Harley felt she was going to make a fortune. Brewing potions always required money. Who would complain about having too much money? Seeing Harley's smile, Hermione couldn't help but ask, Harley, are you divining? Are you sure divination can succeed? So far, I've only seen one true divination from Professor Trelawney. Of course it can, Harley nodded, then added a caveat to her explanation. After all, Professor Dumbledore took me to see Nicholas Flamel, and besides being an alchemist, Nicholas is also a famous diviner. So he taught me a few tricks that can effectively increase the success rate. It seems there was indeed such a thing, Sirius recalled carefully. Ancestor Phineas once paid a large sum to Nicholas Flamel to perform divination for him, and Mr. Flamel successfully divined a great calamity for him. So Ancestor Phineas seemed to be exceptionally esteemed Mr. Flamel for this reason. With Sirius's endorsement, the credibility of Harley's words instantly increased significantly. Hermione's face was full of envy. Harley, will you teach me that divination method? Although Hermione disliked divination class and had already applied to drop the course this semester. But that was only because Professor Trelawney was mostly an old fraud who couldn't teach any real knowledge. In reality, which British Muggle-born child didn't grow up listening to fairy tales about witches? Everyone fantasized about learning divination from fairy tales to gain the ability to foresee the future. Harley feigned hesitation, pausing for a moment before replying, Nicholas taught me his unique skill, which I certainly can't teach you. However, I can summarize some experiences myself and teach you the knowledge that belongs to me. As she spoke, Harley casually picked up the magic mirror. She planned to bet half of her money, so she naturally wanted to use her most proficient magic mirror divination to reconfirm the accuracy. When the exact same score ratio appeared on the magic mirror, Harley's lips curved upwards even more. This time, it was a sure thing. In the afternoon, at the gambling venue set up by Gringotts, Sirius strode through the crowd, clearing a path for Harley behind him. However, once they reached the front, the open space to the left suddenly became spacious. The goblin there was idly playing with the identification card in its hand. After all, the object of its bets was the Transylvania team, and almost no one favored this team. Although most wizards from the Transylvania region supported the Transylvania team due to their emotional ties, they genuinely didn't expect a good outcome for the evening's match. So only a few fervent fans came to place bets, and they all only wagered 1 galleon. On the other side, a large crowd of wizards, waving pockets full of galleons and sickles, surrounded the goblin responsible for England team bets. However, that goblin didn't look happy, it even seemed on the verge of tears. The goblins were also very helpless. They unanimously believed the England team would win and absolutely did not want to get involved in this guaranteed loss of a bet. But according to the contract signed with the Ministry of Magic, as the hosts, they couldn't miss a single match, and the odds couldn't be lower than 1,000th. Although the goblins had set the odds to the absolute minimum, almost all wizards believed this was a guaranteed profit, and even a small profit was still a profit. A few goblins in the back were calculating. Griphook, how much currency have we received? Druck, all currencies converted, it's already over 2,700,000 galleons. Just those few pure-blood families alone have each invested at least 100,000 galleons. The goblins all sighed in unison. It looked like they would lose at least several thousand galleons. Although the amount was a negligible sum for Gringotts, the greedy goblins still felt the pain. Why don't we just settle with the individual bettors using leprechaun gold? A young goblin whispered. But its response was a slap from an older goblin and a furious scolding, "Idiot! Are you a brainless pig? We've already signed a contract with the Ministry of Magic. If we dare to do something like that, we're all doomed. Leaving everything else aside, those damned vampires at headquarters will absolutely not let us off." Just as the goblins were looking worried, good news suddenly came from outside. "Good news, good news. A big sucker is here to take over. P.S. Transylvania is not a country, but a region, part of Romania." However, this team appeared in the fourth book, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, chapter, so it can only be understood that it has a high degree of autonomy, a separate Ministry of Magic, and thus its own Quidditch team. Chapter 256 Winning. Sirius stood at the front of the table responsible for betting on the Transylvania team. Harley, like Sirius's follower, stood obediently behind him. After making the decision earlier, Sirius immediately wanted to find Ludo, but Harley stopped him. Considering the large bet they wanted to place this time, Ludo definitely couldn't handle it, and a private bookmaker was very likely to run away. So, after Harley's analysis, Sirius ultimately chose the Gringotts-backed, official bookmaker. After all, they were a big family with vast businesses and properties all over the world, making it difficult for them to flee. The Ministry of Magic had even signed a magic contract with goblins, a non-human race. So it was unlikely for them to breach the contract, as the cost would be unbearable. At this moment, the young goblin in charge of the Transylvania team seemed to have seen a savior. "Mr. Black, are you saying, you want to bet on the Transylvania team, right?" I heard it very clearly." The smile on the young goblin's face was overflowing. He grabbed Sirius's hand fiercely and bounced up and down frantically. Sirius frowned and pulled his hand away forcefully. However, the young goblin didn't mind. For a greedy race like goblins, Black at this moment was practically his parents and relatives. "So, how do you plan to bet? Exact score, approximate score range, match duration, individual player goal count, who will find the golden snitch? We can bet on all of these, and professionals will calculate the odds. The more conditions you choose, and the more precise they are, the higher the odds." Several middle-aged goblins also rushed out from the back of the venue after being notified, jogging to stand behind the young goblin, looking at Sirius with anticipation. By then, a large crowd of wizards had gathered to watch the excitement, many standing on tiptoes, eager to see which fool had such courage. However, they didn't get much gossip, because the middle-aged goblins who finally came out respectfully moved the table and invited the two to discuss inside. Harley and Black were led into a reception room reserved for pure-blood family and sat on comfortable sofas. Lemonade was already on the table, but neither of them touched it. After both parties were seated, the young goblin repeated what he had said earlier and looked at Sirius expectantly. Sirius first turned to look at Harley, then at the note in his palm, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "We choose to bet, the match ends within 3 hours, the Transylvania team catches the golden snitch and wins." The room full of goblins instantly erupted in joy. This was truly a god of wealth bringing money. The House of Black was a famous pure-blood family with a long heritage, so the betting amount wouldn't be less than 10,000 galleons. "We can offer you odds of 20 to 1, but wouldn't you consider betting on the score difference between the two teams?" At the signal of several middle-aged goblins, the young goblin began to persuade him. "Think about it. If you choose the Transylvania team to lead the England team by more than 50 points, your odds can be raised to 25 to 1. If they lead by more than 100 points, the odds can be raised to 30 to 1, if they lead by more than 150 points. The young goblin suddenly stopped speaking and looked back over his shoulder. The middle-aged goblins behind him nodded, giving him an, "Don't be afraid, look." After all, the England team was so strong, and the Transylvania team was just an amateur team, how could they possibly win? This was the performance of the Gringotts branch in Britain, and it absolutely could not be let go. Moreover, the one responsible for signing would definitely be this young goblin, so even if a huge upset really occurred, this young goblin would bear the responsibility and face punishment. Consider it a kind gesture, to teach him a lesson. "We can offer odds of 40 to 1. The young goblin gritted his teeth and said loudly. "And we can sign a magic contract, a contract between the goblin race and the House of Black." "And Potter," Harley suddenly interjected, "since you put it that way, let's add one more condition. 150 points is exactly the number of a golden snitch, so let's make a big gamble. We believe the Transylvania team will lead the England team by more than 150 points. We are betting." Harley paused, calculating her assets. The licensing fees for the improved potion from the Extraordinary Potioneers Association and the sales fees for the ordinary potion she had consigned there had all been received. After deducting various taxes and handling fees, her income was over 20,000 galleons. The Potter family vault could still produce another 30,000 in cash, only the gems and other precious items were difficult to liquidate. And Sirius had already stated before coming that he wasn't concerned about the House of Black's assets, he could provide up to 600,000 galleons. And all of this was cash, not including gems, deeds, various magic items, and magic books. Sirius waved his hand, indicating that Harley could freely dispose of these assets. After all, he planned to remain single, and all these properties would belong to his goddaughter in the future. However, Harley also had to consider the goblins' own capacity to bear losses. If they lost too much, they might flip the table and refuse to play. Although Harley was not afraid of goblins at all, now was not the time to flip the table, nor was it necessary. This was also why Harley had not revealed her true predicted score difference of 380 points earlier, but only predicted 150 points. On one hand, it could be attributed to her betting on the Transylvania team catching the golden snitch in a short time. On the other hand, she was afraid that the goblins might renege due to excessively high odds. After a brief minute of mental calculation, Harley provided the final figure: "We are betting 200,000 galleons." As soon as the figure was announced, the goblins' eyes instantly turned red. After all, the purchasing power of galleons in the wizarding world was incredibly exaggerated, and ordinary wizards usually didn't have many galleons on hand. An employee of the Ministry of Magic like Arthur Weasley, considering his position as the head of a relatively quiet office, would only earn about 70 galleons a month. Most ordinary Ministry of Magic employees' salaries were only around 60 galleons, and only the heads of departments and deputy heads earned high salaries. But now, Harley and Sirius, two people, actually produced 200,000 galleons. This was a huge sum that an employee like Mr. Weasley would only earn after working for a full 238 years without eating or drinking, and without considering salary increases or decreases. Perhaps only pure blood family that had been passed down for hundreds of years without interruption, with numerous opportunities and a continuous stream of talented individuals, could produce such a large amount of cash at once. Across the negotiating table, the young goblin was already going crazy. With this money, even if the total capital placed on the England team to win reached 10 million, Gringotts would still make a profit. Moreover, they had only placed just over 2 million so far, so Gringotts' profit for this match alone would exceed 150,000. They simply didn't consider it further, and they couldn't make a decision anymore. A middle-aged goblin rushed out of the room like crazy and quickly brought in an elderly goblin. "Here is the contract, Mr. Black, Miss Potter," the elderly goblin said tremblingly. "Please read it carefully, and if there are no errors, please sign your respective surnames and races in the corresponding positions." Saying that, he produced a treasure chest from behind him, opened the lid with trembling hands, and pulled out a piece of parchment tied with hemp rope. The elderly goblin carefully untied the hemp rope and handed the parchment, which emitted a strong magic fluctuation, to Sirius. However, Sirius waved his hand slightly, allowing Harley to take the contract. The elderly goblin's expression relaxed slightly, and after letting go, he immediately said something to the young goblin. The young goblin instantly looked excited, as if he had stumbled upon a huge stroke of luck. Harley meticulously reviewed the contract, not missing even the patterns on the edges. "Mr. Goblin, what should I call you?" Harley suddenly asked. "Just call me Granhart," the elderly goblin replied. "Mr. Granhart, there's a slight problem with your contract," Harley said, narrowing her eyes as she looked at the contract in her hand. "If I'm not mistaken, the pattern on the corner here indicates that the contract itself is only..." Cough, cough, cough. Granhart suddenly burst into a violent cough and, with an agility unbefitting his age, reached for the contract. But his hand was pushed away halfway, and gentle breezes swirled around Harley, forming an invisible protection. Granhart's expression remained unchanged, his face full of smiles. "I'm so sorry, Miss Potter, it seems we picked up the wrong contract. This must have been taken from the vault by a newly employed goblin. He probably wasn't familiar with the vault and just grabbed a contract and came over. I'll go get you a replacement." With that, Granhart scurried out of the room, while the middle-aged goblins and young goblin watched Harley and Sirius nervously. They were somewhat flustered, fearing that Harley and Sirius would simply leave and not place their bet. If the old men at headquarters found out that the money that was within their grasp had been allowed to escape, they would be dead. However, to their good fortune, Harley and Sirius made no moves. Sirius didn't even change his expression, while Harley wore a cold smile. In less than a minute, the elderly goblin rushed back with a new contract. Evidently, the goblins themselves were gambling that Harley and Sirius wouldn't discover the problem with the contract. In that contract, the Potter family and the House of Black were betting against the young goblin who was responsible for signing as the deceived party. This way, the goblins could ensure that even if there was an upset, they would only need to sacrifice the life of one young goblin to protect their interests. And if Harley discovered the problem, then they would just replace the contract on the spot. The problem-free contract had probably been waiting outside the room for a long time. Miss Potter, Mr. Black, this is the correct contract, the previous one was an accident. The elderly goblin's voice became tremulous again, filled with a decaying aura, as if his life was nearing its end. If there are no problems, let's sign quickly. However, Harley was not easily fooled. The hand holding the original contract did not loosen at all. With her other hand, she lightly tapped on the table. What about this contract then? You tried to deliberately swindle us, with undeniable evidence. Is this matter just going to be dropped? What are you talking about, Miss Potter? Granhart shook his wrinkled head. I don't understand what you're saying. It was just a small mistake made by our young staff earlier. I wonder if you can forgive them. HMPH. Harley sneered, and an invisible pressure instantly spread, filling the entire room. The goblins immediately looked panicked. The little witch in front of them was actually more powerful than the strongest old goblins at their Gringotts headquarters. What a clever scheme you goblins have. Harley's hair floated, her face like ice. But you've probably misunderstood one thing. The initiative to sign the contract is in our hands. Also, although the Potter family and the House of Black bloodlines may not be flourishing, their status in the wizarding world is not low. Harley said two seemingly unrelated sentences, then made to stand up. The elderly goblin's expression instantly changed. He wasn't afraid of Harley's power as a threat. After all, Gringotts had immense backing, with the entire goblin race behind it, including even a few goblins on par with Hogwarts deans. In his eyes, no matter how strong Harley was, she was just a wizard. After all, her age was a factor. Could she compare to those old men who had lived for hundreds of years? Moreover, wizards and goblins were currently in a period of tolerable peace. Could Harley bear the consequences if she unilaterally initiated action against goblins? The elderly goblin, who deeply understood the nature of high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials and pure-blood family, was not afraid of this. But he was afraid of not being able to earn this current sum of money, and even more afraid of Gringotts' reputation being damaged, leading to even greater financial losses in the future. Granhart's attitude became increasingly amiable. Well, Miss Potter, let's discuss this properly. I think we certainly made a mistake. Harley then sat back down and nodded. That's more like it. After 15 minutes of negotiation, both parties finally finalized the agreement. In addition to the previous agreement, as compensation for the deliberate breach of contract, Harley had the right to demand Gringotts to craft custom alchemy items for her to repay part of the amount if they lost the bet. The goblins were very heartbroken but could do nothing about it. After the contract was signed, Harley instantly felt an invisible shackles added to her body. Then we won't disturb you two from enjoying the match tonight, Granhart, who had just pushed away the young goblin and signed himself, said with a smile. We will now transfer the galleons to your Gringotts vaults. He smiled very happily, as if the performance target was already within reach. And Harley also smiled. Considering that throughout the entire Quidditch World Cup group stage and knockout rounds, only this one match would result in such an absurd loss and such exaggerated odds. So Harley simply decided to eat her fill in one go, to play big the first time, make a fortune, and then run. A total of 200,000 galleons, with odds of 40 to 1, meaning 8 million galleons were already beckoning to Harley. She hoped that after the match results came out tonight, the goblins wouldn't be too sad. After all, that was 8 million galleons. Chapter 257 Harley. My evaluation is that it is not as good as the witch sect. It is well known that gossip and entertainment spread the fastest in this world, and even the wizarding world is no exception to this rule. That afternoon, the news that Sirius of the House of Black and Harley, in Order of Merlin, first-class recipient, had bet on the Transylvania team at Gringotts spread throughout the entire camp. Even insiders revealed that the two had bet at least 50,000 galleons, and Gringotts boldly offered odds of 40 to 1. Many wizards initially mocked them, thinking that Sirius had gone mad from his imprisonment in Azkaban and that his brain wasn't working properly, unable to distinguish the strengths of the two competing teams. And Harley, the Order of Merlin, first-class recipient, was only good at magic. She truly knew nothing about the Quidditch World Cup. The two were probably just novices, intimidated by the high odds from the goblins, and directly placed their bets, even choosing such a demanding condition. After all, no matter who looked at it, How could England, a top-tier powerhouse team that had just achieved 17 consecutive wins in training matches, possibly lose to a village league team like Transylvania? This first group stage match was pure points for the taking, how could they not understand that? But as everyone laughed, they suddenly started to cry again. 50,000 galleons, how long would it take them to earn that? Yet, these two casually pulled out such a sum, so easily, as if the money was nothing. Indeed, the gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between people and dogs. This afternoon, as the match was about to begin, the entire camp grew increasingly chaotic. As the most trouble-making group of wizards, Big Mao and Mao, after drinking dozens of cases of vodka, suddenly started fighting for no apparent reason. Big Mao pulled in San Mao, and Mao also called a bunch of European fun-seeking fans, and the two sides fought with great relish. However, everyone still retained a tiny bit of sanity, they didn't use wands, only fists and beer bottles. In the middle, there was also a group of fans of Big Mao's team from the North Caucasus region, who, for some unknown reason or perhaps a crossed wire, suddenly changed their minds. They suddenly turned to support Mao and charged towards the station of Big Mao's Ministry of Magic office to protest. However, when they reached not far in front of the Ministry of Magic station, they suddenly stopped, replaced the Big Mao fans who were tired from causing trouble with Mao, and rejoined the fray. This incident scared Big Mao's Ministry of Magic into calling over the British Oars, but after an investigation, it was found that a certain Ministry of Magic across the sea from Big Mao was instigating trouble. And those Big Mao fans who rebelled midway were paid to do a job, to scare Big Mao's Ministry of Magic, and then there was nothing more. They were very ethical, they did as much as they were paid for. They only received a mere 62,000 nuts, the currency of the American Ministry of Magic, just enough to make a statement and intimidate Big Mao. Minister Fudge was also helpless after receiving the news. They say Britain is an empire on which the sun never sets, but the sun has already set. If it weren't for Dumbledore, Britain would at most rank 4th in the International Confederation of Wizards. How could he have the ability to manage that trouble-making Ministry of Magic? He could only comfort himself, pretend not to see it, and treat it as his son causing trouble for his father. The British wizards nearby didn't care about their minister's worries, they watched the show with great enjoyment, cheering loudly but not daring to join in. Are you kidding? Everyone still vividly remembers when 20 fans of former Soviet national Quidditch teams beat up 200 fans of the England national Quidditch team. Watching others get beaten was enough, no one liked to go up and get beaten themselves. However, the England team fans didn't have much peace either, as they soon started bickering with the Scotland team fans. You know, Big Mao, Mao, and San Mao were at least born from the corpse of a giant, they weren't one country, which is why there's a phenomenon of coming from the same origin but having internal conflicts. But Britain is still the United Kingdom, still a unified country, yet the England and Scotland fans started fighting. The English mocked the Scots for their Quidditch team failing to qualify for the World Cup, while the Scots retorted that the English were crushed by the Vietnam team. And the fans of the Ireland and Wales teams, they chose to clap and cheer from the sidelines. After all, the former had a very good group in the World Cup, while the latter, like the Scotland team, failed to qualify in the preliminaries. So, both sides amicably became spectators enjoying the chaos. During this time, several England team fans even made harsh declarations. Just wait, that training match failure was just an accident. An England team fan, red-faced from being mocked, shouted loudly. Tonight, the England team will achieve a great victory. And from this moment on, the England team will not lose a single match and will win the championship. How can the great England team be criticized by you village-level teams? Minister Fudge, who was patrolling the camp, watched this scene and secretly gave a thumbs up to that fan. Regardless of whether the England team could win, they couldn't lose in terms of morale. However, he still pretended to wave his wand. Delish. Go over there and see what's happening. Yes, Minister. A burly Auror rushed over, but he didn't return for a while. Just as Minister Fudge was getting a bit impatient, Delish quietly slipped back. He even looked around to make sure there were no wizards from other countries before whispering to Minister Fudge, Minister, the situation is a bit complicated. On the surface, it looks like the English and Scots have started arguing and are preparing for a real fight. But in reality, the Ireland team fans are unhappy with the England team mocking them, but they don't want to fight themselves, so they are instigating conflict between the Scots and the English. Minister Fudge's eyes widened instantly, unsure how to respond. He knew that Great Britain was known as disassembled Britain, with various internal conflicts, but he didn't expect the conflicts to be so significant. Moreover, this was the site of the World Cup, with so many foreign wizards watching the spectacle. Wasn't this embarrassing themselves? Finally, Minister Fudge waved his hand helplessly. Stop them, and also tell all British wizards that infighting is prohibited during the World Cup. Seeing the oars arrive, the fans tacitly stopped their hands. However, looking at the glances they exchanged, the meaning was very clear: they would settle scores after the match. Settle them thoroughly. In this chaos, the time finally reached 6 o'clock. Harley and Hermione followed Sirius and Professor McGonagall, who had just arrived, along with the crowd towards the stadium. Professor McGonagall, still unaware that her former student had taken her current favorite student to gamble, was chatting and laughing with Sirius. It was also unknown what strange interest Professor McGonagall had suddenly awakened, as she began to hint at Sirius getting married in various ways. This made Sirius very embarrassed, and he kept changing the subject. As a result, Professor McGonagall, in a moment of excitement, accidentally let slip that old gentleman Phineas had asked her and Professor Dumbledore to act as matchmakers. Now it was Sirius's turn to widen his eyes, while Professor McGonagall's attention quickly shifted back to Quidditch. I really hope the England team doesn't embarrass themselves so much. Professor McGonagall stiffly changed the subject. During the qualifiers, the England team, to boost morale, scheduled a training match with the Vietnam team across seasons. I heard from a few students who work at the Department of Magical Games and Sports. She looked at Sirius. They are probably 4 years younger than you. Anyway, they said that the Ministry of Magic taking the lead on this was itself to help boost the England team's morale and also to do early publicity. As a result, the England team suffered a crushing defeat. If it weren't for good luck at the end, with the golden snitch flying to their face, the England team would have been completely whitewashed. How embarrassing. The group quickly arrived at the entrance, and the Ministry of Magic, which responsible for checking tickets, looked at their tickets. First-class seats. Top floor box. Keep going upstairs, Sirius. Professor McGonagall, good evening. Good evening, Pearl. Professor McGonagall nodded to the witch and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to end up working for the Ministry of Magic. You clearly told me at the time that you wanted to focus on studying Transfiguration. Pearl shrugged helplessly. Professor McGonagall, you know very well that I almost failed my NEWT in Transfiguration. The four walked up the stairs, which were covered with a magenta carpet, towards the top of the stadium. The crowd slowly dispersed into the regular stands, but the four did not stop, continuing all the way to the topmost box. This was located at the highest point of the stadium, furnished with over 30 purple gold and gold-plated seats. There were 6 such boxes on this floor, and the designer had clearly considered the number 7, the most magical number in the wizarding world, in this design. The pitch below was very chaotic. One could see the bustling crowd below without even stepping out of the box. But the box was very comfortable. If the windows were closed, there was no noise at all. Many wizards gradually entered, including one of tonight's protagonists, the Minister of Transylvania's Ministry of Magic. This minister looked in good spirits, chatting and laughing with Minister Fudge, completely unconcerned about the upcoming match. But thinking about it, it made sense. Just looking at the paper statistics, the value of one England team substitute was enough to buy the entire Transylvania team. This Minister of Transylvania's Ministry of Magic probably realized this, which is why he seemed so nonchalant. Harley also saw the Malfoy family from afar, but they seemed to have tickets for other boxes. This made Sirius deeply regretful. He had wanted to confront old Malfoy. At 7 in the evening, as night fell, countless lights shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Quidditch World Cup stadium. Ludo, as the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, would serve as the commentator throughout the group stage and knockout rounds. At this moment, he held a microphone enchanted with a sonorous charm, and his voice clearly reached every corner of the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and guests from various countries. Good evening, everyone. I am Ludo Bagman, head of the British Department of Magical Games and Sports. During this Quidditch World Cup in Britain, I will be your commentator, accompanying you through every group stage and knockout match. Welcome everyone to Britain, to watch the Quidditch World Cup. Now, I declare the opening ceremony of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup group stage, officially open. The entire venue immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, and many wizards pulled out their wands, sending sparks into the sky. National flags and Quidditch team flags from various countries appeared in the stands, with songs and cheers intertwining. At the edge of the stadium, the oars were doing the same, but more neatly and orderly, making the entire night sky colorful and magnificent. Quidditch teams from 16 countries rode their brooms out one after another, followed by their mascots. The Leprechauns of the Ireland team, the Mooncalves of the England team, the Venetian Lake Monsters of the Venice team, and the Vila of Bulgaria. The moment the Vila appeared on the field, the entire stadium erupted. Many wizards stood up, waving their hands frantically, and all the emblems of their supported teams were thrown aside. Not to mention them, many players in the sky suddenly started diving down, wanting to curry favor with the Vila. Draco. Harley clearly heard Lucius's furious roar from afar. Apparently, Draco had greatly embarrassed old Malfoy. However, Harley felt a bit bored. She leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on one hand, leisurely sipping pumpkin juice. Such a small scene, there were plenty of them in the Demoness sect. Those witches were more uninhibited than these Vila, with more tricks and stronger charm. In Harley's eyes, these Vila below weren't even as good as Fleur. At least Fleur fully demonstrated the advantages of being a half-blood, where the unique charms of Vila and humans were perfectly combined. Speaking of Fleur, Harley suddenly remembered that she seemed to be coming with Madame Maxime to watch the knockout rounds. She had originally planned to invite her to the top box then, and Sirius had also said he could still get tickets. But Fleur refused, saying she would stay with the Beauxbatons contingent. For some reason, their school had organized some excellent 6th and 7th year students to attend the matches. The cost of this trip was generously sponsored by Beauxbatons' major benefactor, old gentleman Nicholas Flamel. And Fleur had kept a secret, not revealing any more information. However, Harley was indifferent to this. She had already soaked in the hot springs and knew Fleur's weaknesses inside and out. As long as Harley wished, she could easily extract anything from a certain Delacour young lady who thought she was tough-mouthed. The only thing that made Harley feel a bit regretful was that she couldn't watch the match with the Vila young lady. However, considering Hermione was sitting next to her, Harley suddenly wasn't so regretful anymore. Chapter 258. The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Just as Harley's mind was racing, she suddenly felt the dark arts she had left on Peter Pettigrew being triggered. Harley's body instantly tensed, then relaxed. What happened with Peter Pettigrew? Harley wondered. Among the hints she had left for Peter Pettigrew, only a few special circumstances would trigger her power. Seeing that no one around was paying attention to her, Harley cautiously put on her manipulator glasses, immersing most of her consciousness into them, leaving only a superficial consciousness to respond to simple questions from others. Through Peter Pettigrew's perspective, Harley saw that Peter Pettigrew was standing at the edge of a dark forest, and in front of him lay a woman. The woman was plump, not very tall, and wore a robe representing the British Ministry of Magic. She was currently unconscious, and judging from the perspective, Peter Pettigrew had probably knocked her out from behind. Harley frowned slightly, quietly sifting through Peter Pettigrew's memories. Bertha Jerkins, a member of the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Games and Sports. Harley's physical expression remained unchanged, but her consciousness furrowed its brow slightly. Are you planning to take her to Lord Voldemort as an offering? To see if you can interrogate her for information about the Ministry of Magic. Harley sighed and shook her head. Witches were indeed evil, but she still had some moral bottom lines. She quickly found a reason for herself. Lord Voldemort doesn't have much power right now, which is the best time to control and guide him. Bringing this Bertha Jerkins to Lord Voldemort could lead to unpredictable consequences. What's more, Harley subtly glanced at Bertha's lower abdomen. She's pregnant, and the baby is probably not even 5 months old, it's just that she's naturally a bit plump so it doesn't show. Forget it, I'll plant a suggestion in this future mother to make her leave this troubled place quickly. Under the invisible erosion of Harley's power, Peter Pettigrew first looked dazed, then subconsciously squatted down, turned Bertha over, and opened her tightly closed eyes. With the immersion of her power, Harley, using Peter Pettigrew as an intermediary, slowly implanted psychological suggestions into Bertha. But during the process of suggestion, Harley's eyebrows suddenly twitched. She was surprised to find that Bertha's memory had a problem, and a very big one at that. Any magic that has ever existed will leave a trace. And in Bertha's memory, there was a trace left by a powerful memory charm. This trace even affected Bertha's memory. A powerful and crude memory charm, not as subtle as Lockhart's memory charm. It seems the user doesn't use this spell often. Harley rubbed her temples, deep in thought. Judging from various signs, the greatest possibility was that Bertha had learned some secrets she shouldn't have known. And that person found it inconvenient to directly kill Bertha, so he chose to forcibly erase Bertha's relevant memories. Harley then recalled Ludo's evaluation of his subordinate when Sirius and Ludo were chatting. A very interesting witch, just a bit foolish, with a bad memory, and always misplacing things. Over the years, she's been shuffled from one department to another. I felt sorry for her, so I just let her come over. At the time, Ludo even laughed at himself, rubbing his head. After all, I'm not smart either, those damned bludgers, they definitely caused permanent damage to my brain. It's a case of shared misfortune, I suppose. Anyway, I'm unreliable at work too, so one more won't make a difference. Now, Harley felt she already knew the reason for Bertha's poor memory. Beneath Harley's tightly closed eyes, a emerald green glow flowed, gradually merging into the glasses. Thanks to the previous manipulator's tempering of Harley's will and spirit, Harley was now increasingly skilled at this kind of long-distance, precise operation. Triwizard Tournament, former Auror Moody will be joining Hogwarts as the professor for defense against the dark arts. Harley quickly skimmed over the superficial memories, incidentally browsing some important information. Finally, she broke through the influence of the memory charm and read the secrets that had been forcibly erased from Bertha's mind by the memory charm. How interesting, Harley's lips suddenly curved into a smile. Mr. Crouch's Death Eater son, Barty Crouch Jr., who should have died, is actually still alive and hidden at home by old Crouch. What an interesting piece of information. Harley waved her hand, manipulating Peter Pettigrew to help Bertha re-bury these memories deep within her mind. However, she didn't do it as crudely as Mr. Crouch, but used the extraordinary ability of psychological suggestion to restrict this memory. This would also not cause too much harm to Bertha. This woman's nightmare days were about to end. Harley nodded in satisfaction, reinforced the suggestion on Peter Pettigrew, and made him quickly leave the area. And that memory about Barty Crouch Jr. was also buried deep in Peter Pettigrew's mind. This news would be her meeting gift for Senior Riddle. Although he couldn't possibly know who the giver was, he would surely be very satisfied with this gift. Watching Bertha's figure disappear from Peter Pettigrew's sight, Harley, with the many pieces of information she had gathered, contentedly withdrew her consciousness. When Harley took off her glasses, refocused her attention on the stadium, and took over the memories of her shallow consciousness, she found that the match was about to begin. The mascots of both teams had already appeared and were cheering in the designated areas on the field. However, Harley seriously doubted whether the England team's Moonkalves and the Transylvania team's Vampire Moths truly understood the concept of cheering. On the England team's side, the players held the latest firebolt brooms and wore neat, specially tailored Quidditch uniforms, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Transylvania team, on the other hand, wore a motley assortment of clothes. One person even wore an old jersey that came with the Comet 250 when it was first released. Their brooms were uniformly Nimbus 1900s, lagging more than 10 Nimbus 2000s behind the Firebolt. Noticing this, the England Quidditch team's head coach became even more smug, instructing his players to definitely go easy and not let their international friends lose too badly on British soil. On the field, the England team's fans also started to laugh, anticipating a slaughter. After both coaches retreated and the captains shook hands, with a whistle, 14 players and one referee simultaneously ascended, and the quaffle was thrown high into the air. Ludo's voice then rang out, "The match has officially begun. We can see that Drinkwater, as the captain of the England team, is leading the charge towards the quaffle. He's close. He's close to the ball. He overshot the ball." It was clear that Drinkwater was not very proficient with the firebolt, simply failing to break and flying past the quaffle. Kentaro, the chaser for the Transylvania team, snatched the quaffle and charged alone towards the England team's goal area. Atwater, the England team's keeper, who had just ascended from the ground, was still flying unsteadily, not at all nervous. After all, the entire England team used firebolts, so their speed would definitely overwhelm the Transylvania team. They were sure to gain possession of the ball first. Just as Atwater was humming a tune and arriving in front of the goal, preparing to turn his broom to defend, he suddenly heard a whoosh sound beside his ear. What was that? Atwater suspected his ears were malfunctioning. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have drunk so much with those bastards these past few days. Complaining, Atwater turned his broom around, and then saw the large numbers on the scoreboard. England team, Transylvania team. 0-10, ? Before Atwater could think much, he heard the referee's whistle again and Ludo's commentary. Oh, what a shame. Kentaro, the chaser for the Transylvania team, made a solo run and scored the first goal just 1 minute into the match. The entire stadium immediately erupted in cheers. However, these were the cheers of other fans. The smiles on the faces of the England team's fans and those wizards who had bet money on the England team had vanished at the start of the match. Smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. ... This is absolutely terrible, England team, they're in very poor form today. Ludo's voice no longer held any passion, as he desperately tried to find excuses for the England team. But he was also very frustrated. In less than an hour, they had conceded 12 goals to the Transylvania team, a team famously dubbed village level. Frankly, as the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Ludo had seen many non-professional teams organized by England fans. Their matches weren't this ridiculous. Many spectators in the stands were shouting in anger, some even throwing shoes and fruit onto the field. People liked to see upsets, the weak beating the strong, that was true, but not this match. Many people had bet money on the England team. And those fans who hadn't placed bets because they supported their own teams were overjoyed. Everyone loved to see an upset. In the topmost box, Harley directly felt the low pressure created by the senior Ministry of Magic officials. Although everyone there considered themselves civilized pure-blood family members, this didn't stop them from cursing loudly after losing money. Fudge's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water, and the veins on his forehead were almost popping out. The minister of the Transylvania Ministry of Magic next to him, however, was leisurely munching on an apple and sipping mead. Just making it into the qualifiers was already unexpected, and now they might even pull off an upset. To avoid taxes, he had also placed a small bet of 1,000 galleons at Gringotts in Transylvania, supporting his own team, considering it a sentimental gesture. And Gringotts there had given him 15 times the odds. He hadn't expected that the money he spent for sentiment would actually yield a return. He had originally planned how to go back and record this money in the Ministry of Magic's accounts, but it seemed he wouldn't need to this time. The Transylvania team's chaser, Deacon, with a solo possession. Walter hit a beautiful bludger, trying to block him. Oh, what a bludger. England team's beater, Walter, used a beautiful bludger to successfully force back England team's keeper, Atwater, who had come to block, helping Deacon score a solo goal. Ludo immediately wanted to curse, but unfortunately, he was a neutral commentator and had to control his emotions. 130, England team captain Drinkwater has possession, but he's been dispossessed. Finally, at 1 hour and 57 minutes into the match, the England team successfully scored a goal. The entire stadium instantly erupted, and England team fans waved their flags, cheering for the players. This is the trumpet of counterattack. Destroy them. A fervent fan cast a sonorous charm on himself, shouting loudly. From this moment on, we won't let a single goal pass and we'll advance to the finals. A Scottish fan next to him gave him a mocking look. Why did that sound so familiar? Someone else seemed to have shouted something similar a few days ago. Oars were already moving along the aisles, intending to remove this fan who was forcibly disrupting order in the stadium. Normal shoe throwing and shouting were not within their jurisdiction, but using magic violated the spectating rules. But before they could reach the fan, they heard the fan and other England team fans cry out in anguish together. No. Not long after the England team scored their first goal, Flinky, the Transylvania team's seeker, caught the golden snitch. The score on the scoreboard was fixed. England team, Transylvania team. 10-390. When the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, the England team members controlled their brooms to land steadily, their eyes filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It seems I'm a player. I'm at the British Quidditch World Cup match. I just lost the game. I must be dreaming, otherwise how could such an absurd phenomenon occur? How could the well-trained, well-fed, well-funded, and well-equipped England team possibly lose to the almost completely amateur Transylvania team? If it really was a dream, then this dream was too outlandish and at the same time too realistic. At this moment, the England team players saw the spectators in the stands standing up and waving their wands, and they subconsciously waved back, following muscle memory. At this, the powder keg was ignited. Initially, only a dozen or so photographers with parchment and quills, as well as those carrying cameras, rushed over. Now, the England team fans from the stands also rushed over. In recent days, the England team's fans had been too arrogant, getting into more than one fight with the Scots, and the Welsh and Irish fans also disliked them. Now it was good, the England team had lost, and the reckoning was about to begin. Before they were surrounded, they would first surround the England team, and beat them up to vent their anger. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Sleeping Cat Head for their generous donations. P.S. Speaking of which, the infant Lord Voldemort became, according to some unverified rumors, was actually Bertha Jerkins' child. Bertha Jerkins was pregnant at the time, but there was no mention of the child's father or other details. So Lord Voldemort used magic similar to what he used on Quirrell in the first-year timeline. You can probably guess the rest, the author won't say it to prevent issues with the book. However, this setting was too dark, so it was forbidden, and Rowling also blurred the relevant information. Chapter 259 Professor McGonagall's Art of Face Changing. As Harley stood up, preparing to leave the top-floor box, she could still hear Fudge's angry shouts. The Minister for Magic of Britain couldn't help but be furious. He had wagered 50,000 galleons on the England team. At the time, he thought it was easy money. Who could resist such a temptation? But now, reality told him that the England team had lost, and lost so badly. Fudge's heart was shattered. Throw them into Azkaban. As she opened the door, Harley clearly heard Fudge's enraged cry. He completely disregarded the several high-ranking officials sitting next to him, as well as Transylvania's Minister for Magic and several of its officials. Of course, Transylvania's Ministry of Magic dared not interfere with the British Ministry of Magic's internal affairs, and the high-ranking officials of the British Ministry of Magic shared Fudge's opinion. After all, this group of gambling enthusiasts had also bet a considerable number of galleons on the England team. They now hated the England team to death. However, in the end, Fudge still found a somewhat reasonable excuse for his command. "I mean to send them to Azkaban for protection. Otherwise, I'm afraid these utterly useless players will be beaten to death by our fans." Back in their own tent, the four gathered around the table, enjoying the dinner Creature had prepared. After bringing back Regulus's body, Sirius, Creature, and his old mother on the wall had almost completely reconciled. As long as Sirius didn't openly disparage the House of Black, his old mother basically didn't care about anything. And seeing his old mistress's attitude, Creature also echoed her sentiment, beginning to treat young Master Sirius with more respect. "The England team is truly disgraceful," Professor McGonagall said angrily, as she ate a fresh kidney pie. The last time they were beaten so badly was in a practice match against the Vietnam team, and before that, it was in a practice match against the Myanmar team. The more Professor McGonagall spoke, the more she felt something was off. She suddenly realized that the England team players had seemingly never won a single recorded public practice match. What was going on? What about the promised 17 consecutive practice match victories? Was it a void practice match? Or were they playing practice matches against Muggles? Yes, they were truly awful. Sirius nodded, deeply moved. "Good thing I listened to Harley and didn't bet on the England team, but on the Transylvania team instead." Sirius only then realized what he had said, but the words couldn't be taken back. Professor McGonagall's eyes suddenly sharpened, like a keen blade. "Sirius, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly." Professor McGonagall smiled, pausing between each word, her voice filled with pressure. Sirius flinched, shrinking his head like a husky caught stealing food. Under Professor McGonagall's relentless questioning, Sirius finally recounted his gambling with Harley. He emphasized that it was he who, after hearing Harley say she could do divination, dragged her into it, taking full responsibility upon himself. Professor McGonagall gave him an angry glare. "Taking your underage goddaughter to gamble. You've really grown audacious, Sirius. You've even corrupted such obedient and well-behaved Harley and Hermione. And you gambled so much money. It's fine if you win, but what if you lose? Harley only has that much in assets. Just you wait, you've graduated, so I have no right to scold you, but I will definitely complain to old Principal Black." Immediately after, Professor McGonagall's expression changed abruptly, and she lovingly ruffled Harley's head. "Well done, Harley, I didn't expect you to have such a talent. You're much better than Sybil. Hee hee." Harley squinted her eyes, giving a sweet smile that made Hermione, across the table, stare blankly. How wonderful it would be if they were in the bedroom right now. Hermione couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Harley also sighed in her heart. Professor Trelawney's skateboarding was incredibly smooth, Professor Snape's passive aggressiveness towards other students was the best in the entire school, and Professor McGonagall had mastered the essence of changing expressions. Indeed, the professors of Hogwarts were all powerful figures with many skills. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was no longer so angry, Sirius cautiously asked, "So when do we go to the goblins to collect our money?" "That's a full 8 million galleons. Now, I'll go with you." Professor McGonagall withdrew her hand from Harley's head. "The camp is very chaotic right now, and I don't trust you to take 2 children alone. With your personality, with your magic level." With that, Professor McGonagall sighed heavily once again, shaking her head emphatically. Sirius coughed twice, not daring to retort, and chose not to respond. On the way to the Gringotts betting arena, the camp was a chaotic scene of revelry. Fireworks exploded in the sky, bottles flew everywhere, and the scent of whiskey and vodka permeated the air. Before the match, the England team's fans had been excessively boisterous, constantly praising the England team and disparaging other teams. Now that the reckoning had arrived, with the England team's disgraceful performance, they naturally became targets for attacks from other members of scattered Britain. What? The Ministry of Magic stipulated no infighting during the World Cup. Which regulation was that? Especially Scotland and Wales, whose teams both failed to qualify and had faced the most mockery from England team fans. In the current fights, their dirty tricks were also the most vicious. Finally, the time for reckoning had come, and they naturally had to exact their revenge fiercely. The Aurors appeared to be patrolling the camp, but in reality, they weren't intervening at all. With so many hyped-up fans in the camp now, how could they intervene? They'd likely be mobbed if they made a move. Besides, they also understood the fans' feelings, and even hated the England team's garbage performance more than these fans. When the Ministry of Magic protectively detained the England team players, many Aurors had already agreed with their colleagues who were assigned to escort the players that they must kick those good-for-nothings hard on their behalf. The small area outside Gringotts camp was relatively quiet. Wizards were all going wild in their own camps, and most had lost in gambling, so they wouldn't consider coming this way. The four swaggered past the two tables responsible for registering bettors' names and knocked on the back door. Inside, there was a moment of noisy commotion, then a young goblin timidly poked its head out. "Who is it? Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall, Miss Potter, Miss Granger." The young goblin's voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely louder than the buzzing of insects. "Good evening, may I ask what you need?" "To settle up, of course." Sirius held up his copy of the magic contract. "What? Is Gringotts trying to default on its debt?" The young goblin's face was bitter, not daring to reply, only desperately turning its head to signal inside. After a while, it timidly said, Of course not. Please come in, esteemed guests." With that, the young goblin opened the door completely, leading the four all the way to the reception room from that morning. An unfamiliar elderly goblin, with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, gripped the contract with trembling hands, seemingly wishing to tear the paper contract to shreds. At the time, they had thought that Sirius and Harley were their lucky stars, directly helping Gringotts' gambling pool turn a loss into a profit. But now, it seemed they had lost terribly. All the profits from betting on the England team wouldn't be enough to fill the hole. However, the elderly goblin had experienced many major events and managed to forcefully suppress its desires. After all, the contract stipulated extremely harsh conditions, and magic had already merged into the goblin's bloodline. Even if it tore the contract, the magic in the goblin's bloodline would not disappear, and it would even be punished for destroying the contract's carrier. These were the magic contracts the goblins had created, they naturally knew how powerful they were. Upon seeing the four, the elderly goblin seemed to give up struggling, slumping onto the sofa. "Congratulations, Mr. Black, Miss Potter, you two have won your bet. According to our agreement in the binding magic contract, Gringotts should deliver to you 8 million galleons." The elderly goblin tremblingly uttered a number that tasted bitter to it. The punishment from Gringotts' headquarters already flashed in its mind. Losing its position as the head of the British Gringotts branch was only the lightest punishment. It was very likely to lose all its property and even its life. After all, while the laws of various ministries of magic could govern goblins, they could not interfere with the implementation of internal goblin racial laws. "We will directly transfer the cash proportionally to your two vaults." The elderly goblin suppressed its internal trembling, speaking in as calm a voice as possible. "The Potter family vault should receive 2 million galleons, and the House of Black vault should receive 6 million galleons." "Wait," Harley suddenly spoke. "We discussed some conditions at the time, that galleons could be exchanged for custom-made, goblin-crafted magic items. I want to place some orders now." The elderly goblin, whose eyes had been dull, instantly looked up, hope rekindling on its face. After intense negotiations, Harley ordered quite a few top-tier magic items for herself. Several of these were prepared for her better use of extraordinary abilities. The remaining magic items were ordered because Harley wanted to study the goblin's technique for crafting magic items. For this batch of items, Harley spent all 2 million galleons she had just won in one go. The elderly goblin also seemed very happy. After all, it had saved so many galleons at once. Although crafting goblin items also cost money, the more valuable part was the labor cost. And each Gringotts branch had an annual loss quota, so the magic items crafted for Harley could be used to fill this loss quota. Coupled with filling the accounts with other miscellaneous expenses, it might even avoid losing its position as the head of British Gringotts. After both parties achieved satisfactory results, Sirius and his group happily left the Gringotts outpost. Watching the four depart, the elderly goblin wiped a cold sweat and instructed its subordinates. "Next time you see Potter and Black come to place a bet, forget it. From now on, when you see large bets of over 10,000, you must be cautious. You must report to me in advance. I finally understand that saying from human wizards, the quaffle is round, so anything is possible. And by the way, call that idiot responsible for signing over here, it will take full responsibility." The young goblin next to it nodded and scurried out of the room. Outside, they were settling accounts for the camp, and Gringotts internally also began to settle accounts, looking for a scapegoat. Harley had no idea how much of a powerful witch's shock her divination had brought to the elderly goblin and Gringotts. Of course, she wasn't planning to make another fortune. Today's match was the one with the highest odds in the entire World Cup, earning this one sum was enough. Although her 2 million galleons were spent on the spot, Sirius patted his chest and declared that any expenses needed for studying potions or alchemy would be borne entirely by him. You are my goddaughter, James and Lily's child, you don't need snot, materials provided by Snape. Sirius said loudly, completely exuding an air of disregard for the House of Black's assets. In the following days, the matches proceeded normally, but there were no more upsets like this. The only thing that displeased British Wizards was that the England team's loss to the Transylvania team was not an accident. The players who had just returned from Azkaban seemed eager to return to that cozy place, so they performed all sorts of criminal maneuvers on the field. They simply became the group's bonus, getting thoroughly beaten by large scores against everyone. It seemed that the Transylvania team had even held back, at least the goalkeeper deliberately ran a bit further, allowing the England team's chasers to score 1 goal. The England team's fans directly turned from supporters to haters, and even hardcore haters for 2.5 years. Some England team fans even angrily stated that the England team's ability to enter the World Cup was definitely due to the home advantage. Otherwise, with these good-for-nothings, they probably wouldn't even make it past the qualifiers. Harley, however, did not continue to pay attention to the England team's foolish performance. Every time she went to watch a match, she would quietly shift her attention to Peter Pettigrew. Under Harley's monitoring, Peter Pettigrew had successfully made contact with his old master. To Harley's surprise, Lord Voldemort was much stronger than she had imagined, but the soul fragment attached to a snake carried a curse from a unicorn deep within. It seemed that the unicorn blood Quirrell drank for Lord Voldemort in first year had extended his life significantly. Thanks to Zhuwei Yanhu, Drowsy Cat Head, reader with tail number 5701, reader with tail number 4974, and Shuabizai, for their generous rewards. When Mr. Willy Wonka, the epitome of sweet dreams and the world's greatest chocolatier, appears in the Charlotte family, the entire pirate world will experience a small chocolate shock. The protagonist's main persona, socialite, family is an absolute bottom line. The style mainly features pirate-specific devil fruits, the protagonist is half a devil fruit collector. The story does not follow the original work, currently set 20 years before the main timeline. In this article, you can see the Whitebeard pirates with independent children, Golden Lion leading Impel down to new heights, a healthy Roger, and Garp is a devil fruit user, a brand new version of One Piece you've never seen before. Chapter 260 Harley, Senior Riddle, you are a good person. After seeing Peter Pettigrew, Lord Voldemort did not reprimand him at all, but instead gently comforted Peter. He even personally admitted to Peter that his past failure was due to his own mistake and had nothing to do with Peter. Therefore, Peter did not need to bear any responsibility at all. On the contrary, he would only gain honor. Lord Voldemort also told Peter that Peter was the first Death Eater to actively seek him out, which also proved he was the most loyal Death Eater to the Great Dark Lord. If he regained his power, he would definitely reward Peter, making Peter even stronger and granting him a more exalted position among the Death Eaters. He even patiently listened to Peter Pettigrew's hatred for Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, and without hesitation, made a promise. He would personally beat these people half to death, then bring them to Peter Pettigrew, allowing his most loyal servant to complete his revenge. This series of brainwashing and grand promises moved Peter Pettigrew to tears, and the idea of running away to Australia to hide and live out his old age completely vanished from his mind. His will became firm again. From now on, I am the most loyal dog beneath the Great Dark Lord's throne, and also the highest-ranking servant in the future. Of course, the Death Eaters in Azkaban prison, who were even more loyal to Lord Voldemort, were subconsciously ignored by Peter Pettigrew. After successfully manipulating the Gryffindor traitor he despised the most into absolute devotion, Lord Voldemort began to explain his plan. He had developed the most effective magic for himself, capable of remaking a physical body. This magic required a very complex potion, made with various precious ingredients and extremely potent snake venom. After adding the soul of the person whose body was to be remade into the cauldron, the potion in the cauldron would automatically coalesce, forming a stable body. However, this alone was not enough. The formed body could take any shape, and various unexpected situations might occur. Therefore, at this point, 3 items were needed as anchors to stabilize the resurrected person's form: the bones of the resurrected person's father, the blood of their enemy, and the flesh of their servant. Furthermore, Lord Voldemort had extremely high demands and planned to have Peter Pettigrew abduct Harley Potter, using the blood of his archenemy, Harley, as a resurrection ingredient. This left Peter Pettigrew completely bewildered. If he had the ability to capture Harley alive, why would he need to come here and fawn over Lord Voldemort? However, spurred on by the grand promises of his master, Peter Pettigrew still prepared to give it his best shot. Moreover, under Harley's psychological suggestion, Peter Pettigrew only remembered that Harley was quite capable in a fight, having forgotten all her other abilities. So, a thought emerged in Peter Pettigrew's mind: with his master's assistance and a bit of cunning, perhaps he could succeed. Harley read this method, recorded in Peter Pettigrew's mind, in detail, her face showing undisguised astonishment. She made no comment on Peter Pettigrew's audacity. It was Harley who had deliberately left this impression in Peter Pettigrew's mind. After all, if Lord Voldemort wanted to scheme, his first target would definitely be her. So Harley might as well take the initiative. Peter Pettigrew's idea was exactly what she wanted. As for the dark arts designed by Lord Voldemort, Harley had to admit that Lord Voldemort was absolutely a genius. At least Harley had read dark arts books for so long, but she had never seen such creative dark arts. Harley couldn't help but think of the wand in her pocket and the broken basilisk hair it contained. Perhaps she could also use this ritual, combined with the Demoness of Despair's substitution technique, to develop a stronger occult ritual of the clone or life substitute nature. Tisk tisk tisk, Senior Riddle is really a good person, Harley couldn't help but sigh. Senior is so good to me, I must know how to repay his kindness. Forget it, I'll give him some problematic blood to help him resurrect. I'm truly too kind. Besides reading Peter Pettigrew's little secrets about Lord Voldemort, Harley and Hermione also frequently attended various parties with Sirius and Professor McGonagall during non-match times. For example, Professor Slughorn was keen on hosting dinner parties, bringing together people he knew to expand their networks. As Britain's rising star, Harley had made significant achievements in both potion and charms, and Professor Slughorn naturally pulled her around to introduce her. The masters whom Professor Slughorn included in his network would naturally not mind befriending such a promising new talent. After all, anyone with a sound mind could see that Harley's future was immeasurable. As for the match results, for British wizards, they were not so important anymore. The remaining matches were probably just for entertainment for most British people. After all, the England team was currently being thrashed repeatedly, almost getting a clean sweep in every match. Occasionally catching the golden snitch was like a holiday. As for the other Ireland team, the Loose Britain had always disliked recognizing the Ireland team as a national team, citing historical issues. Moreover, the Ireland team was extremely unstable. Lynch, as the seeker in a crucial position, couldn't consistently dominate other teams, often resulting in a 50-50 chance against anyone, making even qualifying seem problematic. But unexpectedly, by the end of the group stage, the Ireland team narrowly qualified as the second-place team in their group. As for the England team, they undoubtedly finished fourth in their group. Consequently, the Ireland team instantly gained a large number of 50-year-old fans. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because they've been Purine for half a lifetime, never met a true lord, and now they've finally found their true home team. The main thing is flexibility. As for the England team, do you know them? Are you a British mongrel? I'm not, anyway. Harley didn't feel much about the current chaotic and joyful atmosphere. She didn't support anyone, and even deep down, she felt everyone on the field was a weakling. If she were to go up there, with the Demoness of Despair's physical prowess and control over her broom, she could utterly defeat them in minutes. Harley could guarantee that as long as the golden snitch didn't appear, she could score 500 goals by herself, and there would be no evidence to prove she had drunk Felix Felicis. Watching these weaklings peck at each other, how could it be as beautiful as watching the Vila ladies? That's right, Fleur had arrived with the Beauxbatons team. The day after the group stage ended, when Harley woke up at 6 in the morning to enjoy the sunshine, she opened her tent door to see Fleur standing outside. Her bright silver hair had grown longer, now reaching her waist, and was fluttering in the morning breeze. Fleur smiled radiantly, and before she could say anything, a little girl suddenly darted out from the side, rushing directly into Harley's arms. "Sister Harley, we've come to see you. Did you miss us?" Harley smiled and ruffled the little girl's head in her arms. "Long time no see, Gabrielle. Come in and sit down." At this moment, only Harley was on the first floor of the tent. Hermione was still enjoying the coolness provided by the ice layer Harley had created, curled up in the thin quilt for autumn, completely unwilling to come out. Professor McGonagall had gone to visit some old friends she had made in the field of Transfiguration yesterday and hadn't returned all night. As for Sirius, is a freshly minted die-hard fan of the Ireland team. He and several other wizards he had been close with during school drank, celebrated until past 2 in the morning before returning. Fortunately, Harley had specially prepared a monitoring magic at the tent entrance for her troublesome godfather. This magic would alert Harley if it detected any unusual situation involving Sirius. And upon receiving the alert, Harley remotely controlled spider silk to toss Sirius back onto his bed. If not for Harley, considering Creature had also returned to Grimmauld Place, Sirius would have slept outside the tent for a night. When he woke up the next day, he might not even have his robes left. As for now, Sirius was also sound asleep in bed, completely unable to get up, let alone cook. Of course, he never cooked normally. Usually, Harley, Hermione, or Creature did. After seating the Delacour sisters, Harley waved her wand, summoning fresh pumpkin juice and bacon sandwiches freshly made by Creature from Grimmauld Place. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join us?" Harley gestured to the breakfast on the table. "There's quite a lot, Hermione, and I definitely can't finish it. If it's not enough for her later, I'll make more for her. As for Sirius, he'll probably sleep for a few more hours, so no need to save breakfast for him." "Thank you, then we won't be shy." Fleur nodded gracefully. After her sister's approval, Gabrielle eagerly grabbed a sandwich. "We arrived last night," Fleur said, chatting with Harley after taking a sip of iced pumpkin juice. "But it was too late when we arrived, almost midnight, so I thought I'd come over this morning instead." "You're up quite early then." Harley glanced at the mechanical watch she had worn for a long time. "Couldn't sleep," Fleur said, rubbing her little sister's head, who was wolfing down a sandwich. Gabrielle was so excited this morning, jumping around and couldn't settle down at all. Luckily, the soundproofing in the carriage was good enough, otherwise it would have disturbed Madame Maxime and the other students. "It's not my fault. In this situation, who could sleep?" The little girl's mouth was full. After a strenuous swallow, she didn't forget to look up and defend herself. "Why didn't you take me on vacation back then? You played by the sea for so long and took so many pictures." "That's because you didn't listen to Daddy." Saying this, Gabrielle laboriously moved her chair closer to Harley, then hugged Harley's slender waist. "Sister Harley, will you be my sister? My sister is too mean, she controls me all the time." Harley smiled helplessly, tapped Gabrielle's nose, lifted the little girl onto her lap, and gently coaxed her. Harley and Fleur chatted while eating, while Gabrielle amused herself by teasing Hedwig. Although Hedwig disdained such childish teasing, she reluctantly helped her master babysit. The two chatted for quite a while before Hermione finally broke free from the blanket demon's grasp. The young witch was about to go downstairs for breakfast when she saw a figure she inexplicably didn't want to see sitting at the dining table. Hermione pouted, said nothing, but deftly pulled out the chair opposite Fleur and sat next to Harley. "Good morning, Mrs. Delacour," Hermione greeted, casually picking up a sandwich. "Good morning, Sister Hermione." Gabrielle greeted with full energy, and Fleur also softly said hello. For some reason, Hermione's face suddenly flushed slightly. Harley timely handed over the pumpkin juice, while complaining, "Hermione, you're waking up later and later." "It's not my fault," Hermione immediately retorted, "it's clearly your low-temperature room that's too comfortable." "Low-temperature room?" Fleur was a little curious. Harley didn't explain, just lightly tapped the floor with her toe. A blue halo bloomed from the point where Harley's delicate foot touched the ground, instantly covering the entire dining room. A thick layer of ice formed on the floor, emitting bursts of cold air, dispelling the summer heat. "Hiss, ah," Fleur suddenly inhaled sharply, letting out a moan that indicated extreme enjoyment. "Harley, your magical skill is getting stronger and stronger. I really doubt if I can beat you this year." Of course, Harley's magical skill is one of the best in all of Hogwarts. Hermione said, proudly raising her head, happy for Harley. But halfway through her sentence, Hermione suddenly realized. Wait, what do you mean by, if you can beat Harley this year? "It's exactly what it sounds like," Fleur said with an innocent expression, "don't you know? This year, something big is going to happen at Hogwarts." "I don't know," Hermione replied honestly, shaking her head at the same time. "The professors haven't said anything, and there's no information in the newspapers either." Fleur showed a mischievous smile, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upwards, "So you don't know? Then it seems your Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts don't want you to know, Should I tell you?" As she spoke, Fleur lightly pressed her finger to her chin, tilting her head slightly, appearing extremely alluring yet with a hint of playfulness. Hermione's eyes instantly filled with irrepressible curiosity, but seeing Fleur's demeanor, she didn't want to ask directly. Fleur made no other move, just smiled and watched Hermione. Gabrielle, holding Hedwig, curiously watched her sister's every move. Hedwig also made no attempt to escape the little girl's clutches, choosing instead to watch and learn attentively. Harley leaned back in her chair, quietly enjoying the scene. It had to be said, Fleur was getting naughtier and naughtier, quite in Harley's old style. Chapter 261. In this battle, the Irish team has 10 wins. Although Harley really wanted to continue drinking pumpkin juice and enjoying the show from the sidelines, she was so kind that she ultimately decided to help Hermione out. Hermione, Fleur is talking about the Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts next semester. Triwizard Tournament. Hermione was stunned at first, and the shocked words blurted out. The competition, founded over 700 years ago, jointly hosted by the 3 European magic schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. But wasn't this competition terminated in the late 18th century because it was too dangerous? I remember in 1792, the competition events that year were too dangerous, requiring champions to capture a basilisk. As a result, the basilisk went berserk, and even a principal died. Since then, the competition has been permanently suspended. You're right, Hermione. But now the 3 magic schools have decided to restart the competition. Harley said softly, as for why they're restarting it, I'm not quite sure. Different from the past, from this time onwards, the Ministry of Magic of the country where the host school is located will also participate. The previous 100+ competitions were basically unrelated to the Ministry of Magic. They only needed to report to the local Ministry of Magic when foreign wizards entered their territory or when dangerous magical creatures used for the competition were transported. But starting from this competition, the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports of the Ministries of Magic from various countries will participate throughout, and will also send important officials from their departments to serve as judges. These were all contents from Bertha's memory, but that was all there was. In early April, Bertha was given a long vacation and didn't need to return until late September. Combining the information revealed during Ludo and Sirius's conversation, Harley had every reason to suspect that it was because she was too much of a hindrance, and others were afraid she would mess things up and increase their workload. Harley, what you said is mostly correct, but there's one crucial piece of information that's wrong. Fleur shook her finger. What you're talking about is information from before mid-April. Actually, according to Madame Maxime, this Triwizard Tournament will be comprehensively upgraded. Comprehensively upgraded? Hermione asked involuntarily. Exactly, comprehensively upgraded. Fleur nodded. Because of Harley's outstanding performance in the last Magical School Potion Championship, many magic schools have had their attention drawn. So in this competition, 11 magic schools from around the world may participate. Of course, the specific list is still being finalized. I only know that one school is definitely not participating in this competition. The Ouagadougou School of Magic had a very strange case a year ago, with symptoms similar to the Black Death. The patient had died, but there was no spread of the disease. So they decided to close the school for 10 years and not participate in international events jointly organized by other magic schools during this decade, to avoid more problems for the school. Harley remembered that disgusting guy who had provoked her, and couldn't help but nod. It was good that they weren't coming, saving them from being presumptuous in certain stages, provoking her, and making her want to kill again. Harley felt that she was so kind that she was still unwilling to create unnecessary slaughter. However, Harley really didn't expect that so many magic schools would be attracted to participate in the Triwizard Tournament because of her excellent performance last time. Lord Voldemort's original plan was to use the Triwizard Tournament to somehow get himself out of Hogwarts and complete his resurrection plan. But with so many schools inexplicably added, the possibility of Lord Voldemort's plan going wrong was much greater. Harley shook her head slightly. Let Senior Riddle worry about these things himself. After all, it was his resurrection plan. Moreover, more schools coming and attracting more attention was a good thing for Harley. After learning about the possibility of promotion in the future, although she didn't know where to find those high-level extraordinary characteristics and the most important uniqueness, it was always right to establish the anchor first. The Ministry of Magic was the prototype of the church for her. She only needed to continue according to the plan to control it. Of course, in this process, Harley also needed to eliminate that part of her future main anchor, which was the pure-blood family wizards who were not friendly to Muggles and Muggle-born wizards. But with a church, there could be no believers. And after the First Wizarding War and a series of other factors, the already small population of the British wizarding world experienced a large outflow. So, absorbing anchors from other countries became particularly important. All in all, our Beauxbatons will definitely participate in this Triwizard Tournament. Fleur concluded. It is also for this reason that Madame Maxime decided to bring a group of students most likely to compete to watch the Quidditch World Cup in Britain, and to familiarize themselves with the British environment in advance. It is said that in one of the previous competitions, several of our contestants were greatly affected because they couldn't get used to Hogwarts. I mean, British food. As she spoke, Fleur smiled apologetically, looking a little embarrassed. I can understand. I also think British food is rubbish. Harley readily agreed. The top 10 restaurants in the Muggle world are all in Britain, but they mostly serve French cuisine. After breakfast, Harley left a sandwich preserved with thin ice on the table for Sirius, and then she and Hermione led the Delacour sisters on a tour of the camp. Gabrielle seemed to rarely go out to play, so she was very excited when she saw this environment and ran around everywhere. However, every time she was about to run out of sight, Fleur would directly pick her up and bring her back. This made the little girl furious, baring her teeth and claws, making faces at her sister repeatedly, and finally hugging Harley's arm tightly, resolutely unwilling to return to her sister's side. Of course, in less than 5 minutes, Gabrielle was restless again, started running around, and then repeated the previous scene. When Gabrielle was once again picked up by Fleur, she immediately hugged Harley pitifully. "Sister Harley, please consider being my sister. Dad also admires you very much and often praises your potions talent at home. The uncles and aunts who visited last time also said you're a genius, and everyone loves you so much. And you're so gentle, not as fierce as my sister. Last time I just looked through my sister's diary and saw her writing about you in it." Gabrielle. Fleur's aura instantly became incredibly powerful. "Don't cause trouble for your sister Harley. Sister Harley, look." The little witch hid tightly behind Harley, clinging to her and not daring to let go. "Sister is angry again. So scary." Harley smiled helplessly, stroking Gabrielle's silver hair, which was an exact replica of Fleur's. "If you weren't so mischievous and always provoking your sister, wouldn't your sister not get so angry?" Gabrielle snorted, made a face at Fleur, and stopped running around. But this time, she held Harley's hand tightly, resolutely unwilling to let go. The 4 beautiful young witches moved together in the camp, and no matter where they went, they were a beautiful sight. However, the fans either celebrated their home team entering the knockout rounds last night, so they drank until very late. Or they mourned their home team not entering the knockout rounds, drowning their sorrows in alcohol until very late. So there were very few early rising wizards, and no one came to watch. Only a few fixed shop rental stalls had staff coming to work. Harley bought 4 telescopes at the fixed stall belonging to Zoko's joke shop in Hogsmeade, and also gave Gabrielle several souvenir items, such as the England team's 9-strong Great Perfection commemorative coin. Who was so ruthless that the England team was eliminated, and then a 9-strong commemorative coin was immediately produced. It was simply amazing. Harley bought 8 in one go, and everyone got 2, one for collection and one for playing with. Although she wasn't a hater, in a sense, she was a fun seeker. It's a pity the France team didn't even make it past the group stage. Fleur sighed as she looked at the commemorative coin in her hand. No choice, the France team is too romantic. Some players even went on a date with their girlfriends the day before the match. Harley was somewhat merciful with her words, even speaking well of the France team, not directly criticizing France. Instead, Fleur, being French, directly started criticizing France. No need to make excuses for them. They're just bad. So bad they're digging their own feet. After the 4 of them had explored for a whole morning, Fleur also invited Harley and Hermione to have lunch at Beauxbatons station. Considering that Sirius was being looked after by Creature and she didn't need to go back to make lunch, Harley gladly agreed. Beauxbatons directly used their carriage as their usual residence. After all, it had been personally modified by Nicholas, and the inside was very sturdy, arguably only slightly inferior to Grandpa Newt's case. As noon arrived, several Beauxbatons 7th-year students also returned to the station one after another. Upon seeing Harley, they only gave a lukewarm greeting. After all, according to Madame Maxime's hint, Harley was very likely to be the Hogwarts representative in the Triwizard Tournament, and thus their formidable opponent. So naturally, they couldn't have a good expression. However, Madame Maxime was very enthusiastic towards Harley, even having Harley sit next to her. It must be said that the French bouillabaisse carefully cooked by the house elf and Beauxbatons, special meat pies were both very delicious, at least much better than England's perpetually unchanging traditional fried fish and chips. During lunch, Madame Maxime also asked loudly, "Harley, do you know there's a big competition this semester?" "I do, Madame Maxime." Harley nodded. "It's the Triwizard Tournament that's about to be held at Hogwarts. We'll be going to Hogwarts then." Madame Maxime's voice echoed in the room. Then it will be your turn to be our guide and show us around properly. Happy to serve you, Madame Maxime. The knockout rounds proceeded quickly. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly unstable Ireland team broke through the quarter-finals, reached the semi-finals, matching their best historical performance. They then strongly defeated the Peru team and met the Bulgaria team in the final. At this point, the British Wizards were revived, especially the fans of the England team, who began to claim credit wildly. According to them, the England team had already clashed with the Bulgaria team in the group stage, employing their hidden tactics. If the Ireland team could win the championship this time, the England team would at least have one-third of the credit. As the final approached, various newspapers began to fiercely debate the strengths and weaknesses of the two teams. Considering that this was Britain's home ground, the first-hand newspapers available to fans naturally leaned towards the Ireland team. The headlines of the front-page articles every day were basically, Crumb carries 6. It's clearly 6 protecting 1, world's number 1 seeker. Number 1 in dragging down teammates, after the tide recedes, who is swimming naked. Clearly, the English newspapers understood the importance of psychological interference and specifically targeted Crumb, the Bulgaria team's most critical player, to criticize him. Furthermore, Jod Guo, an expert in the Quidditch field, proposed that in this battle, the Ireland team had 10 victories and the Bulgaria team had 10 defeats. Of course, the Bulgaria team's seeker, Crumb, as a rising star player, through his numerous plays, caught the golden snitch, turned the tide, and helped the Bulgaria team reverse the situation. And this series of efforts also garnered him a large number of fans. These fans began to wildly praise Crumb, with the chosen one brother, how can we lose? And the Bulgaria Ministry of Magic also cooperated very well, magically transporting freshly published newspapers every day to the competition venue far away in Britain, and selling them at a low price. The newspapers also engaged in daily verbal battles with British newspapers like the Daily Prophet, fiercely attacking the Ireland team's players. Crumb, in particular, was directly hyped up to the heavens by them. However, at such times, someone would always retort, our Ireland team has champion players on average. Whether it's the domestic league, the European League, or the World Cup, at least 2 players have won that championship. What championship does your Crumb have? A phantom championship. A championship of a non-champion trying to piggyback on champions. Amidst the intense atmosphere, the time finally arrived at August 22, the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final in Britain. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Yusha Z for their generous donations. P.S. Oh no, I found another bug. It's still in the Goblet of Fire, Weasley's wizard wheezes. According to Charlie's statement in this chapter, the Wales team and Scotland team both at least made it to the group stage, but the author wrote that these two teams didn't even make it through the qualifiers. Forget it, I can't fix it, I won't modify it. Let's just say Wales was crushed by Uganda in the qualifiers, and the Scotland team was also thoroughly defeated by Luxembourg in the knockout rounds. 262 Is it too late to choose to stay now? Chapter 262, Is it too late to choose to stay now? As the final match of the 1994 Quidditch World Cup in Britain, this final was undoubtedly a carnival for all Quidditch fans. During the earlier group stages, when 2 less popular teams clashed, the stadium, which could hold 100,000 people, was less than half full. But now, more than 150,000 people were staying in the camp. In addition to the 100,000 Wizards who bought tickets for the final, many other Wizards who had bought tickets for other matches stubbornly refused to go home, waiting until the final. Some of them wanted to stay on site to know the results of the match as soon as possible. Others wanted to find a way to sneak into the stadium a few days in advance, sleeping under chairs and sleeping bags for a few nights to watch for free when the time came. Even more extreme, a group of Wizards from Siberia were discussing forming a team to hijack a British Muggle airplane, fly directly to the stadium, and watch the match with binoculars. After all, 20 of them could easily beat up 200 British Wizards, so hijacking a British Muggle plane was practically effortless. Harley couldn't help but marvel at the rich imagination of these Wizards, and at the same time, praised Ludo's influence. In addition to getting Sirius 4 sets of all tickets for the top box, he also gave the Weasley family 8 top-tier box tickets for the final. On the morning of the final, Mr. Weasley brought his 7 children to the camp, and the Weasley twins, after setting up camp, quietly snuck outside Harley's tent. When the 2 brothers knocked on the door, Harley, Fleur, and Hermione were discussing potions at the large table in the dining room, with the table covered in drafts and notebooks. Gabrielle, still too young to understand potions, was lying on a nearby sofa, petting Crookshanks. Crookshanks wasn't particularly fond of the little girl, as Gabrielle was always trying to braid Crookshanks's fur. But since his owner didn't speak up, Crookshanks had no choice. Hedwig lay lazily in her cage, openly mocking Crookshanks. A few days ago, when she was being petted, Crookshanks was gloating. Now the tables had turned, and it was Crookshanks's turn to suffer. Besides the three of them, there was no one else in the tent. Sirius wasn't very fond of potions, so he had slipped out of the tent early to find his drinking buddies, preparing to have a couple of drinks buckets. Hearing the knock, Harley raised her voice and asked, "Who is it?" Reporting to Her Majesty, the Lion Queen of Gryffindor, it is, of course, your loyal subjects, Fred and George. Fred shouted loudly. But George immediately objected. That's incorrect, her identity is clearly our most respected major shareholder. What do you mean? Fred retorted, is there anything wrong with the title, Lion Queen of Gryffindor? Of course not. Before George could finish, the room door opened. You two, you really can cause a ruckus anywhere. Harley said exasperatedly, come in quickly. As soon as Fred entered the tent, he exclaimed, wow. From the outside, we already thought this tent was super luxurious. I never expected the inside to be so beautifully decorated too. George said with a grin, continuing the conversation, the House of Black must be really rich. Harley rolled her eyes. Didn't you say in your letter that you wanted to give me a live demonstration of your new product? What, you came here just to act like clowns? A live demonstration isn't necessary, Fred shook his head. We have something else to do soon, we just came to give you a sample of a new product we've developed. With that, Fred mysteriously pulled out a small pouch from his robe, and George also took out an identical pouch from inside his robe. We went through a lot of trouble to successfully bring these good things, George said proudly. You probably don't know, but both of us only passed 3 ordinary wizarding levels. Mum was really angry, Fred added, looking at her expression, it was as if she was going to eat us alive. Plus, Percy got a full 12 ultimate wizarding levels certificates and successfully joined the Ministry of Magic as an intern this year. So Mum is particularly displeased with us now, and she always suspects we have some unspeakable secrets that are affecting our studies. She tries to search our rooms every day, not even sparing Ron's bed. But it doesn't matter, George, like a machine gun, quickly picked up where Fred left off. Our development of magic items is going very smoothly, we don't need those worthless certificates at all. And with our skills, how could she possibly find any evidence? The Weasley twins exchanged glances and burst into knowing laughter. Harley took the bags they handed her, and while doing so, retorted. Then if you need more complex magic knowledge when developing items, how will you cope? Fred held up 3 fingers. My dear Lion Queen, you underestimate us too much. I passed potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts, George said proudly. And Fred passed transfiguration, herbology, and defense against the dark arts. And for all the subjects we passed, we both got an O. Fred wiggled his finger. This means we are both qualified to take advanced courses, so no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, at least one of us will have knowledge in the relevant field. All right, as long as you're happy, Harley shrugged, I'm just an investor, I won't interfere with you. Do you want to come in and sit for a bit? Have some tea? Fred and George exchanged glances, then shook their heads decisively, saying in unison. No, we have an important business deal to discuss with Mr. Ludo Bagman soon. Oh. Harley drew out her words slightly, if I'm not mistaken, it wouldn't be betting on Quidditch, would it? We've saved up some pocket money, and now we want to try and see if we can double it, Fred explained. Don't worry, George also patted his chest and guaranteed, I'll keep an eye on this kid Fred and not let him waste money. I'm the one who's watching you, George. How dare you confuse right and wrong? Fred feigned anger, reaching out to cover George's mouth, and the 2 brothers started bickering again. Seeing that the Weasley twins didn't deny it, Harley raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm not concerned about the financial issue, after all, this is about funding your dreams, and you two should know what you're doing. I just want to remind you that even if you win your bets, Ludo probably won't have the funds to repay his debts. He lost a lot of money in the group and knockout stages recently and is now forced to borrow from the goblins. If you go to him, you're bound to lose everything. Looking at the surprised expressions of the Weasley twins, Harley struck while the iron was hot, adding a couple more sentences. If I were you, I would choose to go to the goblins. After all, Gringotts has a contract with the Ministry of Magic, and the goblins wouldn't dare to breach it casually. After a moment of thought, the Weasley twins swallowed hard, feeling a pang of fear. If Harley was right, they had almost poured all their years of saved pocket money into a losing venture. The 2 thanked Harley and were about to leave for Gringotts when footsteps suddenly echoed from the kitchen. Fleur poked her head out from the dining room. Harley, do we have guests? Fred and George's departing footsteps immediately halted, and their eyes were fixed. "Fred, I think it was a mistake not to stay for tea," George said dryly. "I completely agree, George," Fred responded in a voice as dry as his brother's. "I just don't know if it's too late to regret it now." "What do you two think?" Harley said with a smile. "Let me introduce you, this is Fleur Delacour, a 7th-year student from Beaubaton's Academy of Magic in France." The twin brothers immediately became incredibly serious, and in unison, they bowed a perfect bow. "Good morning, beautiful lady. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Fred George Weasley." In the end, the Weasley twins did not stay. After all, both of them already had girls they secretly liked, and for them, making money was the top priority at the moment. Harley didn't try to keep them either. After introducing them to Fleur, she saw them out. Afterward, Harley tucked the 2 bags of magic items into her pocket. Since these were samples given to Harley, the major shareholder, by the Weasley twins, they certainly contained the manufacturing methods for these magic items. Harley was very contract-abiding and would not actively expose these to Fleur. Of course, Fleur didn't actively ask either. Her interest was entirely focused on the research of Polyjuice Potion. After all, Mr. Delacour often received letters from Harley, which specifically highlighted Harley's outstanding achievements in improving Polyjuice Potion. So Fleur had spent several days specifically discussing related knowledge with Harley, and Hermione also joined the academic discussion with interest. After finishing today's academic discussion, Fleur neatly put away all the drafts and said with some regret, "Today will probably be our last day discussing these issues, the final is this evening." "It's all right, you'll be coming to Hogwarts this semester," Harley said, helping Fleur tidy up the items on the table. "We can discuss it then. And there are a few very cleverly designed chambers of secrets at Hogwarts where we can practice potions. And I also have the channels and funds to acquire those precious potion ingredients." "That sounds wonderful." Fleur's eyes showed a hint of longing. "At Beaubaton's, we never get a chance to brew potions outside of potion class. Although my father also works in a field related to potions, he would absolutely never allow me to experiment freely." "Then this time, you can practice to your heart's content," Harley said generously, waving her hand. "Potion ingredients will definitely be plentiful." As night fell, a deep, resonant sound of gongs and drums suddenly echoed through the camp. Thousands of colorful lanterns lit up in the trees, emitting various hues of light, illuminating the entire camp. As a pure newbie and a die-hard fan of Ireland, Sirius put on a robe emblazoned with the Ireland team crest and even specially pinned the Ireland team badge to his chest. After completing all this, he then led Harley and Hermione to the match. Professor McGonagall had gone to find a few other old lady-level die-hard fans and probably wouldn't go to the box until the match was about to begin. At the entrance, the Ministry of Magic, which responsible for checking tickets, skillfully waved her hand. "Sirius. First-class ticket. Go straight up, you know the way." Sirius grinned and waved, being the first to step onto the crimson carpet. The box was empty, with only a house elf sitting in the corner. The house elf, wearing a tea towel used for wiping teaware, buried its face in its hands, its large, bat-like ears trembling constantly. Sirius didn't pay attention to the unfamiliar house elf. He found a seat in the second row and sat down directly. Harley, however, took an extra look at the house elf, and when she turned her head, a smile subtly curved her lips. She sensed 2 distinct magical powers on that seemingly house elf-only chair. One came from the house elf, while the other belonged to a wizard. And if she wasn't mistaken, the magical power belonging to the wizard didn't possess much vitality. Instead, it seemed very listless and dispirited. If she guessed correctly, Barty Crouch Jr., controlled by Barty Crouch Sr.'s Imperio, was probably sitting there, only Barty had used a disillusionment charm or an invisibility cloak. She wondered why old Barty was so audacious, daring to secretly arrange for his Death Eater son to watch a match in front of so many high-ranking officials. But that was beyond Harley's consideration. Tonight, Senior Riddle plans to have Peter Pettigrew cast a dark mark here, to warn those former Death Eaters who have forgotten him in the corner. Harley closed her eyes, recalling Lord Voldemort's plan. They also plan to raid Crouch's camp during the chaos to see if they can rescue Barty Crouch Jr. That's right, a very wise choice. Who knows what trump cards a pure-blood family like Crouch, one of the 28, possesses, or what protective magic their old manor holds. Thinking of this, a gleam flashed across the glove on Harley's left hand, and, distortion, quietly activated. A greenish light permeated the chair little by little, spreading through the room, and finally merged into the body of the young man wearing the invisibility cloak. After completing all this, Harley withdrew her hand and chatted with Hermione about the possible scores for today's match. 263. People's XP is free except for those who like lizards. Chapter 263. People's XP is free. Except for those who like lizards. As time went on, other spectators also arrived at the competition venue. The Weasley family was the third to arrive at the top floor box. Upon seeing Mr. Weasley, Sirius stood up and gave him a hug. "Arthur, my dear old friend, you're finally here. Alas, there's nothing for it. Taking care of 7 children is indeed very stressful," Mr. Weasley sighed. "Dear old Arthur, how about we go for a drink tonight?" After ushering Mr. Weasley to sit beside him, Sirius put an arm around his shoulder and said with a grin. "The children are all grown up. They'll be fine staying in the tent by themselves. I know a few good temporary bar setups around here. Let's go have a few whiskeys." Mr. Weasley hesitated, instinctively felt his pocket, and finally nodded. Of course, the World Cup final only happens once every 4 years. The Weasley family all found seats in the box, instantly filling up a good portion of it. George and Fred quickly chose the seats behind Harley and greeted her across the chairs. "Harley, Hermione, good evening. You two arrived really early. Oh, by the way, where's your friend from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour? Is she not with you?" Fred asked as if casually. "She came with some of the Beauxbatons students, so she's watching the match with them too." Harley replied softly, "What? Infatuated? I thought you liked Angelina, Senior. Senior should be in the audience below right now. Do you need me to mention it to her?" Before Fred could say anything, George quickly poked his brother's waist with his fist. "Fred, look, this is where you're wrong. Didn't you swear this morning that you were devoted to Angelina?" Fred rolled his eyes at his brother. "Don't think I don't know, you clearly wanted to ask too. And you clearly said you gave your heart to Alicia." The two rascals played around for a while, and after calming down, they chatted earnestly with Harley. "Harley, we took your advice and didn't go to Ludo. We chose Gringotts, betting on the Ireland team to win, but for Crumb of the Bulgaria team to catch the golden snitch. Gringotts is much more reliable than Ludo. Dad bet 1 galleon with Ludo, but Ludo just wrote Dad's name in a notebook. Gringotts, on the other hand, was much more formal, even signing a magic contract, and today the head of the Ministry of Magic's Goblin Liaison Office, Spurbert Mackridge, is supervising the whole process. The only pity is that those greedy goblins gave such low odds. That's because Gringotts has to pay taxes and deal with the Ministry of Magic," Hermione turned her head and said in a low voice. "And they consider many more factors than those bookmakers who might not even pay up, so the odds they offer naturally can't be too high." Fred said with some surprise, "That makes sense, we didn't even think of that." "And Hermione, how do you know so much?" Sirius and Harley also placed a bet at Gringotts, Hermione said with a touch of pride, seeing that Harley didn't stop her. "They bet on the England team against the Transylvania team, with the Transylvania team winning, wagering 200,000 galleons and earning back 8 million. Harley nodded. Anyway, the goblins had no obligation to keep her information secret, this was already a semi-open secret in the camp. 8 million. Before the Weasley twins could say anything, Ron, who had been listening in on their conversation, couldn't sit still. He let out a gasp, causing everyone in the box to turn and look. However, the box currently only contained the Weasley family and Sirius's group, plus the completely unnoticed house elf and the hidden Barty Crouch Jr. So Mr. Weasley just glared at Ron. "Ron, if you dare to make such a fuss during the match and disturb others, then I'll have to temporarily silence you with magic." Ron tried to protest, but the other occupants of the box gradually arrived. Mr. Weasley quietly warned the children to mind their manners, then he and Percy frequently stood up to greet their colleagues. When facing these officials, Mr. Weasley's attitude seemed relatively easygoing, and he even bumped fists with 2 Ministry of Magic high-ranking officials he was on good terms with. Percy, however, seemed much more immature than his father. His expression was very excited, each time, he almost bowed 90 degrees. "You know, Harley," Fred mumbled in a mosquito-like voice in a lull as an official sat down. "Percy has high ambitions, he's determined to become the Minister for Magic." George, beside him, also hid his head behind the chair and made a face. But just then, Professor McGonagall walked in, scaring George and Fred into abruptly lowering their heads, and their earlier grimace vanished. However, Professor McGonagall paid no attention to the 2 mischievous rascals from her house, merely greeting Mr. Weasley and Sirius, then sat in the empty seat next to Hermione. This made Fred and George even more terrified. Their most feared dean was sitting right in front of them. What to do? Emergency. Waiting online. Finally, the time came to 7 o'clock. Fudge walked in with a wizard who had red hair but a white beard, wearing a splendid, gold-trimmed black velvet robe. Umbridge followed behind Fudge, and a burly male wizard with the same hair color followed behind the other wizard. Upon seeing Harley, Fudge's eyes lit up. However, because there were other guests present, he simply greeted loudly, "Harley. Good evening, how was your World Cup trip? Come, let me introduce you, this is the Minister for Magic of Bulgaria." Mr. Obronsk. No, perhaps Mr. Obolonsk. Fudge mumbled something, then glanced at the Bulgarian Minister for Magic and whispered. "Never mind, it's not important, he doesn't understand English anyway." Then, Fudge pointed solemnly at Harley and introduced her to the Minister for Magic. "Harley Potter. You know her. The child who survived you know who, and she received Britain's Order of Merlin, first class. And she broke the record, she's the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, in history." The burly male wizard, whose muscles strained his robe, initially frowned, looking bewildered. After sizing up Harley, he seemed to recall something and suddenly began to gesticulate excitedly, his gold chains jingling. Harley frowned, thinking the pronunciation from the burly Minister for Magic sounded very much like "Lebang, Lebang, Fack, Lebang." Fudge spread his hands helplessly, an expression of utter resignation on his face. "Sigh, I don't know where Barty Crouch has run off to again. I don't understand Bulgarian, Crouch is much better at this stuff." "Minister, I'll send someone to find him immediately," Umbridge, who was behind Fudge, immediately interjected. "I'll have someone interrogate him thoroughly." At such an important moment, meeting foreign dignitaries, for him, as deputy head, to be running around instead of doing his most important work. "Sigh, Umbridge, you're still so dedicated." Fudge nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation but his face heavy. "But there's no need to be so harsh on Crouch. After all, he's old, almost retired, and he has no heir." Harley subtly glanced at the corner where the young man was sitting. He showed no reaction, as if the Imperio had completely stripped him of his consciousness. She wondered what Fudge's reaction would be if she suddenly yanked off his invisibility cloak. He'd probably be startled first, then faint from surprise at the sudden political achievement. Finally, the box fell silent. Ludo jogged into the box, and after getting Fudge's permission, he stood at the box's window and magically amplified his voice. "Ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed guests. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final in Britain. I am your old friend, and the commentator for this match, Ludo Bagman. Without further ado, let us enjoy this Quidditch feast together. First, let us welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. On the right side of the stands, that vibrant red ocean, matching the hair color of the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, erupted in loud cheers. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the Vila ladies made a dazzling entrance. 100 Vila, dressed in long gowns, seemed to ride the wind as they glided onto the field. Their silvery bright long hair streamed behind them, exuding boundless charm. However, Harley glanced at them and felt a little sleepy, as she had seen this scene too many times. And honestly, they really couldn't compare to Fleur. The other occupants of this most important box where Harley was showed no unusual reactions either. From the very beginning, these high-ranking officials, who valued their reputation, had already taken potion that kept wizards calm, or used magic to protect their brains and consciousness. However, several of the Weasley children were hit hard. Bill, Charlie, and Percy performed relatively well. As strong wizards, they mostly controlled their thoughts. Fred and George's performance was much worse. They almost stood up, but thankfully managed to suppress themselves at the last moment. As for Ron, as the worst performing child, if Mr. Weasley hadn't pulled him back, he probably would have performed a live dive from the box window. Harley also keenly noticed that in the corner, the young man under the invisibility cloak suddenly trembled, and the magic in his body began to change. Controlled by the Imperio, so unable to autonomously use occlumency or other magic to protect himself. The content from several ancient magic books obtained from Sirius's house suddenly surfaced, and a thought flashed through Harley's mind. So his spirit was stimulated, and he began to autonomously resist the Imperio. Interesting, truly interesting. This young man named Barty Crouch Jr. seems to have considerable magical attainments. When the Vila finished their dance and prepared to leave, angry roars erupted from the audience. Clearly, not everyone wanted the Bulgarian mascot to leave. But the Vila were experienced in dealing with such situations. They stood in place and gently spun, their faces suddenly elongating out of thin air, transforming into bird heads with sharp beaks, and their moon-like radiant skin became covered in scales. Those inexperienced wizards, who were seeing the Bulgarian mascot for the first time, immediately collapsed back into their seats in fright. But there were some wizards, especially those dressed very much like Indians, who actually became even more excited. One middle-aged male wizard, with a turban on his head and only a piece of cloth wrapped around his upper body, even jumped up directly, threw away the pet lizard perched on his shoulder, and ran wildly towards the competition field. However, very quickly, two Aurors flew over on brooms and pinned him down. Many wizards couldn't help but twitch their mouths at this scene. Although people's XP is free, but, oh well, I can't come up with an excuse, let's just destroy it. After the Vila ladies left, the Ireland team's mascot also made a dazzling appearance. With a whoosh, a green and gold object, like a large comet, flew into the stadium and hovered in the sky. Then, the two colors suddenly separated, forming two smaller comets, each rushing towards a goalpost. Outside the stadium, several wizards in work clothes gently waved their wands, and an arched rainbow appeared out of thin air on the field, connecting the two small comets. The rainbow gradually faded, and the two small comets gradually reconnected and merged, finally forming a giant, dazzling shamrock in midair. The shamrock rose higher into the sky, circling above the stands. This shamrock was actually made up of countless little people wearing red waistcoats, sporting black mustaches, and carrying small golden or green lanterns. "It's the Irish leprechauns," Sirius muttered with some disappointment, "doesn't feel as good as the Vila." The leprechauns waved their hands, and a crackling sound erupted, as a large number of glittering galleons fell from the sky. They were coins made by the leprechauns. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Fusheng Yanmi for their generous donations. P.S. As one of the unforgivable curses, the Imperio cannot be lifted by other spells, nor will the victim show any special signs. However, based on information from the original work, it can be concluded that individuals with sufficiently strong willpower, or those proficient enough in occlumency, can completely free themselves from the control of the Imperio on their own. 264. Brother is so strong, won't you lie down? When a large amount of galleon rained down from the sky, the wizards immediately scrambled to bend down and pick up the coins, with some even fighting over them. Tickets for the World Cup final were not cheap, and with the cost of renting a campsite, many people had spent a fortune, even overdrawing their future meal money. Now that there was a chance to make that money back, no one minded. Do Vila smell like goblins? Not at all. However, the wizards in the top box where Harley was, did not make any moves. Fred and George just silently used their feet to gather the galleon back and stepped on them. Ron, on the other hand, chose to sneeze several times in a row, and while blowing his nose, he bent down and carefully stuffed a few galleon into his pocket. Apparently, under the Weasley family's good upbringing, they still valued their dignity. The other Ministry of Magic officials did not see this, but Professor McGonagall did notice these three embarrassing children from her house. She couldn't help but sigh and mumbled in a very low voice. How exactly did the wizards in the audience below get taught by their professors? Does no one know that Goblin Galleon or fake and disappear after a few hours? The three of them froze. The Weasley twins immediately pulled their feet back, and Ron also threw the galleon back onto the ground, then sat up straight, as if the previous events had nothing to do with him. Mr. Weasley gave Professor McGonagall a grateful look, then continued to chat and laugh softly with Sirius. The giant shamrock eventually disappeared, and the goblins landed in another corner of the stadium, facing the Vila across the entire field, making threatening gestures at each other in a display of defiance. Ludo cleared his throat and continued his commentary. Now, ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guests, please give a warm round of applause for the Bulgaria Quidditch national team. Dimitrov, Ivanova, Zagraf, Levski, Volkanov, Volkov, and Bulgaria's Quidditch rising star, Krum. Ludo rattled off a string of names, and each time he called out a name, a figure in red would appear, flying into the stadium from the entrance below on a broom. The Bulgaria team supporters in the stands waved red flags wildly, letting out thunderous cheers. And when Victor Krum appeared, the atmosphere reached its peak. Is he really only 17 and still studying at Durmstrang? Hermione looked at the dark, thin, sallow-skinned Bulgarian wizard with a large hooked nose on the field, then at the spectator guide in her hand, and couldn't help but complain. He really looks old. He feels at least 30. Harley shrugged. Perhaps Bulgaria is too cold, making him seem prematurely aged. And he's probably focused on Quidditch, with a lot of training, so he lacks proper care. But you also train frequently, Hermione whispered, covering her mouth. I feel like your skin is better than anyone else's in our school. I'm different, Harley proudly tilted her head, this is called innate talent. As the applause in the stands gradually faded, Ludo's voice rang out again. Next, let's welcome the players of the Ireland team. They are Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mallet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch. Unlike the Bulgaria team, all 7 players of the Ireland team flew out from the entrance at the same time, 7 blurry green figures appearing together above the stadium. When Hassan Mustafa, the president of the International Quidditch Federation, a short, lean wizard in golden robes, walked onto the field, the arena became quiet instead. The letters on the huge scoreboard glowed. Bulgaria, 0. Ireland, 0. Mustafa pulled out his wand and tapped the large wooden box he had just thrown on the ground. The box opened, and the 4 balls inside shot into the air, the golden snitch disappearing without a trace. Mustafa grabbed the quaffle and flew into the air on his broom. Seeing the watchful players from both sides, he blew his whistle without hesitation and threw the quaffle high into the air. 14 blurry figures immediately flashed across the field, and the players began to vie for the quaffle. It must be said that these 2 professional teams are almost the highest-level teams in the world right now. Their tactical arrangements were very clever. Although each team only had 4 players who could directly touch the quaffle, one of them also needed to guard the goal. However, professional teams perfectly utilized the players in the seeker and beater positions, constantly having them block the opposing players' routes with various moves. And the Ireland team clearly did better in this regard, starting with an eagle-head offensive formation combined with the Porskov ploy. After repeatedly breaking through the Bulgaria team's defense, they switched formations again, and Troy finally scored the first goal. Thunderous applause immediately erupted in the stadium. Next, the Ireland team's performance became even more courageous, executing waves of perfect cooperation, and within less than 10 minutes of the start, they had pulled the score to 30-0. There's no need to keep watching this match. Seeing the score reach 30-0, Harley couldn't help but shake her head, making a judgment in her mind. From the early arrangements, the Bulgaria team players had not come up with a tactic to counter the Ireland team. They were just hoping Crumb would catch the golden snitch as early as possible, just like in the previous knockout matches, to end the game directly. So the Ireland team could now widen the score difference without restraint, and within 2 hours, they would probably reach 150 points through goals. And Lynch only needed to tie up Crumb as much as possible, preventing him from catching the golden snitch. However, Crumb was no easy opponent, his flying skills were excellent, and his control of the firebolt was very precise. During the match, Crumb repeatedly used the extremely dangerous flying technique known as the Wronski feint. He would suddenly dive vertically from a straight high altitude, rushing towards the ground at his fastest speed. And although the Ireland team's seeker, Lynch, did not see the golden snitch, for the sake of his team's victory, he also chose to follow Crumb and dive towards the ground. As a result, Lynch fell heavily to the ground, almost breaking his neck, and became timid in the subsequent match. But this was useless for the Bulgaria team, as the gap in chasers and tactics was simply too large. Even when the Bulgaria team's score reached 80-10, trailing by a full 70 points, they resorted to illegal means such as chasers elbowing people and beaters hitting people with bats to buy Crumb time. But this did not affect the Ireland team in the slightest, and it even allowed the Ireland team to widen the score difference further with a few penalty shots. In the later stages of the match, the players on the field even got angry and began fierce hand-to-hand combat. While the players were fighting, the mascots also began their own struggle. The shamrock formed by the goblins transformed into various rude gestures, wantonly mocking the Vila. But they did not expect the Vila to be so decisive, directly bypassing the stadium and rushing over to fight them. The mascot fight was even more appealing than the match for a short while. Everyone wanted to see the mascots tear each other apart, especially in the literal sense of tearing. But soon, the audience was disappointed. The Vila turned into birds, and tearing them apart no longer looked good. It was better to watch the players' passionate movements on their brooms. Fists flying, how romantic. The match became increasingly fierce, with blood appearing on players from both sides from time to time, but no one was willing to leave the field, instead continuing to persist in the match. When Crumb dived down once again, Lynch, despite having fallen twice already, still chose to accelerate and dive with him. Does Lynch not learn? He's already been tricked twice by the Wronski feint, Hermione asked, holding her binoculars, puzzled. No, they've spotted the golden snitch, Harley said, pointing to the grass. In the assassin's dynamic vision, there was a small golden sphere constantly circling there. Hermione looked through her binoculars in the direction Harley was pointing, but saw nothing. Harley, that golden snitch. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, there was another loud bang on the field. Lynch, the poor old fellow, fell heavily onto the grass for the third time and lay motionless on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Doctors rushed onto the field quickly, but only doctors would care about him now. Because Crumb next to him had specks of nosebleed on his face, and a golden gleam was visible in his tightly clenched fist. The score on the scoreboard stopped flashing. Bulgaria, 160. Ireland, 170. Crumb caught the golden snitch, winning the battle between the Seekers, but the Ireland Quidditch national team achieved final victory. The Ireland Quidditch national team won, becoming the champions of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup in Britain. The stands instantly erupted, the Green Ocean cheered, while the Red Ocean let out curses. It was clear that some members of the Bulgaria national team would definitely not have an easy time when they returned. They would probably endure an endless bombardment of letters. Crumb is so strong, almost 100% sure to catch the golden snitch, you incompetent fools can't even lie down. In the box, the Bulgaria Minister for Magic took off his wizard hat and slammed it to the ground, spewing various eloquent Bulgarian words from his mouth. Judging from the grim expression of the burly secretary behind him, what the minister said was probably not pleasant. However, his attitude was normal. After all, Bulgaria had lost so badly. If Crumb hadn't caught the golden snitch at the end, Bulgaria would have been almost completely shut out. In stark contrast to the Bulgaria Minister for Magic's reaction, Fudge was beaming, smiling like a blooming elderly chrysanthemum. After all, for him, no matter which of the 4 teams from the British Isles achieved final victory, it would ultimately be counted as his political achievement. How could he not be happy? Umbridge, issue a notice, everyone gets the night off. Fudge waved his hand without thinking, not even considering public order. Tonight, there will be a carnival for the British people. The high-ranking officials began to prepare for various post-match ceremonies, while Sirius, Professor McGonagall, and Mr. Weasley left with the children first. On the way out of the box, everyone was still excitedly discussing the match. I really can't agree with Crumb's actions, Mr. Weasley commented. Although he caught the golden snitch himself, his team lost the match. He could have waited a bit longer, until the rest of the Bulgaria team caught up in points, and then caught the golden snitch. He just didn't have confidence in the rest of the Bulgaria team, Sirius shrugged. What kind of rotten fish are the rest of the Bulgaria team? How dare they try to challenge the Ireland team? Bill and Charlie nodded repeatedly beside him. After all, they were all British, and temporary die-hard Ireland fans. With a team from their own country, who would want to be a Bulgarian miscellaneous? If it were the Gryffindor team, Katie wouldn't choose to catch the golden snitch either. George commented as a beater. Fred nodded in agreement beside him. Of course, we believe in Harley, Angelina, and Alicia. We believe they can definitely catch up on the score. Wait, George, why do you have the illusion that we're behind in score? George also showed an exaggerated expression in belated realization. Yeah, why would I have the illusion that we're behind in score? Shouldn't we be leading the opponent by a large margin? Charlie next to him patted his brother's shoulder hard. Good boy, well said. The Gryffindor team should always forge ahead and win the House Quidditch Cup every year. After the match, Professor McGonagall also walked with Sirius and the others for a while. As soon as she left the stadium, she took her leave and returned directly to Hogwarts. As soon as Professor McGonagall left, Bill and Charlie tacitly slowed their pace and joined the little wizards who were still in school at the back. Thanks to the great Zhuwei Yanhu for the reward. P.S. Some readers have questioned why the Ireland team also belongs to the British Ministry of Magic. I will clarify this here. In reality, Ireland should be an independent country, and only Northern Ireland belongs to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which is Britain. However, the original text does not mention the Ireland Ministry of Magic, and also mentions the Scotland team and the Wales team. Therefore, the author personally believes that all wizards on the British Isles are under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, but considering the high degree of autonomy in certain regions, 4 teams were sent out. This is the author's interpretation. If you have different opinions or other questions, you are welcome to ask in the group or send a private message directly. Chapter 265 Fred, George, you don't want Mom to know either. Chapter 265 Fred, George, you wouldn't want Mom to know. Fred, George, we're off to Gringotts to collect our winnings, Charlie said with barely contained excitement. All right, Dad probably wouldn't let anyone else go anyway, since you're both adults. Fred let out a theatrical sigh, carefully took out the slips representing his and George's bets from his pocket, and gently placed them in Bill's hand. His movements were so delicate, as if what he held was extremely fragile glassware. Then we're off, Bill said, grinning. This huge sum of money is worth half my annual salary. I can't trust these glittering darlings to just lie in the goblins' hands. I've worked with them for so long, I know what those things are like. They're so greedy, they wish all the gold in the world belonged to them. I feel safest with the money in my own hands. With that, Bill and Charlie quickly walked into the crowd and soon disappeared from sight. We hit the jackpot. After Bill and Charlie left, Fred's eyes had turned into the shape of galleons. This time, we really hit the jackpot. This is the most money I've ever earned. Indeed, the goblins gave us 15-to-1 odds, and we, along with Dad, bet 200 galleons. George also exclaimed, in just one afternoon, it's turned into 3,000 galleons. It's absolutely amazing. Ron, standing nearby, swallowed enviously, and Ginny also marveled at her brother's earnings. The Weasley family previously only had Mr. Weasley working. Mrs. Weasley was a full-time housewife. It wasn't until recent years, when Bill, Charlie, and Percy successively graduated and found jobs, that the Weasley family's finances improved somewhat. But before that, although food was self-sufficient through Mrs. Weasley's magic, essential items like robes still needed to be bought with money. This also meant that the Weasley family's children didn't have much pocket money. Ginny had saved her pocket money for 3 full years, barely spending any, and even now it only barely amounted to 3 galleons. Fred, George, where did you two get so much money? Ron asked, curiously leaning closer. That's a whole 200 galleons, worth 3 months of Dad's salary. Do you two have that much pocket money? Fred rolled his eyes. Dear little Ronnie. Don't call me that, Ron said, annoyed, running a hand through his hair. But Fred ignored him. I think a brain is a good thing, but you don't seem to use it. Money, if it just sits there, won't multiply. You have to learn to make money. For example, we chose to create some interesting novelty items and sell them to other Hogwarts students, thereby acquiring our first capital. Plus, Charlie, Bill, and Dad all contributed a portion to this money. Dad put in 1 galleon, Charlie put in 47 galleons, and Bill put in, was it 49 galleons? George looked at Fred uncertainly, and Fred nodded, it was 49 galleons. The remaining 103 galleons were all contributed by us. That was our pocket money saved over several years, as well as the profits from selling our homemade magical items. As he spoke, he nodded to Harley, who simply returned a smile. Seeing Ginny and Ron's envious eyes, George smugly ruffled his sister's head. Ginny, your new robes and new textbooks this year are on us. Really? The little girl's eyes instantly lit up. After receiving confirmation from the Weasley twins, Ginny's steps became joyful, her fiery red hair bouncing, making her appear extremely lively. Ron looked enviously at his sister, then, after a moment of hesitation, approached his 2 older brothers. Fred, George, I'm your brother too. You can't play favorites. Fred, what did our dear little Ronnie say? George cupped his ear, deliberately not looking at Ron, and turned his head to Fred. I don't know, George. Fred also shook his head vigorously. Maybe he wants us to teach him how to spend money. Well, he certainly should learn that properly, preferably by observing firsthand. George echoed, after all, spending money is a skill, isn't it? Oh, wait. Fred deliberately put on a troubled expression. We seem to have forgotten a crucial point. That's right, Fred, we forgot. Little Ronnie. He doesn't have that much money. Finally, the two said in unison, a mischievous grin on their faces. Ron's face instantly turned as red as his hair. He took a deep breath, and for some reason, a nerve seemed to misfire, and he suddenly whispered. Fred, George, you wouldn't want Mom to know you gambled, would you? If you don't want her to, you'd better. Before he could finish, the Weasley twins' hands clamped down on Ron's shoulders, simultaneously performing a standard headlock, effectively silencing him. Our dear little Ronnie, have you grown up? Fred said, grinning, his tone heavier than before. Yes, it's time to introduce you to the dangerous world of adults. George echoed, a wide smile on his face. For some reason, Ron suddenly shivered, sensing that something bad was about to befall him. Ginny, save me. Ron unceremoniously dropped his pride and pleaded with his sister. The Weasley twins doted on their sister the most. If Ginny spoke up, Ron would be spared. But Ginny covered her mouth, chuckling softly, and naturally retreated to Harley's side. Fred, George, don't mind us, just pretend we're not here. Hearing his sister's words, Fred and George let out another sinister chuckle, tightening their grip slightly. Mr. Weasley heard the children's commotion behind them, but only glanced back. Seeing his 3 sons roughhousing, he didn't inquire further. So poor Ron, given his threatening words, he was probably in for a good scolding from his brothers. Hermione gave the noisy boys an exasperated look, then decisively averted her gaze. There are so many people here, why are they so unrestrained in their roughhousing? Why can't they be more mature? Who knows? Harley chuckled softly. Perhaps it's too much energy with nowhere to vent. Just like the newly appointed demoness of Unaging. Harley silently added in her heart, and at the same time sighed about her glorious past. Back at the campsite, Mr. Weasley decisively chose to be a hands-off manager, letting the children stay in Sirius's tent. As for himself, he was going to have a few drinks with Sirius to celebrate the Ireland team's great victory. Bill and Charlie ran into Mr. Weasley halfway back to the camp and handed him his 15 galleons. Mr. Weasley was very pleased with this. Although he hadn't bet more money at the time, for him, safety was paramount. Mr. Weasley didn't like gambling. After Bill and Charlie found the tent following Sirius's directions, the four who had placed bets immediately began their loot distribution operation, and everyone received their due share. This made Ron incredibly envious, his mouth practically watering. But he had spent his pocket money on a souvenir figurine of Crumb, so he had no money to participate in the betting. After dividing the money, seeing that it wasn't too late and the parents hadn't returned, Ron enthusiastically pulled the rest of the Weasley family into a game of wizard chess. Ginny, meanwhile, pestered the two older girls, discussing interesting topics. However, the little girl's interests were a bit unusual. She didn't like cosmetics and perfumes, which girls often discussed, but instead preferred to study jinxes, such as the Bat Bogey Hex. She even demonstrated the spell on the spot, and its effect drew praise from Harley. Ginny, your use of this spell is truly exquisite. Everyone stayed in the tent, making noise until past 9, almost 10 o'clock, when Sirius and Mr. Weasley returned to the tent, reeking of alcohol. Harley gave them a disgusted look and waved her wand. 2 potions automatically flew out of Harley's pocket and poured directly onto the heads of the 2 drunkards. The potions emitted a strange glow, rapidly merging into Mr. Weasley and Sirius's bodies. The smell of alcohol on them was quickly expelled, and their consciousness began to clear. Oh, no, Harley. Upon realizing what had happened, Sirius couldn't help but let out a wail. You can't do this. The greatest pleasure of drinking fire whiskey is the warmth of the fire dancing in your stomach and the ethereal feeling of being drunk. You're depriving us of the fruits of our labor from a whole night. You call drinking fire whiskey all night, laboring all night. Harley couldn't help but roll her eyes, wanting to hit her godfather with a freezing charm to clear his head even more. Counting the time, Senior Riddle and Peter Pettigrew should be making their move soon. Harley stopped bothering her godfather, who was wailing on the spot, and looked at the mechanical watch on her wrist. They planned to cast a dark mark into the sky, and then take Barty Crouch Jr. away amidst the chaos. Harley's ears twitched slightly, hearing a commotion outside the tent. Has it started already? A small snake quietly slid from the tip of Harley's wand, carefully avoiding all obstacles along the ground, and emerged outside the tent. Harley's eyes had a flowing emerald green glow, and the small snake's eyes showed the same condition. But something seemed wrong. Harley had originally thought that after Senior Riddle cast the dark mark, there would only be a brief panic in the camp, with no other significant reactions. But in reality, charms of various colors were flying wildly through the camp, and disheveled wizards were fleeing frantically towards the edge of the campsite. A group of wizards wearing black robes, hoods, and masks, completely covering themselves, were rampaging through the camp. They were laughing maniacally while wantonly casting charms. Above them, 4 people were floating, struggling constantly, twisted into strange shapes. It was as if the masked wizards on the ground were puppeteers, and the people above were their marionettes. Harley vaguely remembered that one of the people in the sky was the camp administrator, Mr. Roberts, a muggle. The woman next to him was probably his wife, and the 2 smaller figures were his children. What the hell? Harley was instantly bewildered. She had checked Peter Pettigrew's memories last night, and there was no such plan in them. Less than 2 minutes later, the people inside the tent also heard the commotion outside, mixed with the cries of men and women. Mr. Weasley, now completely sober from his drunken state, stepped out of the tent to check the situation. A moment later, he immediately retreated back inside, shouting, "Children, emergency. Someone is causing trouble after drinking, to be precise, it's a riot." The sounds inside the tent instantly quieted. Harley silently cancelled her extraordinary ability outside the tent. A second or 2 later, the room instantly became even noisier. However, Sirius, with Mr. Weasley's help, stopped the children's shouting. Bill, Charlie, Percy. The 3 of you, take your younger siblings and Hermione, and retreat to the woods at the edge of the camp. It's safer there. What about you and Dad? Bill asked loudly. And Harley. You didn't mention Harley. Oh, Sirius had already drawn his wand. We're going to assist the Ministry of Magic in maintaining order here. Harley can come with us. Are you joking, Sirius? Mr. Weasley said sternly. She's a child. A 14-year-old girl. This riot is an adult matter now. Children shouldn't be exposed to war. Trust me, Harley has the strength. Sirius explained quickly, she alone can easily defeat Lupin and me. Even Dumbledore acknowledges this, acknowledging Harley's strength. Mr. Weasley was stunned, and the words he was about to say were caught in his throat. Sirius was a comrade he could trust with his back, and Sirius probably cared about Harley more than anyone else in this world. He didn't believe Sirius would lie in such a crucial situation or harm Harley. What's more, Professor Dumbledore, such a great wizard, also acknowledged Harley's strength, which was an even stronger reassurance for Mr. Weasley. Chapter 266 Man-Made Natural Disaster. Then it's settled, Harley comes with the two of us. Mr. Weasley glanced at the clock on the wall and made the final decision. As for the rest of you, stick close to your brothers. You must listen to Bill and Charlie. They've been working for so many years and have more life experience. Especially, pay attention, don't cause trouble at a time like this, understand? Fred, George. The others wanted to say something, but seeing Mr. Weasley's serious expression, they swallowed their words. Normally, the Weasley family was mainly run by Mrs. Weasley, and everyone would occasionally be a bit disobedient. Troublemakers like the Weasley twins often caused Mrs. Weasley problems. But when faced with truly important matters, Mr. Weasley's words were paramount in the Weasley family, he was the backbone of the Weasley family. So the others said nothing more, but grabbed their wands and changed into sneakers. Sirius was the first to emerge from the tent, only after confirming that the surroundings were temporarily safe and the rioting crowd was still some distance away did he motion for the others to leave the tent. After leaving the tent, the noise grew louder. Countless cries and shouts of fear intertwined, and Harley couldn't help but frown. Did these wizards not have wands? Or did they have wands but no brains? The rioting group wasn't massive, at most just over 100 wizards. If each of those fleeing wizards had cast a stupefy in return, at least half of the rioting group would have been incapacitated. But those wizards only dared to hide in dark corners or flee into the distance. There were even some utterly useless muggles who only dared to tremble in their tents, not even daring to peek out a window. TCH. Harley couldn't help but shake her head. These people are beyond help, it seems they need their own salvation, they need a belief. Bill and Charlie, along with the other adult wizards, had already led Fred and George towards the relatively safe area at the edge of the forest. Meanwhile, Harley, with Sirius and Mr. Weasley, walked towards the rioting crowd, wand in hand. Around the rioting crowd, there were also many Ministry of Magic staff who had spontaneously gathered, as well as patrolling oars. However, these wizards seemed to be concerned about the safety of the innocent muggles suspended above the rioting crowd. Furthermore, their own numbers were not as many as the rioting wizards, only about 50 people, so they dared not act rashly. Sirius, take good care of Harley. Mr. Weasley shouted loudly, I need to rendezvous with my other Ministry of Magic colleagues. With that, he dashed in one direction. Harley, what do we do now? I'll follow your lead. Seeing that there were no familiar faces nearby, Sirius also dropped his pretense and directly asked Harley for her opinion on the current situation. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't compare to his goddaughter, so why not just give up thinking and return to his true self? During the First Wizarding War, he had emptied his mind and let Lupin and James take command. Sirius's only independent decision was to somewhat suspect Lupin was the traitor, so he entrusted the secret keeper role to Peter Pettigrew. That then became the biggest mistake he ever made, directly leading to the deaths of James and Lily. Once bitten, twice shy, Sirius now thoroughly detested making decisions himself. Since his goddaughter was skilled in this area, why should Sirius trouble himself? I seem to sense the magic of a few acquaintances in there. Harley's words were an indirect answer, and at the same time, she narrowed her eyes, looking at the rioting dark wizard in black robes. So, what else can be done? Catch them and send them to Merlin. I mean, send them to Azkaban. With that, Harley gently waved her wand, and black flames danced in her beautiful long hair, devouring the surrounding light. Sirius was startled, he was about to say something but didn't, just nodded. The black-robed wizards in front seemed to have noticed Harley's presence. The direction of this group immediately changed, rushing towards Harley. Harley chuckled softly, not actively meeting them. Her wand quietly pointed to the sky, and an invisible force instantly erupted, rapidly spreading in the sky. Under the cover of night, dark clouds were slowly gathering, and a thick layer of clouds gradually formed in the sky. A snowy owl flew out of the clouds in a panic, chasing after Hermione's direction. Hedwig had also actively flown out of the tent when everyone left, soaring in the night sky, observing the movements of the rioting wizards. She had originally intended to assist Harley from the sky, as she was a mental doctor after all, at least she could analyze the opponent's intelligence. However, Hedwig had just received a message from Harley, learning that her master was preparing to use a small-scale weather charm to wipe out the opposition. So it was better for her to stay far away. Getting her feathers soaked in heavy rain was not a comfortable experience for a bird. At the same time, the rioting crowd quickly approached Harley. The person at the very front shouted in a drunken voice, You're the damned Potter. Harley Potter. He seemed to have drunk too much, his mind somewhat unclear, mumbling out both speakable and unspeakable words. You really are damned. You ruined our good lives, all of them. That's right, Harley Potter really should die. She defeated the great Dark Lord, destroying our beautiful lives. Shouts of agreement erupted from the crowd behind. However, that person's voice was very clear, not drunken, full of reason, and also carried a hint of seduction. At the same time, that person was very well hidden, perfectly concealing his figure by using the stumbling drunkards. Indeed, if the Dark Lord hadn't been defeated, how could we possibly have to be so restrained? I've wanted to torment those mudbloods for a long time. A bunch of mudbloods, why should they be equal to us noble wizards? A large number of approving voices rose, and Sirius defensively shielded Harley, wand in hand, roaring menacingly. I warn you, if you retreat now, the Ministry of Magic won't pursue criminal charges against you. You're full of it, you damned pure-blood family traitor. A sudden roar came from the crowd. Why talk to them anymore? Crucio. A vivid green light instantly flew from a wand tip, heading towards Harley. Harley, however, acted as if she hadn't seen it, pulling Sirius's sleeve, and the two stepped back half a pace. A wall of ice materialized out of thin air in front of them. The Crucio hit the ice wall, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Catch some, let some escape. We need to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic, and we can't let these future subordinates of Riddle completely lose their power. Harley nodded slightly, making a simple plan. Oh, right, I also need to make sure to leave a mark on these scumbags, to ensure that whenever I want, they will lose their fighting ability. Within these brief 10-odd seconds of thought, a barrage of spells flew in. Crucio, exploding, Defindo, bone-shattering, various destructive dark arts covered Harley and Sirius, and the ice wall almost shattered instantly. Her defensive magic has been broken by us. A drunkard shouted excitedly. Give it another push. The day of revenge is today. To commemorate our lost beautiful lives. Protega. Sirius immediately set up a new defense, while roaring without looking back. Harley, use that black flame. Don't hold back against these scumbags and degenerates. Just don't kill them. No need, Godfather. Harley shook her head. I have a better way to deal with them. Torrential rain. Her wand pointed to the sky, completely unleashing that wild power. A thunderclap sounded in the sky, but no lightning struck. The heavy dark clouds seemed unable to support the weight of the moisture any longer, finally breaking open and unleashing a downpour. The drunkards were caught off guard, directly drenched to the bone by the heavy rain. Many drank mouthfuls of rainwater, their attention scattered, unable to even think of using spells. Of course, not everyone was so weak and blurry-minded. Protega. Waterproof. Impervious to water and fire. Dark light shield. In the very center of the crowd, streaks of magical light shone, and ultimately, over a dozen wizards managed to erect effective defenses. Harley's expression was unperturbed. After all, she couldn't expect all her enemies to be useless. Her eyes glowed, and she stepped forward lightly. This current torrential rain, although it's harsh weather I forcibly induced with a weather charm, the weather charm essentially accelerates natural weather phenomena. Harley whispered, as if talking to herself. As her words left her lips, the magic within Harley became even more jubilant. Since it's a natural phenomenon, then by lowering the temperature at this moment, a blizzard will form. This is perfectly reasonable. So, let me give nature a little guidance. Man-made disaster blizzard. As long as she identified potential disasters with omens that could be exploited, the demoness of despair could forcibly induce and amplify them by consuming spirituality magic. And now, under Harley's ability, the weather charm, which had only covered the rioting crowd, evolved again, upgrading into a blizzard. Snowflakes instantly covered all the wizards participating in the riot, bringing with them a terrifying cold, but without harming the innocent people nearby. Although most of these black-robed thugs had the strength of Sequence 6, some wizards even barely reached the Sequence 5 level. But when faced with a disaster casually unleashed by a demigod-level demoness of despair, they were still utterly defenseless. Even with Harley deliberately suppressing her abilities and giving them time to escape, over 40 soaked drunkards still quickly developed a layer of frost on their bodies, frozen in place. In the deepest part of the crowd, a group of clear-headed black-robed wizards' pupils suddenly constricted. They had no time for discussion. After a quick glance at each other, they all quietly chanted names. Then came a series of sharp, pop, sounds, and house elves appeared out of thin air, grabbing their masters and spinning away from their original spots. Most of them escaped. Harley's lips curved slightly as she noticed the magical fluctuations. But a few were left behind. It seems they were sacrifices. Also, I really didn't expect it, old Malfoy, you also couldn't stand the loneliness, choosing to come to a party late at night to find some fun for yourself. Under Harley's perception, the rioting wizards had long been divided into two categories by her. The primary category was Death Eaters, as they all had a very clear and familiar evil magic on their left arms, the Dark Mark. Their master, Lord Voldemort, who had not appeared for a long time, despite being incredibly weak himself. But the magic he had once cast still stubbornly parasitized within the dark mark on the Death Eater's left arms. And for the keenly perceptive Harley, these were like beacons in the darkness, leaving these Death Eaters nowhere to hide. Aside from the Death Eaters, the remaining wizards were simply pure blood wizards who had gotten drunk and were incited by someone with ulterior motives, thus joining the rioting group. They might be dark wizards, or gray figures existing between the dark and light zones, but they were definitely not Death Eaters. And the group of wizards who had earlier called their house elves to escape mostly had the dark mark on their arms, belonging to the core figures among the pure blood wizards. Harley also sensed Dobby's aura among them, pinpointing old Malfoy's presence, which once again confirmed her conjecture. This time, she let most of the Death Eaters escape, but deliberately left behind a few peripheral figures among the Death Eaters. Of course, those lucky ones who escaped were not truly lucky. During the previous lightning-fast exchange, an invisible aura swept over the entire rioting crowd. A seed, a disease seed from the disease aura, was silently planted in the lungs of all the rioters. However, this seed was temporarily dormant, not yet awakened. As long as Harley willed it, and the distance wasn't too great, this seed would awaken from its slumber. It would draw nourishment from the host, gradually take root and sprout, blossoming into flowers called diseases, and even bearing fruit called the Black Death. Good night, and sweet dreams to all of you. Harley curtsied slightly, and at the same time, gently waved her wand towards the sky. The torrential rain began to gradually cease, and the dark clouds also began to disperse under an invisible force. Everything was over, the water and ice on the ground rapidly transformed into magic, gradually dissipating. Only the destroyed tents and ice sculptures remained, proving that a battle had taken place here. Thanks to Zhuwei Yanhu and Fusheng Yanmi for their generous donations. P.S. Regarding Sirius's intelligence, the author is not saying he is stupid. How could an unintelligent person learn to be an animagus? It's just that he's a fighter, not a decision maker. Just like in the original work concerning Creature, Creature was always at the order of the Phoenix headquarters and knew a lot of information. But Sirius's attitude towards Creature was like that. I have no intention of commenting further on this, I just genuinely feel that Sirius is not a strategic talent, and he also has a self-imposed debuff from his long association with Dementors, which makes him seem unintelligent. Chapter 267 Your knowledge is too shallow, young people. It wasn't until everything was over that the Ministry of Magic employees who had been watching from the sidelines dared to rush over to Harley's vicinity. At this moment, Sirius, who was beside Harley, showed no reaction, only gaping as he watched his goddaughter swiftly deal with the group of thugs. This isn't right. Sirius only recovered from his stupor a few seconds later. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. How were these scumbags dealt with so easily? Am I dreaming? He had simply thought his goddaughter was very capable, but he never expected her to be this strong. Just then, a few more ear-splitting pops echoed from a distance. The wizards who had gathered immediately turned around, vigilant, their charms ready to fly from their wands at any moment. After all, everyone was afraid that the thugs who had previously escaped would suddenly return for a surprise attack. However, after seeing who the newcomers were, the Ministry of Magic employees breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their wands. Because the wizards who had just arrived via apparition were none other than Fudge, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and several other high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials, as well as an elite Auror squad. What's going on? Fudge demanded loudly the moment he landed. I heard someone here was drunk and causing trouble, and then it suddenly started pouring rain, and... His remaining words caught in his throat as he stared, dumbfounded, at the ice sculpture exhibition before him. This. What is this? Who did this? As you can see, my dear Minister for Magic, Harley bowed slightly, these are the rioting wizards. Please allow me to describe what happened. Earlier, I was playing wizard chess with my friends in the tent, and we were also discussing our Hogwarts summer homework. Then the noise outside disturbed us. I initially thought someone was overly excited about Ireland's victory and proud of England, so they were planning to celebrate all night. But when I went to check, I found that these thugs weren't celebrating. Instead, they were wantonly using charms to destroy the surrounding tents and public facilities, and tormenting the innocent camp manager's family. As she spoke, Harley pointed to the Roberts family. These 4 poor people had also been caught in the downpour earlier, but Harley had deliberately controlled the cold air, preventing them from also turning into ice sculptures. Now, these 4 muggles had been gently lowered to the ground by the Ministry of Magic employees' magic and were currently unconscious. As a Hogwarts student who loves the wizarding world, loves the land we live on, and even more so loves peace, I naturally couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. So I wanted to assist the Ministry of Magic employees in stopping these thugs. During this time, however, they suddenly rushed at me, verbally threatening me, and even using dark arts to attack me. Out of concern for my own safety, I had no choice but to use some ordinary magic to incapacitate the outermost thugs, thereby protecting myself. However, a group of thugs among them seemed to have been prepared, and escaped with the help of house elves via apparition, so I couldn't keep them. As she spoke, Harley sighed slightly, her face full of regret. Fudge's expression changed continuously as Harley described what had happened earlier. Finally, he swallowed hard, involuntarily shook his head, and stammered incoherently. Harley, my dear child. I think there might be some misunderstanding here. These people were probably just drunk. Plus, the Ireland team won the championship, so they got a little overexcited, didn't they? I think this is all just a misunderstanding. The Ministry of Magic can also compensate for all the damaged tents here, or demand compensation from these drunkards. I mean, Sirius, who had been standing by, suddenly spoke up, firmly supporting Harley. Cornelius, I can vouch on the black name that everything Harley said is true. Not only that, but these people previously used various dark arts on us, excluding the killing curse. I think you can easily detect it just by using the prior incantado charm. Harley snapped her fingers in cooperation, and at the same time casually waved her wand, making a show of it. All the ice on the ice sculptures before them vanished, dissipating into magic in the air. The people inside the ice instantly collapsed to the ground, letting out weak moans, but they couldn't move. The previous ice, under Harley's control, had not caused them too serious harm. However, their bodies stiffening and losing their fighting ability for a short period was unavoidable. Gillicley, Wilter, Ogsden. Scrimgeour's face instantly changed as he rattled off several names. His expression was somewhat grim, and he quietly explained to Fudge and Amelia. These are all old acquaintances of the Ministry of Magic's Auror office, the kind of guys everyone suspects are dark wizards, who frequent Nocturne Alley but for whom we haven't found direct evidence yet. I also saw a few pure-blood wizards among them who were once accused of being Death Eaters but were acquitted on the grounds of being controlled by the Imperio curse. Hearing Scrimgeour's whispered last sentence, both Fudge and Amelia's pupils contracted sharply. Minister Fudge, Harley pointed to the pile of wands scattered on the ground. I think if you just use a prior incantado charm on any one of them, you'll have a very good harvest. Leaving aside everything else, just that many Crucio charms would be a huge political achievement for the Auror office. No, I don't think that's necessary. Cold sweat broke out on Fudge's forehead. He frantically wiped it with a handkerchief, his eyes darting around, looking at Amelia and Scrimgeour and the others. Amelia, who had been silent on the side, sighed and said to the Aurors standing around on patrol. Take these people into custody first and bring them back to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. I don't think it's necessary. It's obvious what happened, they just drank too much. Fudge suddenly regained his energy and spoke hesitantly. Actually, I think this issue should be blamed on Crouch. As a key figure responsible for the Quidditch World Cup, how is he responsible for pacifying the public's emotions? Also, where is he now? Such a big thing happened, why didn't he show up? Fudge seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions and a point to shift the blame, his voice growing louder and louder. What's wrong? A stern voice suddenly came as Crouch and Ludo parted the crowd and strode in. What happened, Minister Fudge? Someone in the watching crowd immediately stepped forward and quietly told Crouch everything that had happened. As the person recounted the events, Crouch's face grew increasingly grim. Finally, he waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Robert. And Fudge, don't push everything onto me. You yourself didn't go to see off the guests from the Bulgaria Ministry of Magic, and you assigned that task to Ludo and me, and now you ask why I wasn't there. Furthermore, why not take these people back for questioning? They are clearly thugs, dark wizards. Fudge's face changed. He had originally intended to assign the task of seeing off the unhappy losing guests to his arch-rival, to trip Crouch up. But now, Crouch had openly stated it. How dared he, a mere deputy head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, speak to him like that? Just as Fudge was about to reprimand him, a green light suddenly streaked across the dark sky in the distance. The light exploded in the sky, forming an enormous skull. The skull was composed of countless shimmering, emerald green, star-like elements, and a large serpent emerged from its mouth, writhing like a tongue. Under the gaze of numerous wizards in several camps, the skull rose higher and higher, continuously emitting a greenish smoke and glowing with dazzling light. Against the backdrop of the dark night sky, the green skull resembled a new constellation. It was a familiar symbol, yet few people rejoiced at seeing it again. Because this was the symbol of Lord Voldemort, the Dark Mark. Screams erupted from the distant camps, and many piercing, fear-filled wails also came from the crowd gathered around. Fudge's face instantly turned pale, his body swayed violently, and he plopped down onto the ground. He had originally intended to use the Quidditch World Cup to showcase the British Ministry of Magic's powerful strength and, incidentally, boost his own reputation in preparation for the next election. This was also why Fudge had previously tried so hard to classify this incident as a disturbance caused by drunken wizards who couldn't control their emotions. After all, this was just an ordinary incident, although it would have some negative impact, it was generally harmless. However, if this incident were classified as a riot, and these captured wizards were all thugs and dark wizards, then it would be a serious legal offense. Under his governance, such a serious and malicious incident had occurred. According to the principle of, whoever is in power is responsible, Fudge would bear a great deal of blame. Fudge didn't want such a significant blemish on his political career, and he also recognized that these were members of pure-blood families, whom he couldn't easily offend. So he had originally intended to downplay the matter, to make a big deal into a small one, and a small one into nothing. But now things had become increasingly serious. Just a moment ago, the Dark Mark, which had been missing for so long, had reappeared. A lone dark mark wasn't important, he could explain it as someone playing a prank, or someone committing a copycat crime. A lone riot could also be resolved, he could pay a price and forcibly explain it as foreign dark wizards sneaking in during the World Cup to cause trouble. He could also conveniently push the blame onto France, and thoroughly humiliate his arch-rival in the process. Ordinary wizards would surely accept that. But now, with the Dark Mark appearing, a riot breaking out in the camp, and the true identities of the rioters being dark wizards and former Death Eaters, even if he explained all of this as coincidence, someone would have to believe it. Harley and Sirius didn't pay much attention to what happened next. After the Aurors collected some evidence, they watched Harley leave the scene with respectful eyes. The Ministry of Magic also dispatched Aurors to investigate the place where the Dark Mark was released. However, the place was empty, without any traces of magic left behind. This left the 3 fully armed Auror squads sent by the Ministry of Magic empty-handed. For some unknown reason, when this news came back, a unified expression of relief appeared on the faces of the high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials. Clearly, everyone was afraid of something happening, especially Fudge, whose joy was almost impossible to suppress. After returning to the tent, the others hadn't returned yet, so Harley and Sirius went to look for them. Everyone was busy until past 2 a.m., and it wasn't until Mr. Weasley returned to the tent that things finally quieted down. The Weasley twins subtly questioned their father about what had happened that night. And Mr. Weasley didn't hide anything, recounting the entire incident. In the end, Fudge could only agree to take these people back to the Ministry of Magic, but not to imprison them in Azkaban for now. At the same time, he also prepared to conceal the identities of those few Death Eaters, as most Death Eaters, after claiming to be controlled by the Imperio curse and clearing their names, did not have their identities publicly revealed, and ordinary wizards were unaware. "Why, Dad?" Percy couldn't help but ask, and Mr. Crouch, who hates evil like fire, didn't he intervene? "Why?" Mr. Weasley spread his hands. Fudge said it was for the peace of the wizarding world and the stability of society, so fear should not be spread. But we all know he just wanted to save face, not to make a fool of himself in front of foreign wizards, and to salvage some support from the uninformed public. As for Crouch, even if Crouch wanted to intervene, what good would it do? Mr. Weasley retorted. He made a big mistake in the first half of the year, which Fudge used as an excuse to suppress him, and now his influence is not as great as before. Amelia and Scrimgeour were quite concerned about this, but they could only arrange for more Aurors to pay attention to this matter within the scope of their authority. They couldn't do anything else. Mr. Weasley's words left his children dumbfounded, and Hermione, who was beside them, also gaped. After all, Mr. Weasley's words were quite different from their traditional impression of the not-so-smart, always consulting Professor Dumbledore good guy Fudge. Harley gently blew away the steam from her tea and took a small sip. These young people, their experience is still too shallow. Chapter 268. The three of us are really awesome. The next morning, when Harley woke up, she found that most of the wizards in the camp had already left. It was clear that the large-scale riot the previous night had left everyone with lingering fears. And staying away from danger is always human instinct. Everyone had witnessed the security level of the British Ministry of Magic. Why wouldn't they quickly escape? Were they supposed to stay and wait for the next attack? Harley, however, didn't mind. After a simple wash, she put a kettle on the stove to boil water. At the same time, Harley gently waved her wand. Numerous spider webs descended from the ceiling, skillfully manipulating pots and spatulas, adding various ingredients, and frying bread slices and eggs. At this moment, the tent was quiet, everyone else was still asleep, only Harley had woken up early. After Mr. Weasley returned last night, considering the special circumstances, the Weasley family chose to stay in Sirius's tent to prevent any further unexpected events. However, there weren't enough rooms here, so Ginny, under Sirius's arrangement, stayed with Harley and Hermione. The little girl was very understanding, initially planning to sleep on the floor or directly on the sofa. But Hermione, as Gryffindor's understanding senior, couldn't bear to let her junior suffer. So she was forced to squeeze in with Harley, even sharing a pillow and blanket with Harley, leaving her own for Ginny. This touched Ginny greatly, she hadn't expected her two seniors to be so kind to her. However, in a sense, this was tough on Harley. Although a certain demoness of Unaging was battle-hardened and used to such minor situations, she wasn't disturbed in the slightest while sleeping. But this morning, Harley had a hard time breaking free from the embrace of a certain little witch who wanted to evolve into Cthulhu, without waking her up. I wonder why Hermione's sleeping posture has become so bad, Harley muttered, gently beckoning. A large cup of coffee appeared before her, already mixed with milk and sugar. The Daily Prophet's owl had already delivered this morning's The Daily Prophet. However, that poor owl, under Hedwig's gaze, didn't even dare to drink water from Hedwig's food bowl and quickly flew away. After chasing away the inconsiderate fellow, Hedwig flapped her wings and landed on Harley's head, and the witch and the audience read today's newspaper together. Tisk, 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 the Daily Prophet really knows how to ride the trends. Hedwig shook her head and sighed while reading the newspaper. The big riot happened just last night, and Rita already rushed out the article this morning. Today's The Daily Prophet was very interesting, almost half of the newspaper was Rita's solo stage. On the first page of the newspaper, she focused on describing what happened last night. Rita's writing was so detailed and her vocabulary so exaggerated, it was as if she was present at the scene, witnessing every action of everyone. Harley, look at how much effort she put into praising you. Hedwig looked at the most prominent part of the newspaper and couldn't help but point with her claw. She seemed to have completely recognized Harley as her big-legged patron and was ready to hold on tightly. Rita spent a lot of ink describing how Harley elegantly and easily dealt with the rioting crowd to protect the wizards of England and other countries. She's thoughtful. Harley nodded, looking into the distance, her gaze seemingly piercing through half the camp. At this moment, a beetle, currently perched on the Ministry of Magic's office tent attempting to eavesdrop on useful news, suddenly shuddered. Rita subconsciously raised her head and, in a human-like gesture, rubbed the goggle-like stripes around her eyes with her forelegs. Strange. What is this feeling? Why do I feel like someone is looking down on me? Rita subconsciously glanced at the back of her forelegs, corresponding to the back of a hand, and couldn't help but recall that symbol and that arrogant young girl. She shivered, not daring to delve deeper, and instead shifted her attention back to the tent in front of her. After Harley withdrew her gaze, she quickly scanned the rest of the newspaper. As she expected, Rita's nature was, after all, hard to change. After 2 pages of elaborate praise for herself, starting from the 3rd page, Rita used a large amount of ink to criticize everything. From the rioters who shouldn't have rioted, the slow reaction of the Ministry of Magic's high-ranking officials, all the way to the ordinary citizens who lacked the awareness to contribute to the wizarding world and only cared about escaping. Finally, Rita even concluded by demanding that the entire British magical society reflect on itself. Tisk, it's a good thing she didn't criticize the ordinary Ministry of Magic employees and didn't push them to be against you, Harley. The little snow owl had now landed on Harley's increasingly overflowing talent, settling into a more comfortable position to read the newspaper, offering comments. Harley gently flicked her little head, a slight smile playing on her lips. There was no interesting news on the later pages of the newspaper. This 422nd Quidditch World Cup final was completely overshadowed, relegated to the 7th page of the newspaper. It was evident that Rita's meticulously crafted article was originally intended for the first page. The title alone, "Why the Ireland Team is Divine," was enough to grab attention. The article even began with, "First, the Luxembourg team, which committed the sin of pride," immediately igniting the entire piece. Moreover, Rita tried every possible way to make the 7 deadly sins correspond to the other 7 teams that entered the quarter-finals, forcibly assigning them sins. This writing style was truly admirable. It's just that one wonders what Crumb would think when he saw himself being falsely accused of the sin of desire. This article had splendid writing, but considering the major events that happened late last night, it could only be relegated to the 7th page. "Wake up, Hedwig, I'm going to eat breakfast." Harley gently raised her hand, and the little snow owl immediately took flight, landing on its owner's shoulder. The newspaper, with the nimble movements of a few spider webs, settled smoothly onto the table, folded neatly, as if it had never been opened. In the kitchen, fried eggs, toast, bacon, and milk were already prepared and neatly arranged on the table. Harley extended her slender finger and gently snapped it. The spider web swayed slightly, as if responding, and then dissipated into the air. However, Harley's breakfast was not enjoyed for long before it was interrupted by a knock on the tent door. When Harley opened the door to look, she felt a fragrant breeze assault her face, and a tall figure appeared, giving her a hug and incidentally covering her eyes. "Referee, I want to report that someone here is carrying a quaffle and making an illegal tackle. But then again, this kind of foul play, please, more of it." "What's wrong, Fleur?" Harley gently patted Fleur's back. After a while, Fleur straightened up. "Thank you, Harley," Fleur said softly. "You probably don't know, I originally wanted to come find you last night. But Madame Maxime, considering the final had just ended and it would definitely be chaotic outside, didn't allow us to wander around alone. As we were enjoying the night view outside, those rioters suddenly appeared, and their indiscriminately cast spells almost injured Gabrielle. Luckily you stopped them, otherwise Gabrielle would definitely have been hurt." Fleur's voice was full of gratitude, and she gave Harley another forceful hug. "Harley, thank you very, very much." After Fleur calmed down, the two chatted briefly before parting ways. Fleur even left in a hurry without eating breakfast. Beauxbatons was returning to France this morning, so Fleur couldn't stay here long. However, she and Harley agreed to meet again at Hogwarts during Halloween. By 10 in the morning, all the sleeping wizards in the tent had finally woken up. The Weasley family briefly said goodbye to Sirius and the others, then quickly returned to their own tent. After dismantling their tent, they still had to go to Basil, the portkey administrator, to collect their portkey before they could go home. Although apparition was more convenient, Mr. Weasley didn't dare to take the risk, as he was, after all, with so many underage little wizards. Sirius, however, was not in a hurry at all. After all, he and Harley had jointly taken down over 40 dark wizards and chased away a large number of Death Eaters yesterday. They had dealt with the rioters that even the Aurors had no solution for. Sirius could now confidently tell others that the 3 people in the tent, working together, were invincible in this camp. So why rush to leave? It wasn't until noon that the 3 of them finished dismantling the tent and returned to the Grimmauld place to enjoy the delicacies Creature had prepared. In the following days, Harley and Hermione did not return home but stayed at Sirius's house. Both of them were very satisfied with this arrangement, as the collection of books in the Grimmauld place was indeed a source of joy. Until the Hogwarts Express departed, the only time Harley and Hermione left the Grimmauld place was to go to Diagon Alley to purchase their supplies for the new semester. In the letter sent by Hogwarts this year, in addition to the new textbooks for various subjects and the potion ingredients students needed to bring for the next semester, the school had also added an extra item. A formal ball gown. Sirius had probably heard from somewhere why Hogwarts required students to purchase such attire and deeply realized its importance. So he didn't even take Harley and Hermione to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions but chose another shop in Diagon Alley, Twilfit and Tattings. This shop was more upscale than Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. In the past, ordinary wizards and Muggle-born wizards would go to common shops like Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which had no family heritage, to buy robes. Pure-blood wizards, who considered themselves superior and the nobility among wizards, naturally wouldn't buy clothes in the same place as ordinary people. And the place where they custom-made their robes was Twilfit and Tattings, a historic shop located deep within Diagon Alley. Behind this shop also existed a pure-blood family of considerable status, but they had always kept a low profile and never caused trouble, so the shop had continued to thrive. In the past, Twilfit and Tattings did not sell ready-made clothes, it only provided custom-made clothing services, which cost a fortune, to pure-blood nobles. Moreover, such custom-made clothing was more suitable for wizards, better highlighting their noble temperament, and could also incorporate precious materials like unicorn hair and various gemstones according to the pure blood wizard's requests. Although now, to adapt to the general environment, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions also began to offer custom-made clothing, and Twilfit and Tattings bowed to economic pressures and chose to sell ready-made clothing. But whenever luxurious and expensive formal robes were mentioned, pure-blood families would still immediately think of Twilfit and Tattings. However, after the shop owner measured Harley's exact figure and asked what style of clothing the witch wanted, Harley and Sirius had a small disagreement. Sirius insisted that the occasion for which the formal robe would be used was very important and hinted that it would be for a ball. Therefore, Harley needed to custom-make a women's long dress that conformed to current fashion trends, such as the elaborate long dresses many pure-blood witches who followed ancient etiquette would wear when attending formal balls. But Harley firmly protested this decision, preferring a women's suit. Even if a suit couldn't be ordered, it should at least be a more fitted formal robe, with a skirt opening similar to a black deep V gown, to make her look full of heroic spirit. As for those puffy princess dresses, Harley had lived for so long and had never worn one. The owner of Twilfit and Tattings followed the family's ancestral teachings, quietly standing aside after introducing and recommending, without interfering with the customer's wishes, waiting for the customer to make a decision. Hermione also sat on a chair provided for guests to rest, lightly propping her chin. Her custom-made dress had already been decided, she chose a pure white long dress based on Harley's recommendation. So now, she didn't want to interrupt at all, she just wanted to quietly enjoy Harley and Sirius's childish bickering. After half a day of insistence, the two finally compromised. Sirius, being wealthy, didn't treat the House of Black's money like money, so he ordered a total of 4 formal outfits for Harley in one go. A neutral black suit, a black deep V gown, a black long dress similar in style to Hermione's, and a finely crafted neutral robe-style formal outfit. And Sirius also took the opportunity to order another blue robe for Hermione, ostensibly to make it an even number and make her feel happier. When paying, Sirius's hands trembled slightly. He wasn't distressed about the galleons, but rather silently repenting in his heart. James, Lily, I'm sorry. I really didn't know Harley would be so deeply influenced by England. If the Potter family name has no one to inherit it, I am truly guilty. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu for the reward. P.S. When writing this chapter, I looked up the gender of the old one corresponding to the Red Priest plus Witch Dual Pathway Sequence 0. And then the author decided that we shouldn't delve too deeply into this question, let's just assume it's still female. Anyway, in terms of appearance, it's still female. As for some other aspects, I can only say they are not suitable for such a solemn and formal occasion. Those interested can look it up themselves, I can only say that a certain great author is quite playful. Of course, it's also possible that the information I looked up is incorrect. But in a sense, perhaps the Potter family bloodline doesn't have to end. Leave request, sorry, I'm sick and a bit busy recently. Sorry, I need to take a day off. The author has been very busy with family matters recently, so much so that all saved drafts have been used up. Additionally, the author's eyes have been congested lately, and rhinitis has started to act up severely, leaving its head feeling foggy. It needs to find time to go to the hospital for an IV drip, so it probably won't be able to update today. Furthermore, the author wants to add more to the plot for the 4th year, so it needs more time to organize its thoughts. However, I will make up for today's leave next week by adding 6,000 characters. I am very sorry. On a side note, it's really uncomfortable when Shiqing nursing antibacterial liquid gets into your eyes. Chapter 269, Old Lovegood is truly a strange man. After buying clothes, Sirius took Harley and Hermione for a good stroll around Diagon Alley, and from a small path they usually weren't guided down, they turned into a jewelry store. Needless to say, the wealthy Sirius, with his deep pockets, promptly ordered a large batch of precious jewelry, vowing to see through his role as a rich spendthrift. Upon returning to Grimmauld Place, Sirius also reminded the two, "You won't need those formal robes and custom jewelry for a while, so I'll send them to you by all when the time comes. I need to make a trip to Gringotts vault. If my memory serves me right, there are still some very valuable gems in the piles of jewels in the House of Black's vault. If they were polished into diamond rings and enchanted, they would look absolutely stunning. If there aren't any good magical accessories, I'll go buy some from the goblins." "There's no need, Sirius," Harley interjected, trying to dissuade him. "Last month, for my birthday, Nicholas said I could provide him with jewelry, and he would personally enchant them and apply alchemy for me. His skill isn't much worse than an average goblin's." Well, All right then. Sirius was momentarily stunned, then nodded. That works too, as long as there's enough time. Following this, Sirius closed his mouth, stopped talking, and deliberately started flipping through a newspaper nearby. Clearly, he was waiting for Harley and Hermione's curiosity to kick in, for them to ask why Hogwarts required them to order robes, and what the point of buying jewelry was. However, Harley and Hermione didn't ask at all. Fleur had already hinted at the Triwizard Tournament to them, so these custom clothes and jewelry were surely for a social ball during the competition. Was there even a need to guess? But this left Sirius feeling very dejected. He felt he had missed out on a lot of fun. Sirius had originally planned, according to British Wizarding World tradition, to answer nothing when Harley asked, and to enjoy their unsatisfied curiosity. But Harley and Hermione didn't ask anything. Confound it. It's all because they're too mature and composed. Time flew by, and it was September 1st, with heavy rain starting at 6 in the morning. Harley wasn't able to get on the train early today. Of course, this was entirely because a certain sole heir of the House of Black, who preferred not to be named, had overslept, was a bit slow, and insisted on seeing Harley off. The scoundrel witch would absolutely not admit that she wanted to stay in bed a little longer because of the heavy rain and the comfortable human-shaped pillow in her arms. Strictly speaking, Harley didn't arrive at the station too late. She and Hermione reached King's Cross Station at 10:30. But compared to their original plan of boarding the train at 8, there was indeed a significant difference. Upon arriving at platform 9 3/4, there weren't too many Hogwarts students and their parents yet. However, all of them directed their gaze towards Harley and her group, or more precisely, towards Harley. After such a major scandal at the World Cup, Fudge once again chose to bring Harley out to promote the positive image of the Ministry of Magic. The story of Harley single-handedly apprehending so many rioting thugs was also repeatedly brought up and publicized. Of course, Harley was happy to see this situation, as opportunities to gain benefits from both sides were quite rare. Although Harley herself had been holed up in Grimmauld Place and hadn't gone out, Sirius had represented Harley on several trips to the Ministry of Magic. And Rita, respectfully, sought her boss's permission through a mark before daring to continue working and writing articles that lavishly praised Harley. This led to the current situation. Harley was now completely a household name in Britain, and even had considerable fame abroad. Many parents stood on tiptoes, craning their necks, eager to see the legendary Harley Potter in person. Murmurs rose from all around, and quite a few students or parents even wanted to rush over to shake Harley's hand or even ask for an autograph. Fortunately, Harley was agile enough, and the heavy rain that day severely obstructed others' vision, allowing Harley and Hermione to successfully board the train. After pulling open the last compartment door of the train, Hermione threw her luggage onto the rack, then collapsed onto the sofa. Why are these people so crazy? It feels comparable to Muggle idol worshippers. Are you saying my influence in the wizarding world isn't as great as a Muggle celebrity's now? Harley retorted. Hermione thought for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Harley, I didn't realize you were so famous now. The two waved their wands, quickly dispelling the moisture from their bodies and luggage. After drying their damp t-shirts that clung to their skin and changing into wizard robes, they leaned back in their seats, quietly admiring the vast curtain of rain, chatting idly. As it neared 11 o'clock, Harley saw the Weasley family rush into the station at an extremely fast pace through the heavy rain, and quickly sent all their numerous suitcases onto the train. Before long, a knock came at the compartment door. Ginny opened the door, cautiously poking her head in. Sister Harley, Sister Hermione, I'm here. During the Quidditch World Cup final, Hermione had invited the little girl, if she had time, to come to the rearmost compartment of the train at the start of term. Hermione thoughtfully stood up, moved next to Harley, and made space for Ginny. Hedwig, who had entered the station with Harley due to the heavy rain, yawned and shifted her position in the cage. She found it very interesting to observe the facial expressions and body language of the actors below as an audience member, thereby reading their minds. Sister Harley, can I call Luna Lovegood to this compartment too? After putting away her luggage, the little girl, without even drying her clothes, asked in a whisper. She doesn't have many friends in Ravenclaw. When I passed a certain compartment just now, I saw her sitting alone. I'm quite good friends with her, can I invite her over? Harley immediately recalled the ethereal little girl from her second year, but that girl seemed to have had a very unpleasant falling out with Hermione. The two were almost naturally incompatible. So Harley turned to look at Hermione, her gaze meeting Hermione's squarely. Of course I don't mind. Harley retracted her gaze, and nodded gently. Go call her over. Thank you, big sister, the little girl said sweetly, bouncing vivaciously from her seat and rushing out of the compartment door. Soon after, she reappeared at the compartment door, pulling the light-haired little girl with her. Harley helped Ginny put Luna's luggage onto the rack, and then casually helped both of them dry their wet robes. During this process, Harley glanced at the magazine Luna was clutching, unable to put down, and almost couldn't suppress a laugh when she saw its contents. Harley now understood that this periodical, titled The Quibbler, was edited by Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. According to Lavender and Parvati, this periodical was read by girls as entertainment and fantasy literature, similar in positioning to Muggle joke books. Harley had also read a few issues and had to admit that old Mr. Lovegood's imagination was truly vast. For example, Minister for Magic Fudge inexplicably had an army of fire sprites, Sirius Black's true identity was the lead singer of a mischievous goblin band, and other bizarre content. By the time of this World Cup, old Lovegood had come up with new antics. He claimed in the magazine that he had received top-secret information. The Bulgarian national team's failure this time was because their mascot was a vila. It's unclear if old Lovegood had seen Rita's article published in the newspaper, especially the end of the article, which led him to make this association. Harley really wanted to say, the vila ladies didn't deserve this. Harley silently complained as she returned to her seat. The train quickly started, pulling out of platform 9 3/4. Harley placed her magic book face down on her lap, propping her chin with one hand, admiring the misty green mountains outside the window through the rain. Hermione was reading a magic book, and Luna continued to bury her head behind The Quibbler. Ginny looked left and right, and finally chose to read today's The Daily Prophet. In the quiet, the compartment door suddenly knocked. After receiving a response, the conspicuous heads of the Weasley twins squeezed in, followed by Quidditch commentator Lee. "Fred, George, what are you doing here?" Ginny asked curiously. "Of course, we're here to discuss something important with our major shareholder." Fred rubbed his sister's head, saying with a grin, "Why do you think we were able to hide so many materials under your bed during the summer holidays? It's all because the benevolent Miss Harley provided us with a large sum of money." Harley's gaze immediately shifted back from the window, looking at Fred and George with some shock. During the Quidditch World Cup, the Weasley twins had revealed that their ordinary wizarding levels results were not ideal. So Mrs. Weasley strongly suspected they had an unknown secret code and had searched the house multiple times. The two had even bragged to Harley then that Mrs. Weasley had searched even Ron's bed but still couldn't find the materials they used to make magical items. Harley had thought they were truly using some superb magic or clever magical items for concealment. As it turns out, they actually stuffed these things to their sister. Good for them. Ahem, Your Majesty, the Great Lion Queen. George looked at his major shareholder, still with that irreverent demeanor. Your loyal subjects wish to consult you on a matter. Then, Lord Weasley and Lord Weasley. Harley, having nothing else to do, played along with them. She leaned languidly by the window, her head resting on her shoulder, one hand gently raised. Harley's eyes weren't on them, but rather admiring her own wrist. What news do you bring? Your Majesty, we have already produced a batch of rather interesting items in July and August. Fred fully adhered to the role-playing rules. Now we are ready to sell these prank items, and Lee will help us. As for the funds recovered, we plan to continue using them for the research and development of new magical items. Understood. Harley still nodded languidly. This king has said that the money is an investment in your dreams, my dear lords. You may decide for yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty. Fred and George exaggeratedly knelt on one knee, then immediately stood up and exited the compartment. Before leaving, they also dragged away a bewildered Lee. Looking at Lee's expression, he was clearly somewhat confused. He had been inexplicably dragged over by these twin brothers, and then inexplicably dragged back. What was the point? Were they playing games? With the appearance of Fred and George, the quiet atmosphere in the compartment was broken. Ginny curiously asked Harley about her brother's business, and was even more astonished, her mouth agape, upon hearing that Harley had funded them such an enormous amount of galleons. The conversation in the compartment also began to shift. Ginny and Hermione chatted about recent events at the Ministry of Magic that Mr. Weasley had revealed to the family. Fudge is truly overwhelmed. If he hadn't desperately publicized Sister Harley in The Daily Prophet, he would have been drowned in howlers long ago. Ginny began to imitate her father's tone of voice at the time. Oh, I just wish Cornelius would use his brain before doing things, so he wouldn't cause so much trouble. After imitating him, the little girl laughed, bent over, holding her stomach. He's not brainless, he's trying to corrupt the Ministry of Magic. Luna suddenly interjected, and began to describe Fudge's rotten tooth conspiracy in detail. While buying snacks at noon, Harley saw the Weasley twins again. The two followed behind the snack trolley, As soon as someone in a compartment finished buying snacks, they would squeeze in and actively introduce their products. It must be said, their method was very effective, and the little wizards of Hogwarts were also impatient by nature. Coupled with the Weasley twins' notorious reputation for pranks being known by everyone at Hogwarts, the probability of successful sales was very high. It must be said, the Weasley twins are truly geniuses. Thanks to the great, Zhuwei Yanhu, for the reward. P.S. A question suddenly occurred to me. Judging from the plot in the 4th book, Goblet of Fire, wizards don't understand Muggle clothing. In the middle of summer, they don't know to wear t-shirts and shorts, some even wear a padded jacket. So what do they normally wear under their robes? Don't tell me it's just underwear. Especially in winter, for little wizards who can't do magic, isn't it cold? Written by a book friend, recommended. This is a world where the demon race runs rampant, and the human race is in decline. All things in the world can cultivate, but it is difficult for humans. Until a human with great innate wisdom was born, establishing the way of spirit control, supporting the collapsing human way, his name was Bian. Later, the way of spirit control flourished, and humans controlled heaven and earth, dragons and phoenixes, plants and trees, swords and blades, all categories in the world could be spirits. However, the demon dragon rebelled, wishing to demonize the world and sever the way of spirit control. The heavenly venerable, in a strange dream, slew the demon dragon and established a heavenly curtain to prevent the spread of demonic thoughts. 1,000 years after the heavenly venerable's demise, demonic thoughts greatly increased in the world. What will be the future of the human race? It all begins with a young man who discovered he could cultivate in dreams, the Chronicle of the Dream-Praying Heavenly Venerable Preface. Chapter 270. The case is solved, it's all Senior Riddle's fault. Nothing unexpected happened on the Hogwarts Express this year, at most a small conflict erupted in the middle of the train. For some unknown reason, Ron and his 2 roommates, Seamus and Dean, suddenly got into a fight with Malfoy and his inseparable cronies. No one could clearly explain the cause of this conflict, as Ron was desperately trying to shove his fist into Malfoy's mouth. But students still pieced together a plausible version based on some clues. When that reason reached Harley, the gossiping girl confidently told Harley that the conflict broke out because Ron was secretly wearing women's clothes in the compartment to show his roommates, and Malfoy happened to discover him. This reason was very outlandish, but upon closer thought, it carried an inexplicable hint of rationality. One can only say, my Great Britain has its own national conditions. However, the 6 hadn't been fighting for long when they coincidentally ran into the Weasley twins, who were hawking their wares down the aisle. Thus, poor Malfoy naturally became a display item for their prank products, much to the amusement of the surrounding students. The brawl even attracted the prefect and the head boy and girl, finally ending with Malfoy's tearful threats to tell his father. As time quickly passed, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at the station. After a holiday apart, Hogsmeade Station was still as dilapidated as ever. When the train pulled in, the rain outside was heavier than in the morning, drumming against the ground. A familiar voice echoed on the platform. First years over here, Hagrid shouted, waving his pink umbrella. This umbrella was actually quite large for an ordinary person, but it appeared petite compared to Hagrid. So Hagrid simply chose not to use the umbrella. After all, it could at most keep his hair from getting too wet. Harley conjured a large umbrella with Transmigration, and after greeting Hagrid, she led Hermione towards the Thestral carriages. Ginny and Luna, whose Transfiguration was not yet up to par, jogged behind their seniors, lest they get drenched again. Only after getting into the carriage did Hermione finally let out a long sigh. Good, my clothes didn't get too wet. This kind of rainy weather isn't suitable for the start of term at all. It's suitable for lying in bed, listening to the heavy rain outside, and flipping through interesting magic books. Ginny was nodding along to Hermione's words, but when she heard the last sentence, her mind instantly froze. In such good weather, shouldn't one be lying in bed playing Exploding Snap or reading novels? What on earth is reading magic books? Is this the world of a top student? The Thestral carriage started. Amidst the howling wind and pouring rain, the sound of the Thestrals' hooves hitting the ground was exceptionally muffled. The carriage passed through the Hogwarts gates, flanked by winged boar sculptures, and drove along the wide driveway, finally stopping before the stone steps. At this moment, the oak doors were wide open, and the inside was packed with people. Those behind desperately wanted to get in, while those in front tried hard to retreat. Harley stood on tiptoes and looked into the entrance hall, realizing that it had become half a submerged world. Peeves was hovering above the entrance hall, stretching out his translucent tongue, cackling as he continuously threw water-filled balloons. However, when he turned his gaze to the doorway, preparing to launch one at the most densely packed area, he suddenly saw the striking pair of green eyes behind the door. Peeves shivered as if doused with cold water, and his desire for mischief vanished without a trace. He flung all the water balloons in the direction furthest from Harley, then decisively chose to disappear into the wall. This was a student that the Bloody Baron had specifically warned him not to provoke. Peeves was so wise, he had no desire to court death. He dared not offend such an existence. Upon quickly entering the Great Hall, it was still as grand and magnificent as ever. Thousands of candles in the sky emitted light far exceeding what they should possess, illuminating the plates and goblets on the tables, making them sparkle. Luna walked towards the Ravenclaw long table, and Ginny also parted ways with her two seniors. She needed to find her roommates. After taking a seat at the Gryffindor long table, Hermione immediately looked towards the staff table. Except for Professor McGonagall's and Hagrid's seats, all other positions were filled. Wait, I think I missed one seat earlier. Hermione squinted at an empty seat. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's seat. Why is the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's seat empty this year? Haven't they found a suitable successor? Angelina, who had already sat down nearby, immediately followed Hermione's gaze with interest, then couldn't help but click her tongue. Has Professor Dumbledore finally failed to find a wizard willing to take over this position? It seems this year, the betting pool will finally be decided. Then she noticed the inquiring gazes of the two little wizards and patiently explained. There's a long-standing betting pool at Hogwarts, wagering on when Headmaster Dumbledore will fail to find a professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. After all, the professor for this subject is practically a consumable, needing to be replaced every year, and the poor fellow who gets replaced is either dead or injured. So we have reason to believe that one day, Professor Dumbledore will fail to find a suitable wizard willing to take this position. And there has always been such a betting pool at Hogwarts. Every year, someone acts as the bookmaker, predicting how long this year's professor will last, and also betting on whether a professor can be found for next year. Harley nodded, so that was it. Thinking about it, it was true. Because of the curse about you-know-who circulating among the students, the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor changed exceptionally quickly. Professor Quirrell, in her first year, was a dark wizard, with Lord Voldemort attached to the back of his head. Because she provoked Lord Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, poor Professor Quirrell was directly used as a sacrifice by Riddle, his life force and soul completely absorbed, leaving not even a complete corpse. Professor Lockhart, in her second year, as a charlatan who gained fame by deception, manipulated students with a diary to release a basilisk, creating attack incidents. As a result, he was mentally induced by Riddle, and was ultimately directly killed by her, and was also branded by the Ministry of Magic as the heir of Slytherin, taking all the blame. Professor Lupin, in her third year, was actually a werewolf. Near the end of the semester, he, Sirius, and she went to Riddle's cave together, and he inexplicably turned into a werewolf. To be on the safe side, to avoid harming students, he voluntarily resigned. Wait, the more Harley recalled, the more she felt something was wrong, and finally, her expression changed. Why was every year's Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's resignation related to her? Two resigned passively because of her, and the other chose to resign actively because he had a small accident during an extracurricular activity with her. Harley thought seriously and decided it was just a coincidence. After all, before she came, a Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor was consumed every year, which certainly had nothing to do with her. Based on this reasoning, the professors of these 3 years just happened to run into her. It was definitely not her fault. Moreover, she had been so well behaved these 3 years, never violating school rules, attending classes diligently every day, and being so friendly to classmates and teachers, a model student through and through. A reasonable analysis shows that she and Riddle appeared whenever something happened, and she herself had no problem. Case closed, it's all Riddle's fault. Angelina and Hermione discussed the possible new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor for this year for a while, then turned to Harley. Harley, do you know who the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team is this year? Wood has graduated, so logically, the team captain should be chosen from among us. But I've already asked Alicia and Katie, and none of us are captain. Professor McGonagall couldn't possibly choose the Weasley twins, could she? I think Professor McGonagall is very clear that their personalities are not suitable for being captain. Saying this, Angelina looked at Harley expectantly. So, Harley, are you the captain this year? You were so exceptional in matches these past 3 years, we all think you're qualified to be captain. I'm afraid not. Harley came back from her thoughts and spread her hands. I'm not the captain either. Strange. Angelina ran her fingers through her hair, her face full of confusion. Is Professor McGonagall too busy with work that she forgot about this? No, I'll have to remind her tomorrow. Angelina was about to say something else, but the great hall doors suddenly burst open with a deafening clap of thunder. Everyone immediately fell silent, watching Professor McGonagall lead a long line of first-year students to the front of the great hall. It must be said that these poor little wizards definitely had the most unforgettable start to their term. Crossing the Black Lake in such stormy weather, tisk tisk tisk, it sounds incredibly difficult. Seeing how drenched they all were, it was as if they hadn't crossed the Black Lake by boat like Harley did that year, but had literally swum across. Professor McGonagall expertly pulled out the old three-legged stool and placed it in the open space at the very front of the Great Hall. The patched sorting hat also appeared on the chair, its accumulated dust seeming thicker. This made the little wizards panic at first, and Harley even heard a little witch's terrified voice. Our entrance test isn't to wash this hat clean, is it? Is it that hard? Only after Professor McGonagall finished explaining the sorting method did the little wizards relax, then turn to complain about their parents and older siblings. Professor McGonagall's sorting was very efficient, and with Kevin Whitby sorted into Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony officially concluded. Professor Dumbledore rose from the staff table, waved his wand lightly, and the welcome feast officially began. Dinner tonight was very rich, and Harley guessed this was a rehearsal for some upcoming event. Many foreign dishes appeared on the dining table. Harley recognized several French and German dishes. However, the famous German beer was not on the table, which made Harley a bit regretful. After enjoying the fruits of the Brazilian rainforest, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and the plates became sparkling clean again. He stood up and cleared his throat. The entire Great Hall instantly fell silent, with only the howling wind and pattering rain outside the Great Hall remaining. Well, I think everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. Then I hope you will listen to this old man announce a few important pieces of news. Subsequently, Professor Dumbledore began to discuss the perennial safety issues. Upon hearing that their invented canary creams had also been added to Filch's list of banned items, the Weasley twins let out a wail. Filch had increased the list of prohibited items to 437, wasn't this purely targeting them? We are innocent small merchants doing business, how can he target us? Fred muttered quietly. Professor McGonagall, sitting upright at the staff table, seemed to notice their unusual behavior and glared fiercely at the Weasley twins. However, out of respect for Professor Dumbledore, she made no move. Finally, I regret to inform you. Professor Dumbledore's smile deepened. He was about to announce an important topic when the Great Hall doors suddenly burst open with a deafening clap of thunder. A man appeared at the Great Hall entrance, leaning on a long staff. The man was draped in a dark black travel cloak, from which faint magical fluctuations emanated. He was not tall, but his entire physique appeared very robust. The man casually took off his hood, which had tightly covered his head, and shook out a long head of grayish-white hair. A flash of lightning streaked from outside the door, and that momentary brightness illuminated the man's face with crystal clarity. It was a very unusual face, as if human features had been carved into a completely decayed piece of wood. And this carver was probably an apprentice, or a clumsy craftsman, who had only a vague concept of the human face and was very unfamiliar with the use of carving tools. This face was pitted and scarred, his mouth like a crooked gash, and where his nose should have protruded, it was gone. Most striking were his eyes. The man's left eye was small and black, glittering against the backdrop of the night, while his right eye was very large, round like a coin, and distinctly bright blue. That blue eye blinked incessantly, moving without any correlation to the movement of his other, normal eye. That was a magical eye. And this was a face that had experienced war. Chapter 271 New Upgrade, the Top 6 Competition. The man's appearance was so striking that it immediately drew the attention of all the students. However, the stranger paid no mind to the gazes of others, leaning on his cane, slowly moving forward step by step. Harley clearly heard the discord. The stranger's left leg was wooden and had to bear the weight of his body, so the sound it made when hitting the ground was noticeably louder than his right leg and cane. The stranger quickly covered the distance and reached Professor Dumbledore's side. He extended his free hand, a hand as scarred and etched with stories as his face. Professor Dumbledore shook his hand, and at the same time, quietly asked, "Was your journey to Hogwarts smooth, Alistair?" "Not at all smooth, Albus," Moody replied gruffly, as if unfamiliar with politeness. "I hate rainy days, especially ones with such unusually loud thunder and heavy rain. It prevents me from smelling the stench of those bugs hiding in the dark, and from hearing the malicious sounds of the cockroaches casting spells in the cesspit. And heavy rain isn't friendly to my leg either, I strongly suspect this thing isn't very non-slip." As he spoke, he lightly tapped his wooden left leg with his cane, completely unconcerned by his physical defect. Professor Dumbledore seemed entirely unfazed by Moody's rude demeanor, nodding and saying with a smile, "That's truly awful, but relax, you've arrived at Hogwarts. Please sit down, my dear old friend. I've had our Hogwarts chefs specially save some delicious dishes for you. Thanks to those lovely house elves, their cooking is much better than the old man's at Slughorn's restaurant, at least the desserts they make have enough honey." Moody nodded heavily and plopped down onto an empty seat to Professor Dumbledore's right, placing his cane in an easily accessible position beside the chair. He casually pulled over a plate of freshly appeared sausages but didn't eat them immediately. Moody shook his sleeve, used the wand hidden inside to scan it, and then took a deep breath with his incomplete nose. Only then did he pull out his own knife and fork, cut the sausage into tiny pieces, and, after confirming there were no foreign objects, put it into his mouth. Moody completely ignored the pumpkin juice that had suddenly appeared next to him, instead pulling out a curved flask from his travel cloak and taking a large gulp. Harley, sitting at the Gryffindor long table, subtly twitched her nose, catching the fresh scent of herbs from Professor Moody's direction. Based on several unique aromas, Harley could roughly guess that Professor Moody was drinking a special liquid. This liquid wasn't quite a potion, there were no traces of magic in it, just a simple tea made from crushed or steeped mixtures of several herbs. If Harley's deduction was correct, the primary effect of this liquid was to refresh, keeping a person energetic. After settling Professor Moody, Professor Dumbledore turned back to face the students below. "It seems we have a new announcement to make. Allow me to introduce our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Professor Alistair Moody." With that, Professor Dumbledore was the first to clap enthusiastically. However, only sparse applause echoed in the Great Hall. Apart from a few students with Ministry of Magic backgrounds, very few little wizards clapped. Clearly, many were startled by the professor's peculiar and somewhat terrifying appearance. Professor Dumbledore, unperturbed, continued. "Professor Moody was once a veteran Auror, who single-handedly captured many dark wizards and led large groups of Aurors in raiding a notorious criminal gang in the wizarding world. It's no exaggeration to say that Professor Moody was always on the front lines during the Wizard Wars, laying a very solid foundation for peace in the wizarding world. I believe such a professor, skilled in practical combat and highly accomplished in magic, will surely provide an excellent teaching experience for everyone." The applause in the Great Hall immediately grew fervent and loud, especially from the little lions of Gryffindor, who stood up to clap and openly provoked the Slytherins. The Weasley twins even deftly pulled out their homemade magical fireworks, but quickly put them away after Professor McGonagall glared at them. Everyone more or less understood Professor Dumbledore's hidden meaning, and those who didn't were enlightened by their classmates. Considering Professor Moody's age, it wasn't hard to infer that Professor Moody was once a formidable opponent against you-know-who and the Death Eaters. Anyone who fought against Death Eaters and dared to stand on the front lines was definitely a capable wizard, not a good-for-nothing. Furthermore, he was at odds with Slytherin. Being at odds with Slytherin meant he was a good friend to all the little lions of Gryffindor, as well as a large portion of the little eagles of Ravenclaw and the little badgers of Hufflepuff. However, Professor Moody was completely unresponsive, simply continuing to eat his dinner. His magical eye continuously rotated, quickly taking in all the students in the entire Great Hall. Finally, that magical eye met Harley's gaze for a few seconds. Then Professor Moody looked up, seemingly inadvertently glancing towards the Gryffindor long table, revealing an unpleasant smile, and giving a subtle nod. "Harley, was Professor Moody looking at you?" Hermione, always observant, noticed Professor Moody's small gesture and gently nudged her best friend's side. "Probably," Harley responded softly. "I've seen him in my parents' photos. He was probably also a strong supporter of Professor Dumbledore, and one of the people who fought on the front lines during the First Wizarding War. It's not hard to guess that he likely had some acquaintance with my parents back then, and may even have been good friends, which is why he's paying attention to me." A low gasp of admiration immediately escaped Hermione's lips, and her gaze towards Professor Moody became much more fervent. With such a good professor, and the foundation Professor Lupin laid last year, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts is finally saved. The surrounding classmates also appeared very excited. Clearly, everyone was looking forward to this year's defense against the dark arts course. No matter how bad an Auror might be at teaching, at least he still had power. He couldn't possibly be worse than Quirrell and Lockhart. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat, bringing the conversation back on track. "Well then, after introducing our new professor, please allow us to continue our previously unfinished discussion. I am very sorry to announce that Hogwarts will not be holding the House Cup Quidditch competition this year. A gasp of surprise once again erupted from all four long tables, but this time it was not one of welcome, but of protest. Many fervent Quidditch enthusiasts even waved their fists, expressing their displeasure to Professor Dumbledore. What is Quidditch? It's one of the few forms of entertainment for wizards. Professor Dumbledore, even if you are the greatest wizard in the world, you cannot deprive us of our few pleasures. However, Professor Dumbledore continued. Of course, there's no need to be too sad. Although the House Cup Quidditch competition has been cancelled, a large event will replace it, taking place at Hogwarts. This event will begin in October of this year, last throughout the entire school year, and will occupy a lot of our, including all students and teachers, time and energy. I believe you will enjoy this grand feast and gain a lot of fun from it. Why don't you all guess what this event is? With that, Professor Dumbledore deliberately paused, waiting for the atmosphere in the Great Hall to build. Students were whispering to each other, and Harley had already heard more than one person banging on the table, declaring that no event in this world could be more fun than a Quidditch match. If there was, he'd go eat 3 caddies of it in the lavatory. His statement was met with approval from many, but Harley slightly narrowed her eyes. Scamming for food and drink wasn't done this way. All right, the brief guessing game is over. Professor Dumbledore scanned the Great Hall. As I said before, over the next 9 months, we will have the great honor of hosting an exceptionally exciting event. This event has not been held for over a century, but after repeated discussions among various ministries of magic and exchanges between magical schools, I am delighted to tell you all. The Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year. Of course, this Triwizard Tournament will be completely upgraded, and I feel that the name, Triwizard Tournament, is no longer quite suitable for it. I prefer to call it, Triwizard Tournament. This news instantly ignited everyone's emotions, and reactions varied. Thanks to not being avid readers, many were very confused, not knowing what this Triwizard Tournament was, or what the Triwizard Tournament was. They watched their neighbors excitedly banging on tables, some even turning into Tarzan, pounding their chests, and they understood even less. But after a simple explanation from those around them, the entire student body of Hogwarts fell into a frenzy. Even the newly enrolled little wizards fantasized about becoming the chosen one, battling through various challenges. Professor, if you're not joking, then we truly love you to death. Fred shouted loudly, using a newly invented gadget to make his voice cut through all the noise in the Great Hall. Of course I'm not joking, my dear Mr. Weasley, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. But since you mentioned joking, I suddenly remembered a very funny joke about a troll, a banshee, and a leprechaun, all of whom entered the same pub one night. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat very loudly, the sound quite prominent. Professor Dumbledore immediately and swiftly changed the topic. All right, that joke is probably not suitable for this occasion, so please allow us to return to the main topic. Although you may have already learned about the Triwizard Tournament through communication with your classmates, and inferred the general meaning of the Triwizard Tournament from its name, I still need to reintroduce it to everyone. The Triwizard Tournament was jointly organized by 3 magical schools in Europe over 700 years ago. Professor Dumbledore quickly introduced the Triwizard Tournament, not forgetting to deliberately remind the students about the competition's mortality rate. However, almost none of the little wizards paid attention to this data. Everyone believed that the deaths of previous students were because they were too weak. If the contestants were replaced with themselves, wouldn't Hogwarts winning the championship be a piece of cake? In recent years, thanks to the efforts of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports of various ministries of magic, this competition has been revived. Professor Dumbledore began to introduce the brand new competition. At the same time, because of Harley's excellent performance in the Magical School Championship, it attracted the attention of many non-European magical schools. Everyone believed that students should compete with excellent little wizards, so they also wanted to join in. After repeated discussions, I am pleased to announce that the following 6 schools will participate in this competition. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Britain. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic from France. Durmstrang Institute from Northern Europe. Castelo Bruxo from Brazil. Mahoutokoro from Japan. Ilvermorny from the United States. Professor Dumbledore, exceptionally solemn, fully announced the names of the 6 magical schools. Needless to say, the vast majority of students looked bewildered. Where are all these places? I've never heard of them. Regarding the specific information about these schools, you can consult the library on your own. I will not explain them one by one here. Next, I will talk about the information regarding competition registration. Considering certain factors, the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic unanimously agreed that an age limit should be set for competitors. Only students who are 17 years old or older are allowed to register. The students below once again became boisterous, with the Weasley twins leading the protest, stating that they also wanted to win glory for Hogwarts. Professor, Fred shouted loudly, I don't think I'm much worse than students who are already 17. Exactly. George supported his brother, and we're only a few months away from being 17. We believe we are fully capable of bringing this honor back to Hogwarts. Thanks to the great, Zhuwei Yanhu, for the reward. P.S. Which leg did Moody lose? The original novel doesn't seem to mention it accurately. I looked through the book for a long time and couldn't find it. I can only infer that he lost his right leg based on the movie where Moody uses a cane in his right hand when he appears. The author's friend's book, a great author from Sanjiang, writes about law, it's very good. It's going on sale tomorrow, brothers who like esports novels can go support it. Chapter 272, Be Gentle, Harry. Professor Dumbledore had to gently wave his hand to silence the students, then added, I know you are all very eager to fight for the honor of Hogwarts. Honestly, if I were your age, I would be eager to participate in this competition. Not to mention the champion's prize of 1,000 galleons. As Professor Dumbledore spoke, a nostalgic expression appeared on his face, and the students below responded with friendly laughter. What's more, there are always some little wizards who are exceptionally gifted, far exceeding the strength they should possess for their age. So, our 6 wizarding schools and the various ministries of magic have held repeated consultations and established additional rules. As long as certain specific additional reviews are passed and a magic agreement is signed, little wizards under the age of 17 can also participate in the selection. I can guarantee that the review will be personally set by me, and its difficulty will be extremely high. This measure is very necessary, Professor Dumbledore said earnestly. After all, the Triwizard Tournament has had too high a mortality rate in previous years. Even the best 7th-year students have a high probability of injury, death, or disability. Therefore, I must personally intervene to ensure that only qualified little wizards can register. That's all the information I wanted to share, Professor Dumbledore concluded his after-dinner speech. In short, delegations from the other 5 schools will arrive for Halloween in October and spend most of this term with us. I hope everyone will perform well during this time and not bring shame to Hogwarts. With that, Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands. That's all I have to say. Now, please return to your dormitories and enjoy your warm beds. The students stood up and walked out into the Great Hall. Harley whispered something to Hermione, then skillfully blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared. Hermione stood still for a few seconds, then followed the main group back to Gryffindor Tower. Just as they walked out of the Great Hall, Fred and George suddenly squeezed over, asking loudly, Hermione, where's Harley? She has something to do and will return to the dormitory later tonight, Hermione replied. Why, are you looking for her for something? Of course, Fred said with a grin. Actually, you can help too. You two are probably the most well-read in all of Gryffindor, so I definitely wanted to ask about information regarding the original Triwizard Tournament. Listening to Fred's words, the Gryffindors walking along the same corridor unconsciously slowed their pace. Everyone had witnessed Harley and Hermione's extensive reading in the time they spent in the library. So, slowing down to listen now would be somewhat useful. All right then, Hermione thought for a moment, then recited most of the information about the Triwizard Tournament from the books she had read, word for word. By the time they reached the Gryffindor common room, it was already surrounded by little lions who had come to listen in. Finally, Hermione spread her hands. That's all the content in the books. As for the specific competition details of the many previous Triwizard tournaments, you'll have to search for them slowly in the library. I wasn't particularly interested in it at the time. I only understood the general information about the Triwizard Tournament, not the specific details. However, this information was enough, and many people's faces showed expressions of yearning. A rare honor that comes once every 5 years, overcoming 3 challenges, defeating powerful enemies from other schools, and finally lifting the trophy under the gaze of thousands. Moreover, this year's competition had been fully upgraded, meaning they could showcase their superb magic skills in front of even more people. What a great opportunity to show off. Not to mention the huge prize money, which exceeded a Ministry of Magic employee's annual salary. How I yearned for it. Looking at Hermione's calm expression, George couldn't help but ask curiously, Hermione, why do I feel like you're not excited at all about the Triwizard Tournament? Aren't you planning to apply to participate? Only one person from each school can ultimately participate in the competition, Ginny suddenly interjected. And all students in the school can sign up for the competition, as long as they pass Professor Dumbledore's review. So this means Harley can also sign up. Ginny's words were like a basin of ice water poured over everyone's heads in the common room on a scorching June day, instantly sobering them up. Hogwarts only had one champion slot, so why should they be the champion? In all of Hogwarts, who could contend with Harley, who had multiple honors and extremely powerful magic abilities? Did they really think a first-class Order of Merlin was that easy to get? And Harley didn't get her first-class Order of Merlin by donating a huge amount of galleons to the Order of Merlin like some pure-blood nobles. She earned her medal through real combat, facing danger head-on, fighting her way through. Other people who wanted to participate, they had to ask themselves, why should they represent Hogwarts and become the champion? The noisy sounds in the common room disappeared, almost everyone lowered their heads in thought. Many 7th-year students showed helpless, bitter smiles. In the headmaster's office, Harley was comfortably nestled in a soft sofa, sipping hot cocoa. Fawkes pitifully rubbed his head against Harley, but Harley cruelly refused him. No, Fawkes, no. You are a mature phoenix now, you should learn to control your desires. Professor Dumbledore said you stole all his fizzing whizbees, so for the next month, you won't be getting any sweets. Fawkes looked chagrined, lying dejectedly on Harley's lap. Originally, he didn't eat many sweets, but Professor Dumbledore always invited him to taste those somewhat nauseating cockroach clusters. Then one day during the summer, Professor Dumbledore, for once, brought back a jar of fizzing whizbees and was called away before he could enjoy it himself. Professor Dumbledore didn't usually buy many other candies, and they were usually eaten within 2 days, so he had never tasted them. So Fawkes, out of curiosity, wanted to try what this golden liquid tasted like, and eventually couldn't stop. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it deeply. If he had left some for the old man back then, wouldn't he be able to eat all kinds of candies to his heart's content now? Fawkes really likes you, Professor Dumbledore said, leaning back in his chair, holding a steaming cup of honey milk. Regarding the Triwizard tournament I mentioned tonight, Harley, do you want to participate? Of course, Harley replied with a serious expression. Of course I want to participate. Striving for the honor of Hogwarts is a task that every wizard of Hogwarts should actively and fully complete. Moreover, I am a Gryffindor, and Gryffindor courage does not allow me to shrink back. Good. Before Professor Dumbledore could speak, the portraits of the former principals on the wall erupted in cheers. Especially several former principals from Gryffindor, who clapped frantically, shouting loudly. Look, look, this is the consciousness of a Gryffindor. Can Slytherin do it? Does Hufflepuff have it? Can Ravenclaw do it? The other former principals wished they could kill these old geezers, or at least tear their mouths off. Did they really think everyone didn't know how Harley ended up in Gryffindor? Wasn't it because Professor Dumbledore, that old sly fox, manipulated the Sorting Hat due to special circumstances? Otherwise, it was uncertain which house Harley would have gone to. At least Slytherin and Ravenclaw had a higher probability. Everyone had witnessed the entire development of the events back then. Now they've got the advantage and are still trying to act innocent, huh? It seems we'll have to deliver some righteous justice. Professor Dumbledore ignored the old fellows who had started bickering and looked at Harley, a wry smile on his face. Won't this be a bit too much bullying of the other schools? After all, your current strength is not much worse than mine, an old man. If I had to say where you still fall short of me, it would probably only be in the accumulation of various magic knowledge. Hee hee, Harley smiled sweetly, without any guilt or embarrassment on her face. Consider it a lesson I'm giving them in advance, a lesson called a SOCT. After leaving school, they can't always expect to only compete with wizards of their own generation, can they? Professor Dumbledore's fingertips lightly touched, and his half-moon spectacles reflected a gentle light. You're right, then it's up to you. Just be gentle when the time comes. I suppose no one in all of Hogwarts can compete with you, you will probably be Hogwarts champion. Harley took a sip of hot cocoa, feeling the warm liquid swirling in her stomach, and asked curiously, then how will we conduct the selection? And how will underage wizards be selected? Shish, Professor Dumbledore held up a finger. It wouldn't be fun if I told you now, Harley. Please allow me to keep some secrets. Anyway, that test will be easy for you. Alright then, I suppose it won't be difficult. Harley placed the unfinished hot cocoa on the table, letting Fawkes pounce on it, and then stood up. Professor, I'm going back now. Good night to you. Harley turned and left the headmaster's office, just as she encountered Professor Moody on her way out. Professor, good evening, Harley bowed slightly. Professor Moody responded in a hoarse voice, good evening, Miss Potter. However, his empty hand was retracted into his sleeve, as if he could whip out his wand at any moment. I won't disturb your conversation with Professor Dumbledore. I wish you both pleasant dreams, Harley said with a light laugh, stepping onto the stairs and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Moody continued to walk into the room, but his magical eye had already settled into its socket, staring at Harley's retreating figure. He stopped in front of the armchair where Harley had been sitting, but instead conjured a hard wooden chair with his wand and sat down heavily. "Good evening, Alistair," Professor Dumbledore said, pouring more honey milk into his cup and making Harley's cup disappear. Fawkes, who had only tasted 2 sips of hot cocoa, looked at the old man disapprovingly, then huffily returned to his perch. Professor Dumbledore did not pour Professor Moody a cup of tea. After all, Professor Moody was always cautious and would generally not drink tea offered by others unless he was on a special reconnaissance mission. "Albus, I'm here to remind you of a few things," Professor Moody said bluntly in his hoarse voice. "The dark mark appeared at the Quidditch World Cup, and those bastards, those rioting bastards. I don't believe those cockroaches are really just drunk and swayed by a few dark wizards, as the Ministry of Magic's shoddy excuses claim. Anyone with a brain can easily see that this is clearly a riot by Death Eaters. They are announcing that Lord Voldemort is not dead." As he spoke, Professor Moody slammed his fist on the table in anger, as if he wished he could appear before those acquitted wizards right now and cast a curse on each of them. "Alistair, I think you should learn to get used to these things." Professor Dumbledore took a sip of honey milk, enjoying the sweetness of the honey exploding on his taste buds. "After all, that's the Ministry of Magic. Politics are discussed there, not magic. This is also one of the important reasons why I have always been unwilling to accept the position of Minister for Magic." Professor Moody's anger had vanished, and his expression became serious again. "I know what those incompetent fools will do. After all, the cockroaches paid enough galleons. I just want to remind you that we need to pay attention to the safety of Hogwarts. During the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, there will be 2 Death Eaters simultaneously present at Hogwarts. And this period will be Hogwarts' weakest moment, as outsiders from 5 schools will enter Hogwarts grounds, and these are all uncontrollable factors." Professor Dumbledore's voice was calm. "Alistair, I think Severus is trustworthy. Although he was once a Death Eater, Severus left Lord Voldemort's evil cause before his downfall and collected intelligence for us. While I cannot directly show you certain evidence, I truly do trust Severus. Thanks to the great Zhuwei Yanhu for the reward. P.S. While reading the comments, I suddenly realized a question: who exactly created this magical eye? It can even see through a Deathly Hallows level invisibility cloak. Surely Professor Dumbledore didn't ask Nicholas to help forge it. Also, someone mentioned yesterday that if Moody can see through an invisibility cloak, he can certainly see through students' clothes. Let's assume he has a very high moral standard, and the protagonist's power can protect herself and her friends. Moreover, I really can't imagine an old Auror who remained unmarried his entire life and dedicated his life to the wizarding world would engage in such behavior. Chapter 273 I don't know how I can lose. Today is the day to make up for the leave request on the 18th. Professor Moody listened to Professor Dumbledore's words, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Albus, my old friend, are you sure your head is all right? Have you eaten too much honey, and your brain is all coated in it?" With that, he let out a sneer and tapped his temple. "A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Once they've tasted it, those Death Eater bastards will never forget the taste of shit. Perhaps Snape is just faking it very well. Don't forget, the evidence you saw can also be faked." Professor Dumbledore's expression remained calm. "Alistair, I think you should understand that some things can never be faked, such as the most genuine human emotions. Friendship, and love. HMPH. Moody sneered again. "I don't deny your theory, and I also believe that love and friendship have always been some of the most powerful magic. After all, when casting spells, one must be full of genuine emotion to maximize their power. But I still want to point out that the strength of love and friendship has nothing to do with whether they are real or not. The love and friendship you see can also be faked. Look at my eyes, look at my leg, and look at the scars all over my body." With that, Professor Moody stood up and tapped his wooden leg. "Do you remember how I lost this leg? It was the masterpiece of Scholar Wilkes. He was Snape's classmate and good friend, and also a genius Auror known as the Star of Tomorrow. What did he tell me when he first joined the Ministry of Magic? He swore to everyone that he would uphold the glory of the pure blood, and not fall into the darkness brought by Lord Voldemort and the dark arts like others. And what happened? I don't think you've forgotten. If he hadn't cast a not-so-accurate blasting curse behind my back when we were capturing Rebaston Lestrange and Rodolphus Lestrange, I wouldn't have lost this leg, and those 2 Death Eaters wouldn't have escaped. If that hadn't happened, Frank and Alice, those poor souls, wouldn't have been captured by those scumbags after Lord Voldemort's downfall and tortured to madness with the Crucio. Wilkes seemed to be full of friendship with all the Aurors back then. That friendship was really well faked. This hypocritical traitor. He deserved to be killed before Lord Voldemort's downfall. Professor Moody roared, spittle flying everywhere in the office, some even splattering onto the portraits hanging on the wall. The old principals scurried around, wanting to get as far away from Moody as possible. But Professor Dumbledore sat upright behind his desk, his expression serious, not even reaching out to wipe his face. Professor Moody continued to vent his emotions. And Travers, who assisted in the murder of the McKinnon family and fabricated evidence from within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Augustus Rookwood, a Department of Mysteries member who leaked intelligence. Do I need to list these cases of traitors who faked love and friendship one by one for you? Professor Moody roared with all his might, his voice filled with sarcasm. Have you forgotten all this, Albus? Professor Dumbledore sighed silently, helplessly wiped his face with a handkerchief, and took a big gulp of honey milk to calm himself down. He did not try to erase the deep scars on his old friend's mind and soul, but instead changed the subject. Alistair, the wizarding world is not peaceful right now. Pettigrew's whereabouts are unknown after his escape from Azkaban, and I have ample evidence that Lord Voldemort's power is growing stronger. This makes it difficult for me not to connect the dots. Driven to desperation, Pettigrew will most likely rejoin Lord Voldemort and help him regain his strength. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Voldemort will be back very soon. So I hope you can slightly adjust your teaching plan. Last semester, Remus already taught the students how to deal with most common and somewhat dangerous magical creatures in everyday life. And I hope that this semester, you can teach the students some more serious knowledge, such as, letting them understand the dark arts. If necessary, you can even teach them some dark arts that don't have much impact on their character, such as the severing charm. Professor Moody's emotions had calmed down, and he nodded vigorously. I will, Albus, this was originally part of my teaching plan. I even plan to let students from third year and above experience an unforgivable curse in the very first class of the semester. Professor Dumbledore's cup, already at his lips, instantly stopped. Images seemed to flash before his eyes, smiling at him. After a long while, he nodded gently. That's up to you, Alistair. I trust you understand the priorities, so I won't interfere too much with your teaching plan. As long as you think it's necessary. Of course, I will definitely control it well. Also, I'm going to do you a small favor for free. Professor Moody suddenly added in a hoarse voice. I'll help you keep an eye on Snape and Karkaroff in the school for free. You don't need to thank me, Albus. After speaking, he stood up nimbly without the aid of a cane and strode out of the headmaster's office. However, the moment he opened the office door, he reverted to the frail, scarred old man, seemingly unable to walk without his cane. The headmaster's office door slowly closed, darkness swallowing Professor Moody's figure and blocking Professor Dumbledore's gaze. Inside the door, Professor Dumbledore sat high under the light, while outside the door, Professor Moody merged into the shadows. Harley returned to her dormitory and got the Gryffindor common room password from Nick, whom she met halfway. Usually, at this time, the common room would already be dark, and everyone would return to bed for a good night's sleep after enjoying a big meal. But today, the common room was brightly lit. Many people were flipping through history of magic textbooks dug out from the bottom of their trunks, searching page by page for information about the Triwizard Tournament, trying to find clues between the lines. Harley didn't disturb them, and quickly slipped back to her dormitory while invisible. Lavender and Parvati had no idea where they had run off to again, most likely discussing the Triwizard Tournament in other dormitories. Hermione had already arranged everything on Harley's bed for her, and the dust had been cleared away. Now, wearing her pajamas, she was lying on Harley's quilt, reading a thick magic book. Noticing Harley's return, Hermione suddenly sat up. Harley, you're back. What did you talk to Professor Dumbledore about? Is it secret information about the Triwizard Tournament? More or less. Harley casually hung her robe on the wall and quickly rummaged through her trunk for various items. Don't bother looking, Hermione said with a smile, watching Harley busying herself for a while in vain. I've already put your toiletries away for you. Your change of clothes is also by the bed, and they've all been cleaned with magic. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me look for ages. Harley feigned a bit of anger and lightly slapped Hermione's perky bottom. You wicked witch, how dare you? I'll fight you. Hermione suddenly jumped up from the bed, baring her teeth and claws, ready to pounce and fight Harley. However, Harley nimbly dodged, grabbed various items, and rushed into the washroom. When Harley returned, before she even entered the room, a thin quilt was directly thrown over her head. Immediately after, the spot where she had previously attacked Hermione was counter-attacked. After a while of commotion, Harley re-wrapped her wet hair in a towel and sat on the edge of the bed. Hermione, hugging Harley's quilt, listened as Harley recounted the general content of her conversation with Professor Dumbledore. "So, you've decided to participate in the Triwizard Tournament?" Hermione asked with a smile. "I wonder how desperate the students from other schools will be." "It's fine, if their skills aren't up to par, who can they blame?" Harley secured the towel, then lay back abruptly, enjoying what the Japanese manga Dudley bot called a lap pillow. "No one at Hogwarts can compete with me, and no one outside of Hogwarts can compete with me. My main thing is confidence." Tisk. Hermione clicked her tongue sympathetically. "Well then, future Hogwarts champion, good night. Go back to your own bed. This is my quilt. Don't be modest, I don't mind. By the way, I'm 9 months older than you should call me sister." That night, Hermione, who had forcibly stayed on Harley's bed, was already asleep, but Harley was still awake. She closed her eyes, but wore the sealed glasses on her face, and her brain was working frantically. Lord Voldemort was a master wizard, highly skilled in memory. So even though he was so weak now, Harley still didn't frequently monitor Peter Pettigrew's memories, so as not to alert him. However, according to her own observations, Peter Pettigrew had not been separated from Lord Voldemort since before the Quidditch World Cup final in Britain. So, it wasn't until tonight that Harley seized the opportunity to quickly browse Peter Pettigrew's memories. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, what a rich life," Harley couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as she browsed. "Poor Peter Pettigrew, he's fallen out of favor again." During the riot on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, Peter Pettigrew held his master, who had turned into a baby, in one arm, and raised his wand in the other, casting the dark mark. That scene, Peter Pettigrew himself felt an unprecedented shame. The reason they cast the dark mark was, on one hand, to warn and intimidate fence-sitters like Lucius, giving them a small, psychological punishment to ensure these traitors couldn't sleep at night. On the other hand, it was also to give Ministry of Magic employees, especially old Barty Crouch, something to do, allowing Lord Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew to take the opportunity to infiltrate the Crouch family's tent. Old Barty had set up a large number of spells on his tent to prevent any accidents, such as his son suddenly breaking free from the Imperio and escaping, or someone discovering Barty Crouch Jr. like Bertha had. It could be said that he had made the tent impregnable. However, in front of a master like Lord Voldemort, these defenses were still insufficient. Lord Voldemort found a loophole in the tent in less than a minute, easily slipping in silently. The Crouch family's house elf, Winky, was controlled immediately and couldn't warn old Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch Jr., who was already close to breaking free, accelerated his actions with the help of his master. Lord Voldemort naturally admired this loyal servant who had diligently sought his whereabouts even after he lost his power. Especially since his magic was very strong, and his mind was also sharp. This kind of loyal talent was 1,000 times better than a fence-sitter and good-for-nothing like Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew's fall from favor became a matter of course. After Barty Crouch Jr.'s return, Peter Pettigrew became Lord Voldemort's personal stroller, responsible for his 3 meals a day, and also had to prepare food for a large snake Lord Voldemort kept. Under Barty Crouch Jr.'s arrangement, Peter Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr. together ambushed old Barty, who returned to the tent exhausted, and controlled him tightly with the Imperio. Lord Voldemort extracted more information from him, such as the newly upgraded Triwizard Tournament, and Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor, the retired Auror Moody. Lord Voldemort had originally planned for Barty Crouch Jr. to ambush Moody, and then use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him and infiltrate Hogwarts as an inside agent, seizing an opportunity to replace a certain item in the final task of the Triwizard Tournament with a portkey. By the time of the final, as long as Barty Crouch Jr. patrolled as the defense against the dark arts Professor Moody, he would have a chance to grab Harley, force her to touch the portkey. This would create a situation where Dumbledore would be tied up with the awards ceremony and unable to escape, while Lord Voldemort would successfully restore his physical body. However, this plan was advised against by Barty Crouch Jr. After going through all the newspapers about Harley from recent years, Barty Crouch Jr. believed that as a potions master, there was a high chance of a flaw appearing if he used Polyjuice Potion in front of her. After all, potions masters' noses are very sensitive to the unique scent of potions, and the taste of Polyjuice Potion is very distinctive. Moreover, according to information revealed by Peter Pettigrew, Harley also possessed the Marauder's map. He had the ability to erase his traces using the magic ritual Peter Pettigrew mentioned, but he couldn't change his name to Moody's. So Barty Crouch Jr. ultimately decided to disguise himself as his father, as their names were the same, and there would be no issues with the Marauders map. As for the appearance, Barty Crouch Jr. was almost a spitting image of old Barty in his youth. Having spent so many years with his father, Barty Crouch Jr. was also very familiar with his father's words, actions, and way of thinking. So, through some advanced transfiguration, he could also disguise himself as his father. Combined with the information he extracted from his father's mind, he was completely confident in successfully disguising himself without revealing any flaws. As for more plans, the three had not yet made a decision, as old Barty had not yet learned the specific details of the Triwizard Tournament from the Ministry of Magic. Anyway, the core idea of the entire conspiracy was only one: to use the opportunity of the Triwizard Tournament to incapacitate Harley and bring her before Lord Voldemort to revive him. Honestly, when Harley saw this plan, she had to cycle through her most painful memories in her mind to stop herself from laughing. It could only be said, they really dared to dream. Harley withdrew her consciousness from Peter Pettigrew's memories, and the body lying on the bed curled into a sarcastic smile. She was like she had opened a third eye, understanding everything clearly. Harley didn't even know how she could lose. The next morning, the storm that had raged all night finally stopped. However, the scene on the Great Hall ceiling hadn't changed much, it had merely gone from lightning and thunder to overcast clouds. Professor McGonagall quickly finished distributing the timetables and turned to arrange course selections for the sixth-year students. Harley looked at her brand new timetable and sincerely felt it was a good thing that the heavy rain, which had poured all night, stopped this morning. After all, the Gryffindors had an entire morning of outdoor classes. If they had to attend in the rain, wait, maybe they wouldn't have to. Damn it, why did you stop, Big Rain? Hermione's timetable looked much clearer than last year, at least after dropping divination class and Muggle studies class, this timetable looked like a normal person's. However, Hermione's time turner had already been returned to Professor McGonagall and could no longer be kept. At the end of last semester, before Hermione returned the time turner to Professor McGonagall, Harley still managed to gain some benefits from it. For example, 2-time domain runes forcibly created with her snake hair. Although the effect produced was not that good because the material carrying the extraordinary ability and the ability to be carried did not belong to the same domain. But in demigod-level battles, such runes could still be useful. The first class in the morning was Herbology class, and Professor Sprout's class was, truly a love-hate experience. She had prepared boobotubers for the little wizards as a welcome gift for their return to the new semester. Honestly, these plants didn't look like plants, instead, they resembled large slugs. They were entirely black, with a strange slime on their surface, emerging straight from the soil, each subtly wriggling, and covered in many shiny, large pustules with liquid vaguely flowing inside. The task for the fourth-year students was to squeeze out their pus from the boobotubers and collect it. Initially, the little wizards desperately tried to stay away from these things, as the boobotubers' appearance was really not photogenic. But when Professor Sprout told everyone that this pus was highly valuable and could be used to formulate medicine for stubborn acne, and all the pus harvested by the fourth-year students in the first batch would be provided to the school infirmary to help them treat their facial acne, almost everyone started pushing forward desperately again. They should have said it had such a good effect earlier. Who would think their skin wasn't good enough? Opening parenthesis. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Shepherd Boy and Sugar for their generous donations. P.S. Regarding the specific scope of dark arts, according to information from an unknown source, curses like the Blasting Curse, Severing Charm, and Cutting Curse were all classified as dark arts by Rowling in an interview. And the official Harry Potter encyclopedia bought by the author directly classifies the Blasting Curse as a type of curse, so, who says Hogwarts doesn't teach dark arts? Recommending a friend's new book. Chapter 274, Hagrid, Spare the Innocent Manticore. Daily completion, IOU completed. Herbology class ended quickly, but the students were still eager for more, wishing the class could have lasted another 2 hours. As long as Professor Sprout dared to speak, they would dare to squeeze all the boobotuber pus out. Who wouldn't like to take it for themselves? After Herbology class was Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, which Gryffindor would once again attend with Slytherin. As Harley and Hermione walked across the lawn together, a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding arose. Harley's premonition grew stronger as they neared Hagrid's hut. Because Harley vaguely smelled a burning odor, somewhat like the smell of fire crabs spraying flames in defense, but not entirely the same. Hagrid was standing outside his hut, holding Fang, his giant hound. At Hagrid's feet were several open wooden crates, and Harley clearly heard faint explosions and strange rattling sounds coming from inside. "Good morning, Harley. Hermione," Hagrid greeted loudly. "Come and see my new little darlings." With that, he turned his head to glance at the wooden crates at his feet, his eyes full of rapture. "Ah, these adorable little fellows, look how delicate and cute they are. Much cuter than Fang." Normally, when Hagrid said this, Fang would bark a few times in protest and challenge the magical creature Hagrid was praising. Even if the creature being praised was a hippogriff, Fang would still, relying on Hagrid's presence, let out a few barks. But today, Fang was uncharacteristically trying desperately to get away from those wooden crates, and he showed no reaction to Hagrid's words. This wasn't right. Following the principle that something unusual implies something sinister, Harley cautiously stretched her head out to look at the adorable little darlings Hagrid was talking about. Then, Harley quickly pulled her head back. "Merlin, why are there out-of-control Beyonders here? Where is the Night Watch team? I want to report this." Piled in Hagrid's boxes were 100 or so of a strange creature. These creatures, which Harley had never seen before, looked like large lobsters that had been shelled and squeezed out of shape, presenting an unhealthy grayish-white color all over, and they were sticky, dripping with mucus. Around the bodies of these creatures, many inexplicable limbs grew out, crisscrossing in all directions. These limbs looked like legs, but had no feet, like arms, but unfortunately no hands, like tentacles, that was quite similar, but they were too short and not qualified enough. They constantly shook their bodies, occasionally shooting out sparks, accompanied by slight explosions and crackling sounds, propelling themselves forward a few inches. Even more disgusting, these creatures emitted a very strong stench, like frozen fish and shrimp left out in the sun all day in July. Simply put, these creatures caused extreme discomfort both psychologically and physiologically. Harley quickly pulled out the special hydrosol from her pocket, applied a thick layer below her nose, and then poured some into Hermione's palm. Hermione also quickly and carefully applied it around her nose, and only then could the two of them barely stand their ground without immediately running away. Hagrid hadn't noticed their little actions and was still happily introducing them. "How about it? Aren't these little darlings absolutely adorable, truly endearing?" Harley didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Hagrid, where did you get these good things?" "I bred them myself, of course." Hagrid proudly raised his head. "Remember the blood mastiff I mentioned before? That old fellow came to show off to me again. Last time I missed out on your big black dog. Ahem, I mean I didn't find a suitable breeding dog, and I haven't been able to breed a more impressive pet dog. After much thought, I decided to change direction. I don't necessarily have to breed pet dogs. I think fire crabs and manticores are both great magical creatures, very suitable for cross-breeding. And this is the result of my cross-breeding of fire crabs and manticores. To get Arya pregnant, I used a full 60 fire crabs before succeeding. I'm going to name this brand new creature Blast-Ended Scroot." Harley unconsciously took a step back, looking at Hagrid with a strange expression. Fire crabs are 3x level dangerous creatures. Small fire crabs are only the size of a brick, while larger ones can be as big as a cauldron. From their appearance, fire crabs resemble large sea turtles with jewel-encrusted shells, and they can also spray flames from their rear ends. Manticores, on the other hand, are 5x level dangerous creatures, looking more like lions, and their size, several times larger than an adult lion in the Muggle world. To make these two creatures mate, and with a full 60 male fire crabs. Hagrid, you really are a pervert. A beast. Spare the poor manticore. It is innocent. It turned out that all the students shared Harley's opinion, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the blast-ended Scroots, while only Hagrid remained proudly self-satisfied. Besides students who had a good relationship with Hagrid, like Harley and Hermione, all the other classmates retreated as far as possible. Malfoy and Ron, who had fought fiercely yesterday, were both squeezed to the back of the line, but no major conflict occurred, they just glared at each other fiercely. Malfoy had originally intended to taunt Ron a bit, but was afraid his voice would be too loud and heard by Hagrid, who would then demand he go up and admire the blast-ended Scroots, so he didn't dare to say a word. Hagrid's first-class assignment was to research what these things could eat. In the eyes of many little wizards, this was definitely a more difficult task than squeezing Bubotuber pus. Because he had been beaten badly by the Weasley triplets yesterday, Malfoy was still speaking incoherently today, only quietly complaining about the blast-ended Scroots to others. Harley heard Malfoy's complaints from afar. "I'm more curious, why do we have to keep these things? I think the best thing we should do is strangle them when they're born." I think Malfoy is right. Many Gryffindors also heard Malfoy's complaint, but no one refuted him. This is the first time I've supported Slytherin's view. These things are truly disgusting. When feeding the blast-ended scroots, Harley felt even more uncomfortable. She considered herself well-traveled and knowledgeable. Many potion ingredients she had personally hunted by running around, having seen all sorts of strange creatures. Even those pus-oozing boobotubers from before, Harley had at least seen beyonders on the southern continent who had been made into living sacrifices for evil gods. And those poor fellows looked roughly like that, oozing pus all over, covered in large boils, barely clinging to life, slowly wriggling on the altar. But Harley had never seen such peculiar creatures as the blast-ended scroots. Their ugly appearance was secondary. Although Harley was appearance conscious, she was still very friendly towards ugly but valuable extraordinary materials. The main thing was that Harley observed for a long time and couldn't find their heads, let alone their mouths and eyes. Finally, Harley reluctantly recognized that the organ they used for both eating and excretion was probably the same one. What a sin. And when Harley saw a blast-ended scroot spit out a small piece of feces, and then wriggle and eat it. Let it all be destroyed, Harley truly felt exhausted. If the knowledgeable Harley felt this way, there was no need to mention the other students. Taking advantage of Hagrid's inattention, Harley and Hermione whispered a few words. The two of them unanimously agreed that the good reputation Hagrid had painstakingly built up in the latter half of last school year would probably be squandered as soon as this school year began. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students finally endured the difficult care of magical creatures class and quickly slipped away without looking back. Compared to the blast-ended scroots, the hippogriffs they had studied last term were practically little angels, not scary at all. But the nightmare wasn't over. School lunch happened to be various seafood. The reason was that Black Lake had flooded last night, and after the tide receded, various aquatic products were scattered all over the Black Lake shore. Moreover, Black Lake was connected to the sea, so many seafood products also inexplicably appeared on the lake shore. Professor McGonagall, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see such a sight, so she waved her hand, instructing the house elves to collect all the seafood for lunch over the next few days. Thus, students who had just attended the Care of Magical Creatures class looked at the boiled conch, garlic shrimp, and braised lobster on the table, then recalled the blast-ended scroots they had seen earlier. The fourth-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin were once again traumatized, losing all appetite. The divination class and ancient runes class in the afternoon, however, were much more normal. In divination class this semester, Professor Trelawney began teaching students astrological divination. As per usual, Professor Trelawney continued her grand act of deception, describing mysterious omens that were difficult to decipher. This made it difficult for Harley to comment. According to Seven Lights, a group of old ones from the old days are now entrenched on the planets. What would happen if one spied on the old ones? Under normal circumstances, if an old one did not restrain the pollution they brought, extraordinary individuals below the earthly angel level would lose control just by knowing their names. Even if these old ones deliberately restrained their polluting characteristics to avoid destroying the hope of suppressing the First's awakening. Seven Lights only told Harley about the existence of the old ones after she had returned to the demigod level. And now such a group of great beings are entrenched on the planets outside Earth. Professor Trelawney's thoughts are unclear, believing that her strength, which is not even sequence 5, can predict the symbols represented by their trajectories. It was fortunate that these great beings were unwilling to reveal themselves casually, and Professor Trelawney was not professional. The astrology she taught was merely for passing exams. Otherwise, Hogwarts would likely have a group of monsters. Of course, in terms of pure celestial movements, Professor Trelawney's basic knowledge was still very solid. Coupled with her narrative descriptions, her occasional startled expressions, and the mysterious atmosphere she created. Many little wizards thought that Professor Trelawney's astronomy was much more interesting than Professor Sinistra's astronomy class. The Ancient Runes class, however, was much more normal. Professor Babbling assigned a small back-to-school quiz to test students' memory of the knowledge taught last semester. She herself leaned back in a lounge chair, pulled out a copy of Playboy, placed the book on her lap, and read it with relish, also conjuring a glass full of crimson liquid. Harley sniffed lightly. It was the familiar smell of dragon blood mixed with herbs. In all the classrooms, only Professor Babbling's classroom had a lounge chair behind the lectern. Attending class while reading Playboy, enjoying a special drink and a lounge chair. It must be said, this vampire truly knew how to enjoy herself. After the second class, Professor Babbling glanced at Harley with interest. "Miss Potter, please stay behind after class." "All right, Professor." Hermione gave Harley a worried look. She also knew from Harley about Professor Babbling's identity as a vampire. But Harley gave Hermione a reassuring smile and shook her head slightly. When only Harley and herself remained in the classroom, Professor Babbling lazily waved her hand. All the windows instantly closed tightly, the curtains were drawn, and the door was securely bolted from the inside. Harley, Professor Babbling looked at the young girl in front of her with amusement. Tisk, I smell a familiar scent on you. It's Lupin, that werewolf. Harley's eyebrows raised slightly. She hadn't seen much of Lupin in the latter half of the summer vacation. Lupin, considering safety issues, was unwilling to go with Harley and the others to watch the Quidditch World Cup. And after the match, he was no longer at the Grimmauld place, having gone somewhere unknown, only returning for a brief visit the day before Harley was due to start school. Their contact had clearly been very little, yet Professor Babbling could still smell it. Yes, Uncle Remus is a good friend of my father's. Harley gently tucked her hair behind her ear. I've been living with Uncle Sirius this holiday, and Uncle Remus often visited us. Is there a problem? No problem, I'm just sighing. Professor Babbling crossed her legs. Today she was wearing short denim shorts, exposing her fair thighs. Although no sunlight shone into the classroom, the vampire's excellent skin still made Harley's eyes ache a little. I can probably guess what Lupin went to do. After all, I provided Albus with some interesting news. Professor Babbling shook her head, no longer discussing the half-finished topic, but instead pulled out a large black tome. Getting back to the point, I asked you to stay behind regarding your study of alchemy. Nicholas and I are acquainted. He wants to ask me for a favor. For the upcoming year, he wants me to tutor you in alchemy. He has already paid the corresponding fee in advance, you just need to come and listen. What time do you have free? Seeing Harley's thoughtful expression, Professor Babbling added, take this book back to read first. Our one-on-one lessons will basically all come from this book. As for the tutoring time, you can tell me by Friday evening. I know good students like you participate in many clubs, and Professor Snape likes to give you detention. Professor Babbling deliberately emphasized the words, likes to give you detention, and her expression was a little playful, clearly knowing something. Harley's expression was normal, and she nodded. Understood, thank you, Professor. I'll be troubling you for the next year. After Harley left the classroom, Professor Babbling suddenly sighed. Harley, there's more than one familiar scent on you. Where did you encounter a powerful bloodline? Harley didn't know about Professor Babbling's new discovery, and even if she did, she wouldn't particularly care. The peak of the moon pathway is the primordial moon, also the fallen mother goddess. She secretly watches herself. Is there a problem? No problem. After learning that Professor Babbling was going to tutor Harley, Hermione's eyes sparkled with envy. She also wanted to hear the views on alchemy from a vampire who had lived for hundreds of years. The next few days were uneventful, with not much happening. Only Neville and Seamus, that old duo, once again made history by melting 3 cauldrons and exploding 2 cauldrons in one class. The explosion of the last cauldron was even more spectacular, with sparks flying across half the classroom, nearly hitting Harley's head from a corner at the very back of the room. Professor Snape was so angry that he almost demanded Neville and Seamus use their teeth and tongues to disembowel a large barrel of horned toads and remove their internal organs. Only at the very end did he barely regain his sanity, merely instructing the two to do the work with their bare hands, prohibiting the use of gloves. It wasn't until Thursday that the Little Lions of Gryffindor's 4th year had their first defense against the dark arts class of the semester. This excited them greatly, as the 6th and 7th year students had already taken this class. These upperclassmen, upon learning that their juniors had not yet taken the class, deliberately showed off at the Gryffindor long table. Almost everyone who had taken Professor Moody's defense against the dark arts class praised him incessantly, saying that Professor Moody was a truly knowledgeable professor, a truly powerful orator. He's so cool, Fred said with an unprecedented tone of admiration. When it comes to combating dark arts, Professor Moody really knows his stuff. More than cool, he's absolutely awesome. George's eyes showed longing. He really knows his stuff, he understands what it's like to work out in the field. So, on Thursday afternoon, a large group of little wizards gathered early outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, completely blocking the corridor. Everyone wanted to grab a front row seat and genuinely wanted to listen attentively to Professor Moody's class. Chapter 275, Death Eater Crash Course, courtesy of Azkaban Academy. As class approached, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was already full. Everyone had taken out their respective dark arts, a guide to self-defense, and were waiting quietly. The atmosphere in the classroom was exceptionally serious. Soon, the students heard Professor Moody's distinctive thump-thump footsteps, the sound growing closer down the corridor. Professor Moody slowly walked into the classroom, leaning on his cane. He looked as disquieting as usual, yet possessed a unique, distinct charm. His claw-like wooden leg protruded from beneath his robes, but Professor Moody seemed not to care, not even bothering to use magic to disguise it as a real leg. "Put those things away, your textbooks, and your quills, all of them," Professor Moody said gruffly, walking with difficulty to the podium and sitting down on a chair, tossing his cane aside. "Judging by my syllabus, these bedtime stories for little wizards probably won't be needed this school year." A buzz of excitement immediately filled the classroom. When a professor asks students to put away their textbooks and pens, it means the class will be practical. Leaving aside practical lessons in other subjects, in defense against the dark arts, only the second-year practical class brought by Professor Lockhart had left the little wizards with a terrible experience. However, Professor Lupin's practical lessons last semester were very interesting and benefited the students greatly. In contrast, Professor Quirrell's by-the-book lessons were very boring, and Professor Lockhart's theatrical performances were somewhat interesting at first, but later became tedious. So now that Professor Moody was preparing for a practical lesson, his standing in the little wizards' hearts was immediately maximized. Professor Moody took out the roll call, shook his head, and vigorously tossed his long, grizzled hair away from his scarred face. Professor Moody's normal eye moved down the list, while his magical eye swiveled, watching each student who answered. When Harley's name was called, Professor Moody even looked up, his intact eye scrutinizing Harley. After a moment, he continued to read the roll call. After the last student had answered, Professor Moody shoved the roll call back into the desk drawer. "All right, let's get down to business. Before I took this position, I received a letter from your previous professor, Professor Lupin. He gave me an overview of this course and told me about your foundations. While I don't like to comment on my colleagues lightly, dark wizards are an exception. You've been rather unlucky." Professor Moody stood up, "unlucky enough to have two dark wizards with ulterior motives as your defense against the dark arts professors. This has significantly slowed down your progress in class. But you're also quite fortunate. I've had contact with Remus for a long time and know that he is indeed a top master in dealing with dark arts creatures. Currently, you've learned how to deal with most common dark arts creatures, and even have some knowledge of werewolves, is that right?" The students below nodded proudly, looking very pleased. "But in my opinion, these are useless." Professor Moody's voice suddenly rose, and he slammed his hand on the desk. Many students suddenly sat up straight, and Lavender and Parvati, who were passing a celestial fortune-telling chart to each other in the back row, were startled and quickly stopped their little actions. But after a while, when the students reacted, some began to question Professor Moody's words. "Professor, I have a different opinion." After raising her hand and getting Professor Moody's nod of approval, Hufflepuff's Susan stood up. "I think the knowledge we've learned is still very useful. I think I'll at least never forget how to deal with a boggart, how to handle red caps, and how to repel hinky punks in my life." "Oh," Professor Moody rasped, letting out a sneer. "You are Miss Susan Bones, aren't you? Amelia Bones's niece." After receiving Susan's nod, Professor Moody asked gruffly, "Then has your aunt told you about the wizard death records in recent years? How many people have died from red caps? How many from boggarts? To put it more seriously, how many have died from werewolf teeth? And has your aunt told you not to enter Nocturne Alley, that there are dark wizards there, and listed the number of wizards who die from dark arts each year? Has she told you that in the archives of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, there are countless cases of dark arts harming and killing people? Whereas cases of magical creatures harming people in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures have been few and far between in recent years, and death cases are almost zero." Susan opened her mouth, but said nothing, as everything Professor Moody said was true. Professor Moody then pounded the floor several times with his cane. "As I said, most wizards will rarely encounter many dark arts creatures in their lives, and a large portion of them are not even lethal. Dark wizards, however, are different. They are the biggest threat to ordinary wizards. Especially now that the wizarding world is not peaceful, with undercurrents surging." "Professor." Hannah raised her hand, "I think the wizarding world is very safe now." "Safe?" Professor Moody's mouth twisted into a strange smile. A moment later, he tapped the blackboard, and a green mark gradually formed on the blackboard. Many students gasped, instinctively leaning back. "Miss Abbott, please tell me, what is this mark?" It's the dark mark." Hannah's voice trembled slightly, and her words were not particularly coherent. "That's right, it's the dark mark." Professor Moody paced on the podium. "The dark mark, symbolizing Lord Voldemort." Upon hearing that name, another collective gasp echoed from below the podium, but Professor Moody didn't care. This mark just appeared once on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, hanging brightly in the sky, creating panic and humiliating all Aurors. And coincidentally, there was also a riot that night, a riot of no small scale. If it weren't for a certain student in this class who happened to be present, I think there would have been quite a few casualties that night. As he spoke, Professor Moody nodded at Harley. Harley, I sincerely believe you'd make a good Auror. You're much better than those useless wooden dummies I trained. If I hadn't retired, all the Aurors currently on duty would have to retake their psychological resilience courses. Professor Moody waved his wand again, and the mark on the blackboard disappeared. This made the whole class breathe a sigh of relief. Then I want to ask you all, do you still think the wizarding world is very safe now? Professor Moody's voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening. Safe. Not safe. But what's that? I've seen even more dangerous scenes. Do you want me to explain the Wizarding War one experienced? Hordes of giants, in fury covering the mountains and plains, elusive werewolves, and dark wizards hidden in the crowd, ready to ambush with lethal dark arts at any moment. Have you seen the sky covered with various magical flames and deadly curses? Have you seen hills of piled bodies? Have you seen Aurors and Death Eaters fighting to exhaustion, their eyes bloodshot, their hands unable to grip their wands but still casting spells with sheer willpower? You haven't seen it. Now do you still dare to believe that the wizarding world is absolutely safe, and that you have enough self-preservation ability? The classroom was silent, only Harley stared calmly into Professor Moody's eyes. The complex emotions in his eyes were not fake, he was indeed a legendary Auror. Professor Moody pounded the blackboard forcefully. Now let's get back to the point. This semester, I will teach you some useful knowledge. The first question for class, does anyone know which spells are explicitly prohibited by wizarding law, and whose use results in the most severe punishment? A few hands timidly went up, including Ron, who hadn't willingly raised his hand once in 4 years. Mr. Weasley. Professor Moody looked at Ron. All right, then please tell us. I remember one, Imperio. Ron's voice sounded uncertain. This Imperio should be one of the unforgivable curses. My father mentioned it. He seemed to say that this charm caused a lot of trouble. Professor Moody helped Ron finish his sentence, nodding approvingly. Oh, yes, your father must be very familiar with that spell. Imperio is one of the unforgivable curses. Although this spell causes almost no physical harm, it has caused the Ministry of Magic the most trouble. Both back then and recently, quite a few people have used this excuse to escape the fate of going to Azkaban. Professor Moody sneered and waved his wand. 3 glass jars appeared on the table, each containing a spider. Ron's body swayed violently, and he quickly supported himself with his hands on the table to avoid falling. Professor Moody tapped one of the glass jars, the lid opened automatically, and the spider flew onto the table. Imperio. Professor Moody said calmly, pointing his wand at the spider. No light emanated from his wand tip, but the scurrying spider suddenly became still. Without any apparent action from Professor Moody, the spider began to jump up and down, then raced in circles around the jar. After completing its 3rd circle, it suddenly performed a handstand, followed by 2 somersaults in the air. Finally, the spider even stood on its 2 hind legs and began to perform a tap dance. Most of the students laughed, but Professor Moody didn't, nor did Harley, Hermione, and a few other students. So the laughter quickly subsided, and all eyes were on Professor Moody. You find it very amusing, do you? Professor Moody said softly. But what if the person under this spell was you, and the caster was a vicious Death Eater, a madman with no moral bottom line? Would you be laughing so happily as you are now? A deathly silence fell over the classroom, many students even held their breath. This is the effect of Imperio, it allows me to completely control any living being under its influence. Professor Moody's voice was hoarse but exceptionally clear. I can make this spider do anything, even things beyond its physical limits, like running or fighting regardless of limb damage. If I wanted to, I could even make it hold its breath and suffocate itself. Now, do you still find this funny? Seeing the fear on the students' faces, Professor Moody couldn't help but shake his head. Look, you think your magic is good, that you can deal with ordinary dark arts creatures. But I just used one spell, and you're so terrified. Your minds aren't strong enough, and your skill isn't high enough, so when facing dark wizards, you have no room for resistance. That's why I'm teaching you these lessons, just as I told Albus, at least to let you see what true cruelty is. Continue. Professor Moody then called on 2 more students to name the other 2 unforgivable curses, Crucio and the Killing Curse. He then demonstrated them using the 2 spiders, and these 2 spiders fully showcased the power of the spells. These 2 spells did not seem as pleasant. Many little wizards turned pale with fright, almost fainting or sliding off their benches. Neville's reaction was particularly intense, but Professor Moody quickly lifted the crucio and apologized to Neville without explanation. This greatly surprised the students, and Neville's reaction was even more astonishing. "Professor, it's not your fault." Neville's hands were still tightly gripping the desk in front of him, his knuckles white, his voice trembling but filled with determination. "It's my fault, I was too cowardly, Professor Moody sighed, looked at the classroom full of students with inquiring gazes, and gently patted Neville's head. After asking Neville to stay after class to talk, Moody continued his lecture. His detailed explanations of the spells and the abundance of examples perfectly demonstrated Professor Moody's wealth of knowledge. "It's just that the style of this classroom, why did it resemble a Death Eater induction training course kindly provided by Azkaban so much?" For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.